in 3 seconds. I'm going to turn the music off. We are going to open Higurashi. And then what I'm actually going to do is... I'm going to go onto my own stream and see if the audio is okay. Because what I did is I changed up some audio settings on my headset. To see if I can stop the echoing that happened last time. Right? So, if it turns out that I fucked everything up, then we'll get that sorted and everything will work out in the end. So, this is open. Let me alt-tabulate right quick. Open up my streamity thingity. I need to change my motherfucking fucked everything up. Then we'll get that sorted and everything will work out in the end. So, this is open. Let me alt-tabulate right quick. Open up my streamity thingity. I need to change my motherfucking fucked everything up. Then okay. My voice sounds fine. And at the end of the day, that's the only thing that matters. Let me change my stream info right quick. Second set of Higurashi Thursdays. Thursdays! Exclamation point. Finishing episode 1 today. 1 today. Beautiful. And then let me change my category to Higurashi. Well, let me change my category to Higurashi. Higurashi When They Cry. Which currently has 0 viewers. So I'm the only motherfucker streaming Higurashi right now. That's a bit of an ego boost, I will say. Let me go tell everybody that I am online before we get this started. Higurashi time! Exclamation point. Let me come in here right quick and say streaming Higurashi right now if anyone wants to join in. Beautiful. And let me say that in Glipted as well. Streaming Higurashi right now. Alright, let everybody know that actually gives a motherfucking damn. So, without further ado, let me take a sip of my tea right quick. And get this started. Alright, so I'm also going to be recording the VOD of this Twitch stream for YouTube. The last one was fine, for the most part. The big thing is, my voice was fine, the background was fine, but all of the in-game voice acting was being echoed and doubled. So, the hope is that I've shifted some shit around, I changed some audio settings, and I'm hoping that that's fixed, but I won't actually know until I look at the VOD later today and put that up on YouTube. But, nothing else for it. Let's keep this rocking. It was the end of Chapter 6. Let's load that up, and let's get rocking. So, last we checked in, we heard about... Is this the sequel to Yume Neko? This is actually the prequel. This takes place 3 years beforehand, and from what I know, it is almost entirely unrelated story-wise. I say almost because I think there might be 2 recurring characters. Maybe 3, maybe 3. But I haven't finished this, and I haven't finished Yume Neko either, so I'm not entirely sure. Anyway, last we left off, we heard about the curse of the village, and the fact that somebody has died on this day every year for the past 4 years. That's what these newspapers are. Or, well, no, it's not. The first one was the, It's kind of spoilers, but you won't know that unless you've seen both of these, you know? So, the first murder happened 4 years ago in 79, when there was that workers' dispute with the people building the dam, and somebody got amputated, and each person took a body part, and 5 of the 6 people turned themselves in, but the ringleader vanished, and we still don't know where the last body part is. Then a year later, 2 people died after leaving the village on vacation. They fell off a cliff under mysterious circumstances. Then the priest died of a mysterious illness, and his wife committed suicide. Then a housewife was murdered in her home. And then this is from today. like the day takes place, and they just dug up a body in the forest. So we can assume that somebody died again. But nothing for it. Let's keep it going. Not like that fade to white. Good morning. Nice job yesterday, Kei-chan. Okay. So the people don't know that somebody died just yet. Or else this would be toned very differently. It was Mion and the other girl, Reina, I think her name was, who were trying to avoid talking about the original murders to us because we were an outsider before. So either they just don't know, or they're once again trying to deceive us and try to hide the fact that anything's going wrong. You didn't do too badly yourself, Mion. Yesterday was fun. There's one. That's right, Cage. Thank you very much. For Mr. Bear. Already named it. Glad you like it. Don't use it as a pink cushion, though. I wouldn't. She totally would. We've seen our tendencies. Back at school. Still chatting happily, we entered the classroom, but the moment I stepped in, a splashing sound and nasty sensation. She's back at it. It was a bucket filled to the brim with water, and unfortunately my foot stepped right into it. Yeah, it checks out. Mine. How diligent of you to mop the floor this morning. Great character. Whoa! Crazy close-up. Instant cry. Instant corporal punishment. It's deserved. Set a more brutal trap next time. This is quite the parallel, I will say. Seeing that, Reina began to swoon as Mion looked on in disbelief. So, back to the normal. Everything was the same as always. Interesting they're putting pressure on this line. Everyone was there and nothing felt out of place. The uncertainties I'd had in the back of my mind since yesterday had vanished. What is it, Cage? Didn't get enough sleep, maybe? Maybe. Slept like a lot, but if you want, I'll do a reenactment during class. Cocky fucking bastard. We shouldn't do that. She's looking out for us. Mion alerted us that the teacher was coming, so everyone shuffled off to their seats. Interesting. This is the first time that we're seeing this character with a sprite. She has actually spoken thrice before, earlier in the chapter, but this is the first time we actually get to see her face. So yesterday was the festival. Thank you to all the people who stayed till the very end to help clean up. We were all slackers, so none of us actually helped. Actually, I had a feeling that the only thing we did was run around and cause a ruckus. Okay, then. This time of year, you might see some people here from out of town doing interviews about the festival for magazines. I thought it was usual stuff, so I was going to tune it out, but then I noticed a different tone in her voice and started paying attention. You may be asked questions. Please don't say anything silly or something that could be taken the wrong way. Do you understand? In unison, everyone replied, yes, ma'am. What she had said was vague, but I understood what she was trying to say. After all, this was the 5th year. There were probably lots of third-rate reporters pouring in, hoping something regarding the curse had happened. Okay, so she's playing damage control here. So that even if there is a 5th murder, it doesn't break out too quickly. It did nothing but perpetuate the village's bad image. She was saying, don't spout stupid shit you think is funny. Fair enough, and now I was one of the ones who needed to keep their mouths shut. Found it rather cute how I felt a sense of unity from such a trite thing, if I do say so myself. Yeah, being in on a hiding a murder collab does help out in town unity, I'd bet. I was summoned to club activities after school. Since everyone was so pretty tired from yesterday, we just spent the day relaxing. Yeah, that wasn't happening. Get the high tempo back. Today let's play a classic game of deduction. How about this one? Ooh, game from overseas. Looks interesting. That could be anything. The instructions are in English, but the rules don't seem that hard. So how are they going to butcher this game, huh? I won't lose here. Not very tenacious enough, but I'm not too bad at this game. How do you know? You're like 4. Seeing that Reina didn't handle this kind of game very well. Social deduction? Yeah, checks out. You gotta be a liar for it. The rules are... Oh, it's Clue! The person who can match the murder, weapon, and the scene of the crime wins. 3 kinds of cards comprised of suspects, weapons, and locations. I can see that the names Mion and Rika were written on the suspect cards. Oh, they personalized their... That's cute. That's adorable. Oh, a card with my name on it as well. We're playing different weapons, too. Like knives, axes, and poison. The locations are pretty nice, too. Not at all subtle nod to them. They're gonna try to figure out this murder that happened. Like the living room, study, and the courtyard. So basically, we take out one of each of the cards. These are the answer. So we shuffle the remaining cards and hand them out, ask each other about the cards, and figure out the right ones. So the cards nobody has are the true perpetrators. Clue is a really fun game, I'm not gonna lie. You can use a very direct method to just ask everybody what cards they have, but then from there you can deduce based on when people have to skip over what cards they don't have, and then using just deduction and process of elimination based on what cards you know the other people have, you can mark down further from there and get ahead of the curve. Everyone in my family hates when we play Clue because I do this every time, and it's not cheating. I swear it's not cheating. It's part of the game. They just don't accept it. Then you raise your hand if you know the answer. Game ends, and we check if the answer is correct. So what's the twist? If you're right, you get a point. If you're wrong, you lose a point. Since the game ends, even if no one gets it right, all the cards are gathered up and redistributed. So they're going to play a couple rounds. Learn as you go. You really have to use your brain. See, she gets it. You'll get confused if you don't take notes. Yeah, usually they give out a... the rest you can figure out by playing some. Yeah, they usually give out a notepad for this game, so you can mark down all of the stuff that you know already. Who has what cards? I didn't put enough sugar in my tea. But that's the last of it. What is the penalty this time? Everyone directed their attention to Mion. Let's see. We're also a little tired from yesterday, so maybe we'll take it easy with a gopher penalty. You'll be asked to rush out and buy stuff for everybody. Okay, that seems fair. So just being asked to go buy stuff like drinks and candy, I guess. I feel like the penalty today is pretty simple. I wonder, is it really? Yeah, there's gonna be some kind of twist here. Is Keiichi thinking what I'm thinking? Yeah, you don't know what you'll have to go buy. I'm betting Mion would send out whoever loses to buy stuff like hemorrhoid cream or happy family planning manual. Some other crazy stuff to bring directly into your high school classroom, yeah. The cards were lightly shuffled and passed out to each player. The real perpetrator, the correct weapon, and the scene of the murder have been taken out. So that means all the cards I have in my hand are innocents. White flash. Then I'll go first and sign the president, I guess. Checks out. Well then, Mion, knife, study. You pick one suspect, one weapon, and one scene, and ask the other players. If you have any of those cards, you must say, I have one. However, you don't need to say which one you have. Yeah, I got it. Me too. I have one. So none of those 3 are it. I should probably be taking notes on this myself. Well, all of them are here. 3 people answered when she asked if they had Mion, knife, and study. So that means that Mion and knife and study are on the clear. Gotta jot that down. Then I'll go. Reina, axe, lounge. Alright, chat, we're going out on a limb. We're doing some theorizing here. Whoever is the murderer in this game, because it's all the people in the class, is the actual murderer. That'd be a fun little bit of narrative story. Only 2 people said they had one. So it means out of Reina, axe, and lounge, one of them is correct and is part of the crime. But the other 2 aren't. No, wait, even if they say they have one, they don't have to say how many. It's possible that either Sadako or Rika has 2 of the cards. Also true. Well, Kei is next, so go ahead. Wait just a little. I'm still sorting things out. The game has me thinking more than I thought. Oh, this feels like it's gonna be tough. Yeah, this is not how I play Clue in my house, I will say. Alright, now I have the criminal. What? Already? Here I am spinning around in circles, and Mion just now raised her hand. Murder is Rika in the infirmary with the poison. Well, Mion drew the cards from the box, and we checked to see if her deduction was right. And so she was! Good deduction. All I need was one more hand. Couldn't tell whether it was poison or a pistol. I've never used a pistol. I'd never use a pistol. I like killing them slowly with poison. Wonderful little line from you, Rika. Said such hugely terrifying things with such a sweet little face. Everyone was making a commotion about how they almost had it. Reina and I were left out in the cold, though. How'd you do, Keiichi-kun? I couldn't get it at all. Don't worry, I had no idea either. Yeah, it's a tough one, honestly. Especially when everyone's so high tempo. How can you both be so unsure? You'll both end up in last place together at this rate. Okay, so I actually have viewers now. I did want to ask. I changed some audio settings last time. How do the in-game voices sound? Please let me know. Because they were on the fritz yesterday, or last week in the recording. So I want to see if that's still carried over. If it is, I'll just try again next time. I'm not too buggered about it. That's even worse! Going off buying something together as a couple? Ugh, what if we ended up having to buy the Happy Family Planning Manual? I can tell from Cage's expression that he's not very good at this game. Oh, that's not true. I'll show you the true power of Sherlock Mybridge in the next round. He does not have it. Sounds good to me. Wonderful to hear. Alright. That sounds just wonderful. Thank God that audio stuff has worked out. I am not a tech whiz at all for that stuff. Just looking at the OBS menu gives me a headache. I shall give you quite the thrashing. I love her vocabulary. It's great. After that, I managed to somewhat grasp the trick behind the game, but I was still always a step or two behind. So the Mion was somehow gleaning information from how the others were asking their questions. This is good tech! That level of experience was just too much. The only way I could stage a comeback was if I became ruthless. I tossed out the simple concept of deduction and slipped over to the thought process needed to win. The important thing isn't to find out the criminal, it's to win at the game. Yeah? Cut. Eureka. Sorry, I need to go to the bathroom. What are you planning here? Take your time. I'm not gonna read them. Michan, that's gross. I had them hold off the game and headed down the hall. The air was crisp. It showed just how stagnant the air in the classroom was from our body heat. Yeah, if they're the only ones in there that do it. On the school grounds, some of our classmates were still playing around. After spending some time cooling my head, Reina had made her way over towards me. Are they cheating? Keiichi, did you call for me? Yeah, I did. As I got up from my seat, I winked over at Reina. I'm glad it worked. I don't want to waste much time, so I'll get right to the point. Reina, what's your record in this game we're playing today? She was taken aback. After a moment, she hesitantly opened her mouth. All losses. Why do you ask, I wonder? I'm not surprised. I could tell from how apprehensively she was playing. The way things are going, I will as well. I can't figure out a way to pull off a last-minute comeback on this one. So, I guess both of us will be taking that penalty. Hey, don't accept defeat already. How about we win this? Both of us. But how can we? Crazy close-up. It scared the crap out of me. I brought my lips up to Reina's ear. Whisper, 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 whisper. So reverse dramatic irony? Huh, is that allowed? Did you forget, Reina, the second rule of our society? Do everything in your power to obtain victory. Yeah, I'll try my best. Our plan of attack was a quite rudimentary one. At the beginning of the game, everyone would be focused on their own hand for a while, taking notes and whatnot. Since our seats were right next to each other, we'd reveal our hands to each other. If we did it under the desk, no one would know. We begin the game with twice as much information as everyone else. Having this much info would mean we need to investigate less. Also true. With this sort of plan of attack, we start off with a big lead over the other guys. Yeah, with this we can probably win. We both smirked at each other. If I was a shady businessman, then Reina was a corrupt senator. Pleasure doing business with you. Let's hurry back. We'll work as a duo to surprise everyone. Not sure if that carries over. I'm eating some sweethearts right now. I'm crunching them. Good candy. Got a buddy that works at Harris Teeter. He got a bunch of them like the day after Valentine's Day. Like 20 cents for a pack of 5. So he was just handing them out to everybody. Hey, there's no point if we go back together. Good tech. It would be like flat out telling them we made a little arrangement. Oh, sorry. What should we do? Go back ahead of me, Reina. I'll take my time coming back after washing my face or something. Okay, got it. Reina turned around and headed back to the classroom. I guess I should wait a bit longer before going back. Went too soon, it wouldn't seem like I went to the bathroom. If Mion or one of them suspected something, there could be problems. Well, they figured out sooner or later, because both Reina and I would start winning over and over again. He's so cooked, he doesn't have it. Both Reina and I will have earned enough points to avoid being the losers by the time Mion realized what was happening. Excellent. Not bad at all. He's counting his chickens. Teacher's here. Maebara-kun, may I have a moment? It's the teacher. It's so suspect that we've heard this person talk before, but this is the first real scene where we see them. Alarm bells are ringing, let me tell you. Man, things were just getting good. What is it? I'm a little, you have a guest. Please make your way to the entrance. A guest? It's not like going to a hotel. They've been waiting. Please hurry. Right before my big match was pretty bad time to have a visitor, but the very fact that someone was here to see me was strange enough to pique my interest. I didn't want to waste any time, so I decided to take care of it quick. This could be anything. The intro is a heavy contrast in the hot sunlight and deep shadows. New character. Waiting there, looking uncomfortably warm, was a middle-aged man, his tie sloppily loosened and his jacket tucked under his arm. You Maibara-san. Keiichi Maibara. There was no question that he was not a resident of Himenozawa, and it was without a doubt the first time he'd met me. Ever since I met Tomitake, it seemed I was fated to meet middle-aged men. Wonderful dialogue, Ryukishi. Simply incredible. That's right. Who might you be? I have the AC on in my car. Let's talk. This is natural selection. Don't do this. It's a little hot here, don't you think? And he listened? The man completely ignored my question, pointed over to his car near the gate and began walking. Chat, if you're a high school boy, please don't do this. You've got to be kidding me. I have no intention of going along with some geezer I didn't even know, and he was asking me to get in his car with him. Thank you for having a self-preservation instinct. I'm not gonna bite. Come on now. He opened the back door of his car and called me over. I didn't like this old man, but I wanted to know what this was about, even while knowing that conversations that start like this have never led to anything good. So he's an idiot. The inside of his car was pretty cool. Cars with air conditioners are supposed to be a luxury. This is 1983, so yeah, that checks out. My dad didn't have one in his car, at least. Please let me know if it's too cold for you, okay? I have a habit of cranking it all the way up. Same here. So what business do you have with me? Out of spite, I decided to ignore his remark in the same way he did to me and start my own line of questioning. He pulled out a notepad from his pocket and took a picture that was stuck between the pages. So he's either a detective or a journalist, like what the teacher was talking about. On it was the face of a pretty goofy-looking guy. If you know anything related to this individual, please tell me. What the heck is this? I doubt even his close friends would be able to recognize who he was from this expressionless picture. Look, that was taken at the DMV. There were scribbles on his shirt done in permanent marker, starting with yours, Maibara-san, and quite a few of your classmates signed as well. Oh, it's Tomitake. Huh? This is Tomitake, right? There was no hint of his usual unreliable and easygoing personality in this photo. It was an expressionless, half-asleep face. Then do you know this woman? Even before seeing it, I had a good idea who it was. I don't remember her name, but she's some lady who was with Tomitake last night. I didn't know what her name was, but I did know she was a resident of Hinamizawa. When was the last time you saw these two? The night of the Watsunagashi. We spoke. They seem pretty close, I guess. Did anything bother you about them? They were totally seen dead, weren't they? Anything is fine. Go ahead and say it. For being asked for every little detail is pretty troubling, honestly. I had a pretty good idea of who this guy was by now. Did something happen to them? There was no response to my inquiry. Thus, I replied to that silence in kind. I was pretty sure, no, certain, that this guy was a cop. Then why? Why was he asking about Tomitake? Did something happen? More importantly, why me? Shouldn't there have been plenty of other people who knew more about him than I did? The roar of the air conditioner felt unbearably loud. After a long pause, he finally spoke again. You moved here just recently. Isn't that right, Maibara? Are you aware, I wonder, about the stories of Yashiro? That's the curse. My heart began to race. I'm pretty terrible at hiding things. It probably showed in my face. Not at all. If you don't, then that's fine. Well, I have heard of it. Tomitake told me, actually. How much do you know? The dismemberment killing. The accidental death, the death by illness, followed by suicide, and the lady who was beaten to death. The incidents that always happen the day of the Watsunagashi, ending in suspicious deaths. The scene in the intro might be the housewife getting beaten to death, actually. I didn't think Tomitake would have kept anything from me. I think that was everything. No, rather I didn't want to think there was anything more than that. Maibara, do you believe in the curse? Feel free to speak openly about it. I don't believe in it. My answer was instant. It wasn't so much that I didn't believe in it, as I was on the verge of believing. I wanted to clear away my own doubts. That was the most prominent feeling. Really? Then that's great! Guess you really are one of those city raised boys. So, what if I don't believe? I have friends waiting, so could you get to the point? The man in this picture is dead. Pretty glad they cut to the point there, yeah. My mind went blank. Huh? What happened? It would seem that he died last night. We might have been the last people to speak to him, actually. That was the night of the Watsunagashi. Do you understand the implications behind that, Maibara? Implications? Not any for the cause of his death or the reasons behind it. The real problem was that he died on the day of the Watsunagashi, meaning this year, the curse had come again. The death of Jiro Tomitake is still confidential. You can understand why that is, right? I didn't want to understand why. Please tell me. Tell me what happened. It was rather peculiar. It might be a little too graphic for someone born and raised in Hinamizawa. It was a roundabout way of saying it, but it caused me to doubt whether or not I wanted to hear the rest. I would only regret forcing myself to learn of something I shouldn't. Or, at least, that's how I figured I'd feel if I listened to the rest. One of our patrol cars covered this body on the way back from security detail at the festival. It was late, about 5 till midnight. When did we speak to Tomitake? It was like 9:30, directly after the ceremony, right? So this is not even, or just a tad after 2 hours later. So there's a very good chance we were the last person to speak to him. Location was, you know the road into town becomes paved, right? Down past the slope, on the shoulder, around there. There were a few streetlights on that road. Its pitch black darkness was only broken by the lights of passing cars and the moon. It was a stroke of luck that Tomitake was spotted collapsed on the shoulder of the road. Tomitake was face down, covered in blood. Blood and muck covered the asphalt. We thought it was a hit and run at first, but when the officer checked to see if he was still alive, he quickly noticed something abnormal. His throat had been ripped open. From a knife or something? No. Nails. Nails? Nails? As in fingernails? You mean his neck was clawed through? From the coroner's report, it was revealed that it was with his own nails. Interesting. So, first thought is psychosis, suicide. Huh? What does that mean? Basically, it means it wasn't a murder, it was suicide. That follows the curse. Tomitake, whatever was going through his mind, tore open his own throat. As hard as he could with his own nails. Tore through the skin until he started to bleed, and even then, Tomitake didn't stop. He continued clawing. With enough intensity that could have peeled off his nails, still going. Whew. Ain't that dramatic, huh? Still clawing. Then, as his nails reached those vital arteries that you should never damage, he continued. Blood splattered on the ground around him. We've been seeing a lot of this specific splatter. As he bled while gasping for breath, he collapsed, his body spasmed, and he died in agony. We thought drugs were to blame, but nothing of that nature was detected. Yeah, it's a good first step. But this, it was a suicide. I'd never heard of such a thing. This unnatural way of dying. If this wasn't a mysterious death, then what was? The way he died, in these 5 years, his death most resembled that of a curse. As if to show both myself and Tomitake, who proclaimed there was no such thing, that we were wrong. There are a few more suspicious details. From his body chemistry, perspiration, epilation, and so on, we discovered that he was in a state of hysteria right before his death. Yeah, that checks out. Not really in your, can't be in your right mind when you're clawing out your own throat. That was a given. It's hard to believe someone could be in a sound state of mind when clawing out their own throat. That's my goat right there. Wounds on his hand match a discarded piece of lumber found nearby. There are traces of where he struck trees and the guardrails with it. Tomitake's blood was found all over the place. Okay, so this wasn't like an individual incident on the side of the road. He was wandering about the woods first. Meaning that while tearing his own throat, he was swinging around a piece of lumber. There were external injuries which were not self-inflicted, discovered on Tomitake. There's a high probability he was assaulted. The external injuries suggest that there may be multiple suspects. We just had the line about Rika and the poison. So my mind immediately goes there, that it's probably a poison of some kind. But they said they didn't find any drugs in his system. Multiple suspects makes me think it's every member of the club except us, or maybe even us. You never know, you know? To summarize, Tomitake was surrounded and attacked. While wandering the night roads in a state of panic after being cornered, he picked up a piece of lumber and tried fighting back. Somewhere in there, he began madly tearing at his own throat, clawing at it. Then he died. Interesting. The presumed time of death was between 9 p.m. and 11 p.m. We spoke to him just before that. Meaning, it occurred right after you finished talking to Tomitake at the festival. Everyone signed Tomitake's shirt and then parted ways. Right after that, oh yeah, he should have been with a woman. What about her? She's missing. Ooh.
出勤もしていませ
She
ん
hasn't
し、
shown up to work, and she
ゆ
hasn't
うべは
returned
自宅にも
home
帰って
either.
事件に巻き
There's
込
a
まれ
very
た
high
可能性が
probability that she
極
was
めて高
involved.
いようです。
Okay, okay. This is getting pretty interesting. For a while, I could only gaze off into space. I never would have thought that something unfortunate happening to somebody so close to me could affect me this deeply. The time I had spent with Tomitake was short, admittedly. But we went to the same festival. We spent time together and took part in the same competition. He was one of us.
我々もあらゆる面
We've
か
been
ら
continuing the
捜査を進
investigation
め
on
ます
various fronts, but when it comes to Oyashiro's curse, the
村人たち
villagers
は
are not
お
very
石様のたたり
cooperative.
の
Makes
話
sense.
になると
Superstition.
とにかく
That I
不安
knew
を
well.
覚える
I would have been none the wiser if not for Tomitake, the outsider, telling me.
だから
So that's why it
俺なん
came
です
to
か
me,
俺が
because
ひなみ
I'm
沢
not
の人間
originally
じゃない
from
から
Hinamizawa. Yeah, he's an outsider as well. I should have been angry that this was the reason he wanted to hear what happened from me.
このままで
If
は
things go the way they
富
had
田
been,
次郎
then the
さんは
conclusion would be
親
that
父
he
様の
died
手
from
狩りで死んだ
Oishiro's
ことになって
curse.
しまいます。
He turned away from me and gazed far off into the
綿
distance.
流し
The
の
night of the
晩
Wasanagashi. During that
神
sacred
聖な
ritual,
儀式
he
の時
callously snapped off
無神
photos
経にカメ
angering
ラをバシャバシャや
Oishiro-sama.
ってたものだ
That's
か
how it's
ら
gonna turn out.
富田さん
There's
に
no way Oishiro would inflict
親父
divine
様の
punishment
罰
on
が当たるわけ
Tomitake.
がない
Tomitake had to have been killed by humans, and a cowardly group, no less. There's no way I'm gonna let this end up being the fault of some curse.
私もそう思う
I think so as well.
町も
There's
た
no
た
such
り
thing
も
as
ある
divine
わけない
punishment or curses. The tense mood was cut with a man's hearty laugh. That's how this must be, my
たたり
bro.
を信じてい
Cooperation
な
of
い
individuals in
南沢の
Hinamizawa
方
who
の協
don't
力
believe in the
が
curse is
不可欠なんで
indispensable.
す
Yeah, I'd imagine the superstition is incredibly
わかりますね。
agonizing from a police officer's perspective. Understand? Neither Tomitake nor I believed in curses. But with the way things were going, it would just end up with Tomitake's death marking the 5th year. Which would mean that Hinamizawa had rejected Tomitake. That was something I couldn't allow. Tomitake was one of us. He didn't live here, but he came every single year. In a sense, he was more of a resident than I was. There was no way that Tomitake could have been cursed by
で
Oishiro.
も
But there's
俺
nothing
に
I
協
can do
力
to
でき
help.
あの晩のことは
I have no idea what
何も知ら
happened
ない
that
し
night
い
either.
えいえ
No, no. If you
何
see
か
or
気に
hear
なるも
something
のを
that
見
draws
た
your
り聞い
attention,
たりし
then
た
that's
ら
enough.
教えてくださればいい
If
ん
I
で
see or
す
hear, he was talking in the future tense.
物でも人
Things
で
or
も
people
噂で
or
も
rumors.
何でも結構
Anything
で
is
確
fine.
かな
I
もの
don't
で
care if they're
構いません
unfounded. Here, this is my number. If I'm not there, leave a message with whoever
不
picks
在
up.
でしたら出たもの
He
に
handed me a
伝言
piece
して
of
くださ
paper
れ
with
ば
his
結
number
構で
written on
す
it, but I hesitated for a second. He wants us to rat out on the town. If I took it, then whether I'd wanted to or not, I'd be mired knee-deep in this matter.
富武さんの無
Please
念
help
を
me
晴ら
solve
す
these
ために
questions
ど
surrounding
う
his
か
unfortunate death.
ご協力をお願いしたいです
That's right. Why was I hesitating? I needed to find the murderer who killed my friend. I snatched out the piece of paper as a satisfied grin spread across his face.
今日
Everything
ここ
we
でした
spoke of
話
today
は
is
全
a
て
secret.
絶対に
Please,
頼むようでお願
keep
い
this
します
confidential.
わかりました
Understood.
お友達に
From your
も内緒で
friends
す
as well.
特に
Especially from Sonozaki and Furude. Please do not inform them. Really, really interesting.
園崎って
Sonozaki, you mean Mio?
なんでだよ
Why? Are you saying they have
事件
something
に
to
関係
do
あるっ
with
て
the
いうのか
incident?
よ
With my friend's names brought up so abruptly and being told to keep it a secret from them, I became rather angry.
うーん
This is what they call
So
investigative
so
privilege, I
急
suppose.
に巻くなよ
Don't play games with
Mion
me.
は
Mion is a
俺の大
close
切な
friend.
仲間だぞ
I snapped at him, but he didn't seem to be especially
言っ
offended.
てもいいです
I wouldn't
が
mind telling you, but it
気を悪
may
くし
just
ないでください
upset you.
言えよ
Say it. He hesitated a little. Turning his gaze to the outside of the car, he began to speak after thinking
ひ
for
な
a
み
bit.
沢で起こっ
There's
た
a
一連の事
possibility
件は
that the string of incidents
裏
happening
組み
here
で引き起
are a
こされ
result
て
of
い
a
る可能
village
性があるんです
conspiracy.
そんなこ
There's
と
no way that could
あ
be
るわけ
right.
ないじゃないか
Give me a break. First of all, is there any proof?
証拠はありません
No evidence.
しかも
Also,
過去の
each
事
of the
件
cases
は
were
ここ
resolved
に
and none of the
解決し
perpetrators had any
い
direct
ずれ
connection
の
to the
犯
village.
人も村とは直
But if
接
they
関
still
係あり
think
ませ
this,
んでしたしね
then there has to be something, you know? He's a blade detective.
じゃあどう
Then
考
how'd you
え
come to
た
that conclusion?
毎年
Every
渡
year,
流しの日
the
に
enemies of the
村の
village
究
die
極
on
が
the day of the
それ
Wasanagashi.
だけで
Don't you think
十
that's
分
enough
に
reason to
疑える
suspect
と思いま
something?
せんか
He makes a good point. Only the residents of Hinamizawa felt that the day of the Wasanagashi was sacred. So basically, because incidents... Pardon! Jeez Louise. It's been a long day. Because incidents happened on that day, it was somehow related to Hinamizawa.
初めは
First, it
ダム
was the
工事
dam
の
construction
そして
foreman.
次に
Then it was a villager that
ダム
supported
村
him.
の旧敵
Those the
は
village
次
hold a
々に
grudge
開始
against
しました
die one after the other from mysterious
家
causes.
庭はともかく
That means are
結果はそう
different,
なんで
but
す
in the end, the result is the same. Unfounded, unreasonable suspicion. But it couldn't just be shrugged off.
じゃあ
So the victims after that,
次に
what
死
about
ん
the
だ神
priest
主
and
は
his wife?
別に村の
They
敵
weren't
だったわ
enemies
け
in the
じゃ
village.
神主は
The villagers had
ダム
expected
騒動当時
leadership for the Shinto
リー
priest
ダー
at the
シ
time
ッ
of
プ
the
を
dam
介されな
dispute,
がらも
but he wasn't
積極的
proactive, so there
な
was a
働
faction
き
of
をしな
villagers
か
who
った
harbored
ため
ill will towards him as a
一部の
result.
村
反感があったにしたっ
Ill
て
will? It's not like he did anything bad to the village. What about the housewife after?
誘致した男
Did
の
she die just because she was the
弟夫婦だった
wife
って
of
だ
a
けの理由
brother
だ
of a
ろ
supportive? That's such a
もっと殺され
trivial
る理
reason
由
to
が薄いじ
kill.
ゃないそして富田
What
が
about
いたって
Tomitake?
ダム工事とは
He's
関
not
係性は
affiliated
ない
with
じ
the
ゃ
Dam
ないか
Project at all. Was
た
he
だ
killed
よ
just
そ
because he
者
was
だ
an
ってだけの
outsider?
理由だぞ
This is a good point. The first couple deaths, there's a very clear line of reasoning, right? But the rest of these seem so unrelated. In the beginning, it fell in this related to the Dam Project, but as years went on, the enemy threshold of the victims had become much lower. He's in my head, bro.
それがね
Well, that's
ワイ
the
ンで
scary
す
part.
徐々に
The
希薄
bar
になってい
keeps
く
getting lower.
何がだよ
What's scary about that?
つまり
It means
村の
it's
敵でな
not
く
just enemies of the village
よそ
anymore.
者だと
Just
いう
being
だけ
an
の理由
outsider
で
could be
犠牲
reason
になり
enough.
つつあるんですよ
Okay. Okay. This is actually really interesting. So he's saying that next year, we're probably next on the chopping block because we're a transfer.
じゃあ
Then you're saying that next year's victim will be picked out of the village
村のよ
outsider
そ者
pool?
から選ばれるっていうの
あるいは
It might be a person that
越
just
して
moved
き
here.
たばかりの人かも
With
し
the
れま
music
せん
cut? Yeah.
それって
What
ど
do
う
you
い
mean
う
I swallow my words. Here in Hinamizawa, the ones who would be considered the most outside would be my family. I was proof enough of that, wasn't I? I still couldn't really remember the names of the people I passed by. Then, the next victims, my family. Was he saying it was going to be me?
でも
But what does that have to do with
Mion
Mion?
to-
That's a good point.
詳しくは
I
申し上
can't
げ
go
ら
into
れません
details,
が
but the Sonozaki family
Sonozaki-san
led
は
the dam
ダム
protests.
騒動時の
Okay, so they're ringleaders.
それも
Quite fervently
過
so.
激例えば
This is also true of
園
Mion
崎美音さん
Sonozaki
についても
herself.
同様です
How can that be true? She's only 1 year older than us, which means she had to have been like maybe 10 years old when the dam disputes originally happened? 10, 11, 12 maybe?
抵抗運動
She
時
has quite a
いくつ
few
かの軽犯罪と
misdemeanor and obstruction of
抗議
public
執行妨害
worker
で
offenses
驚
on
き
her
があります
record because of the protests. She has a criminal record because of these as a child, actually. Okay. I knew Mion had quote-unquote fought. This is the first I'd heard of her family leading the protests, though. Then, what's it all mean?
ミオンの一家が
Are you saying that Mion's family is involved in the string of incidents?
そうまで
I
は
wouldn't go that far.
もしも
I'm
そう
just
だ
saying
っ
that
た
if
ら
it was a conspiracy,
一番
then
確率
they'd
が
have the
高い
highest probability of
そ
being
れだけの
behind
こと
it.
なんです
Not a very clear explanation. It felt like he'd magnificently avoided the details I really wanted to know.
誰が一体
We
ど
don't
れ
know
だけ
who
関わ
or
っている
how
のか
involved anyone is right now.
だからこ
That
そ
is exactly why I don't want you
村
to say
人に口
anything
外
to
し
the
てほし
villagers.
くないのです
Instead of answering, I gave a very bitter expression. It seemed that he understood it well
じ
enough.
ゃあこう考えましょう
Then, think of it like this. Oh. Oops, actually I pressed a mouse button, am I?
たたりを
I
申
don't
し
want
す
to worry
る
the
村
villagers
人
who
の皆さん
blindly
に
believe it's the
信
curse.
そういうことでどうです
How about that? What do you mean, how about that? How should I know? But the reasoning behind wanting me to not carelessly open my mouth about it was not too hard to comprehend. The perpetrator was here. It had nothing to do with the curse. He was definitely going to be caught by the police and made to pay for his crimes. That's sexist. And none of the villagers should have had anything to do with that process. It may cause those sensitive about the curse to just worry needlessly.
みんなが俺に心配
Just
して
like
くれた
everyone
のに
kept it from me,
内
so
緒
I
にして
wouldn't
くれ
worry
ていい
about
の
it.
今度は
Is it now my
俺が
turn to
みん
keep
な
it
に
from
心
them
配
so
させ
they
な
don't
いた
have
め
to
に
worry?
内緒にする番
I was just talking to myself. Unlike me, everyone else had been worrying over these mysterious incidents yearly, and the incident this time probably means a lot more to them. I didn't want to burden them anymore. In the end, everything went as the man had wanted, as insipid as it was, but just couldn't be
わ
helped.
かりました
I understand. I'll give it to myself.
それでいいですよね。
Is that fine, Mr.
沖宮署
Uishi
に
from
大
the
石です
Okinomiya police station? That is the next town over.
なんなら
You can call me Kura
クラ
if you
ちゃん
want.
でも
あいや
No,
大
Uishi's
石
fine.
さんでいいです
The way he said it was unpleasant, yet retained hints of politeness. He was the spitting image of a vulgar police officer. Though I've never seen one this bulky before in the cop shows I watch.
時間を取らせすぎま
I've
した
taken up too much of your
お
time.
友達を
Your friends are
待たせ
waiting,
て
aren't they?
もう戻
I
った
should probably
方が
let you
い
get
い
back
で
to
し
them.
ょ
The door opened with a click. And in streamed the oppressive heat. It was blistering outside the car. Was it really this hot of a day? It was an almost cruel heat, as opposed to the mechanical coolness inside the car. It was as if the land of Hinamizawa itself suddenly hated me. I felt a little sad as that thought crossed my mind. Yeah, just yesterday you really felt like you were one of them, you know? I didn't mean to suspect your friends. Please don't misunderstand that. I refrained from telling him that it was too late to say something that self-serving. It's fine if you don't see or hear anything, Maibara-san. It would help to prove the village is not involved, after all. I'll contact you if I hear or see anything. But I'm no detective. Please, don't expect too much from me. I won't. You don't have to become a detective. Just go on living as you have up until now. Just let me know if you notice anything. I hastily made my way back to the school building after giving him a quick bow. See you later. Farewell, Maibara. I returned to the school building without looking back. So now he's gonna get cooked at Clue after hearing about this murder investigation. What a parallel, huh? Sweethearts are so good, dude. Best candy ever. I know they're just chalk. They are sugar and chalk, but it is... I can't get enough. I don't know how much time had passed. I did feel bad for keeping them waiting, but right now, there was a lot on my mind. Tomitake's death was hard enough as it was, but to think that there was the possibility of a village conspiracy? Worse still, there was also a chance that Mion herself was involved. Nonsense. Impossible. Not Mion, not Rena, not Satoko, not Rika. It was a group that attacked Tomitake-san. Who could the perpetrators be? Could it be they were hiding here, somewhere in Hinamizawa? I didn't know. All I could say for certain was that I knew Mion could not be the perpetrator. Could not be her. Back in class. It's Mii-chan! The perpetrator! What a parallel. Huh? I was starting to hear Reina's voice. With the rope in the lounge. Nope. Incredible voice acting on that. Pains, no. Reina clutched her head while flailing about. Looks like you're just self-destructing over here. Wow. Ah, Keiichi, you're quite late. As you may well know, I'm seething with anger. Every time Sadako talks, it just brings a smile to my face. It is really amazing. Sorry about that. I was called into the staff room, you see. You were reprimanded for bad behavior. That's a shame. Well, it's been pretty heated over here. Since it's getting pretty late, let's make the next game the last one. If I remember right, I had 0 points. Is it pretty much decided I'm going to be finishing in last place? Don't worry, Keiichi. I'm at -1. That's a rip right now. The heck? Her score is lower than mine and I wasn't even playing. This is the final match to decide the penalty is going to be carried by Reina alone or by both Kei and Reina. Yeah, right. Just let Reina do it by herself. We made a promise, Keiichi, that we would both win. I waited all this time, you know. You just leaked the plan. Sorry about that. It is a bit of a rip, honestly. You just left Reina to flounder while you talked about conspiracy to murder. I followed my initial plan of showing Reina my cards, but I didn't say who was the criminal and just waited for her to call. Aw, he's being chivalrous. I got it! The murderer is me! With the poison at the entrance. Is it? My, quite a quick answer. Another stab in the dark? Oh, Reina's correct! Oh, ho, ho, ho! That's decided that Keiichi will take part in the penalty as well. Hooray! Keiichi, let's both do our best. I'm not doing the bling every time. It's not gonna happen. Yeah, let's do our best. It's my fault, so I have no choice. That's fair. Then that's game. It's me, Mion Sonozaki, ranked first. In dead last are Keiichi and Reina. Everyone applauded and the game ended. The problem now was the penalty. Now then, I rank first, so I'll decide what you'll be buying for the gopher penalty. What will she make us buy, I wonder? Let's blacklist the drugstore. That was your aim, wasn't it? Huh? I don't have any business at the drugstore. This old man's already got a list prepared for you on this piece of paper. I love the confidence. Whoa, there's a lot written here. A lot? Damn it, what she's making us buy. 2 blocks of tofu, shampoo and conditioner, apple vinegar and fried tofu. The heck is this? It looked more like a shopping list than a penalty. He was certain she was going to win today. Rule 7 of our society. You cannot refuse any penalty. Here's some money. The shampoo I usually get is fruit fable. Thanks. This is just your grocery list. I promised myself that if I won next time, I'd make her go buy some hemorrhoid cream. Fair enough. You're justified. It's kind of messed up, honestly. Ah, and that's our scene break. What a scene, honestly. The hard cut from the conspiracy to murder back to just playing Clue. That was the chapter? Damn, that was a short one. Not a clue. Received an unexpected report. Alright, let's read these tips. So, there are more than 4 perpetrators. And search notice. Let's see. Oh, forensic investigator. Hypovolemic shock induced by clawing out their own throat. I do not know what a hypervolemic is. I'm going to Google it. Hypervolemic. Condition where your body has too much fluid. Too much fluid? Induced by... Oh, hypovolemic. Okay. So, just blood loss. Okay, that makes sense. Tissue is packed under the nails, not someone else's nails. It is undoubtedly by the individual's own. The shape of the scars also matches. Yeah, I know the immediate cause of death was suicide. I get it, you're saying the cause of death is unnatural, right? It's not quite on the same level as when your back itches and you scratch a little too hard and draw blood after all. Yeah, it's a bit more... it's a bit tougher than that. Some of his fingernails had been pulled out. Fingernails actually rip off surprisingly easily. Really? But it really hurts. Under normal circumstances, the pain would prevent you from completely pulling them out. Yeah, it's like how, it's actually really, really easy, like, physics-wise, to just chew straight through your tongue, right? Like, your tongue is not that thick, it's not that dense, and your mouth is pretty strong, but your brain puts you in enough pain where your body just stops. It just doesn't let you do it. Also, there were a lot of bruises on his body. It's clear from the shape of them that he was assaulted first by someone or a group of people. According to the toxicology report, the deceased was in an extreme state of hysteria right before death. Yeah, you can check this with endorphins and other neurotransmitters. Then he fought back and clawed out his own throat because of how hysterical he'd become. The guys attacking him surely would have been surprised by that. It's possible that in such an abnormal environment, a person could perform acts that a sane individual couldn't possibly imagine. Of course, those are very rare cases. Actually, Oishi, that wood plank the deceased used as a weapon. They only found sand and the paint from the guardrail on it. What about cloth fibers or skin? Nothing. The deceased didn't strike the assailants. Or it could be they took the plank he was fighting back with. In that case, they wouldn't have gone out of their way to replace it with another. They'd take them all. Ha! That's true. Tomisake is pretty built and tanned. He was quite athletic. That's right. He was pretty active. Yeah, so it'd have to be some pretty strong people if they're able to just win in a fight with him. I can't imagine what kind of sports he did when he was alive. But I think his physical strength would have been on the higher side at least. Meaning he would be difficult to overpower in a brawl. Yeah, in a 1v1, it's going to be really hard to deal with this guy. If a man with such a physique since he was in danger and swung the plank around frantically, it's just unthinkable that wouldn't even nick the perpetrator. And his opponent was unarmed. This guy had a wooden plank, so you'd think he'd hit them at least once. To surround and take down someone of his physique, I wonder how many people it would take. You dimwit. If anything, that's your specialty. Have you forgotten your bad cop days? If I was to take down this guy, how many would I need? When a group wants to take down big prey, it's fundamental to attack with numbers. I'd guess about 4. That's how many people are in our little group, actually. Even if there was a gap in their strength, they'd manage. Then there are quite a few perpetrators. So any drunken disorderly groups of more than 4 are suspicious. A group of 4 or more. Just, if they had that many, then couldn't they have hidden the body in a less obvious location? Yeah, it was just washed up on the side of the road. Or did he somehow break away from that fatal predicament? Then there would be no reason to commit suicide. Moreover, I still can't comprehend the irregular way he died. It's full of mysteries. That's under serious consideration on my end, too. I'll be examining it as thoroughly as possible, but don't get your hopes up. After all, we've never encountered a death like this before. I'm not hoping for much, but I am looking forward to results. Oishi, Chief's calling for you. Thanks. See you around. Yeah, best wishes.
いいお年をの。
Okay, so that tip was just forensic conversation. Saying that, realistically, at minimum, it had to have been 4 people. And search notice. Let's see. Is this about them searching his home, or maybe the lady who never showed up again? Jiro Tomitake, deceased. Resided in a cheap hotel in Shishibone. Registered under the name Jiro Tomitake. Pen name. Travels via a folding bike. No license. The bicycle was found 300 meters away, abandoned at the side of a forest path. So, 3 football fields away-ish. That's pretty far, honestly. So that means that if he got jumped while on his bike, then he fled for a very, very long time before he finally died. Present on the day of the festival, accompanied by the missing Mio Takano. That's the first we've heard of her name, even though we saw her before. Was seen around 9 p.m. by police. Location afterwards is unknown. Held residence in Hinawazawa for 1 week each season for the last 5 to 6 years. So this actually aligns with the dam protests. Freelance photographer specializing in wild birds. Check with magazine companies. Nothing suspicious in the film located among the articles of the deceased. Okay, so they did check the camera. Wallet was among the articles. Maybe... So, not a theft. It was just an act of violence. From the contents of his wallet, he spent most of his time around Tokyo and Chiba. Along the Sobu National Railway line. No individuals matching the name Jiro Tomitake in the residency records of any of the Tokyo wards. So he doesn't exist? Or he's just a foreigner? Or this is a fake name? What's going on? Compare teeth to dental records. Send to Metro. Attach a photo. Also sent to Metro. Contact magazines regarding this yeah, he's a wildlife photographer, so he has to be putting his photos somewhere. Mio Takano. Nurse at Irie Clinic. Became close to Tomitake through her passion for wild bird photography. Okay. Resides in Okinomiya X district. Single. Witnessed accompanying Tomitake in the festival grounds, currently missing. Abducted, or maybe a suspect. An important person of interest. Had no motive. Unless it was a squabble from jealousy. Need to thoroughly investigate their relationship. Yeah, we don't know enough. Place of work, etc. Need to get information from the police on the scene again. I want some cream puffs. 4 jumbos. Thanks, Oishi. Really helpful stuff to put in your official police report. I like this character already. They've done a lot to humanize this cop. And make the reader more like, yeah, I think I'm going to want to work with this guy to try to solve these murders. Do appreciate that this is the song that we got. Let me save 2 to the end of chapter 7. Alright. And let's keep it going. I'm going to do one more episode, and then I'm going to take a 5-minute break. Go pee, fill up my waters. These sweethearts are so good, dude. Sleepy. Where is it? Whoa. That was a really big yawn, Cage. I'm usually awake once it's time to eat. Ugh, I'm choking. But it doesn't look like I can do it today. I was watching TV until late last night. I'm so tired right now. I feel you, my goat. I feel you. It was one of those raunchy TV shows you lived so much on last night. How extremely vile! Wait a sec, don't imagine things and jump to conclusions. He has a rough one, honestly. Perfectly normal, nothing to be ashamed of. Thanks, Rika, you're like 4. Rika not patting my head only made me feel worse. Could you just let me pass out this lunch break? No, seriously. Ma, you think I would just sit here and allow that? I'll get really angry if you disturb me. Really angry. I'm in Keiichi's position, honestly. I had a couple midterms today. This was just dreadful. Just so sleepy. I slumped my head onto the desk and drifted off into an afternoon nap. There is nothing better in this planet than a midday nap. It seemed that Sadako had responded, but I pretended not to hear. Cut it out, Sadako. Keiichi fell asleep. His sleeping face is so cute. We can take him home later. Let it be for now. Let's move over there. It'd be rude to him if we bothered him now. They're actually very, very considerate. Rika is a good girl. Let's not wake him up even if the teacher comes back. I take that back. The excuse that I didn't sleep much last night because I was watching TV was a lie. I was in bed at the usual time, but because of the conversation with Oishi, I didn't get much sleep. Just spending the day like this, it's almost as if the incident didn't happen at all. Made me think, was he just trying to deceive me? But it was probably the truth. One thing was certain, I couldn't speak to anyone about it. He wanted my assistance, but I really didn't know anything. If I knew I wasn't going to be of any help, I probably wouldn't have listened in the first place. It ended up with me, again, regretting learning something I didn't need to know. If I had never learned about it, I would without a doubt be goofing off with the rest of them right now. I couldn't help but resent Oishi for this. Huh? When was that? I heard he wasn't there the next day. It appears he vanished the night of Watanagashi. Mion whispered to keep others from listening, but I could hear it clearly. On the other hand, Reina's voice was even harder to pick up, but I could still tell that she was quite upset. It couldn't be. Are they talking about Tomitake? Not sure. That's all I know. I would have to feign ignorance about this topic because I need to keep it a secret. Rather than waking up and being forced to lie during the conversation, it was much easier to just sit here and pretend I was asleep to listen in. Wait, why did I have to pretend to be asleep when eavesdropping on my friend's conversation? The guilt, it stung. So, there are others, right? Too. But they don't know if it's from the curse or if this was Onikakushi. Onikakushi? Onikakushi. To be hidden away by a demon. What a mysterious phrase. I did, however, get the feeling it meant nothing good. Really? You gathered that? Oh, well, there was another, right? Right? If it's Oyashiro's, yes. They're talking about this super seriously. But this year, Grandma and the mayor talked about it. Seems they talked to the police beforehand. They'd take care of whatever happens this year without causing a commotion. So this is reinforcing the idea that it is a conspiracy and Mion and her family are in on it. Now, without us knowing it, someone had blanked them, you mean? Maybe. Next could me, I wonder. Don't worry, you got home safely. But is not allowed, right? Reina's a transfer too! Oh crap! If they're killing any outsider, it could be us and Reina. That was a long time ago. Let's stop talking about this. Amidst the uncomfortable mood, both of them went silent. The entirety of the conversation was still a bit unclear, but a few parts caught my attention. First of all, the term, Onikakushi. To be demoned away. By the context it was used in, I would guess it was similar to being spirited away. I suspected that's what it meant because Tomitake and the woman really bugged me that I don't know her name. Vanished after the Watanagashi. The next thing that stuck out was when Reina said there's another one. Mion also said if it's Oyashiro's, yes, responding to something. If it's Oyashiro's curse, then there had to be 2 victims. Is that what she meant? Well, we have 2 people that are missing, so that checks out. Come to think of it, I remember Mion saying at the beginning that they didn't know if it was from the curse or if it was a case of Onikakushi. She mentioned this directly to us? It seemed that the curse and being demoned away are different things, and they were phenomena that were paired together. I recall Tomitake's terrible end. That wasn't something as elegant as disappearing. That horrendous end would best be described as cursed. Then, the woman with him, it means she vanished because she was demoned away? What I do know is that there's normally an even number of victims of the cursed prop. That's true, actually. Not for the first case, but after that, it's always been a set of 2. And the last point that bothered me was Reina. Reina was frightened. For what reason, I didn't know. However, she knew that something had made her a potential target for Oishiro-sama's curse. If I recall correctly, he should be the guardian deity of Hinamizawa. Isn't a guardian deity supposed to defend the citizens or drive out invaders? If I recall correctly, yesterday he said that originally the targets were enemies of the village, but recently there was no longer any distinction between them or regular outsiders. If that was the case, now I would think that I'd be the more likely target, having moved here more recently than Reina. From her composure, I can infer that she was grimly certain that she would be next. Really? I should probably relay what I just heard now to Oishi. Informing the police of what I heard by eavesdropping on my friends while pretending to be asleep made me feel terrible. Raised a few questions and left me with a bad taste in my mouth. Will it be better not to seek the answers to those questions? So I continued to learn more and more. I felt like I had fallen past the point of no return. I would definitely regret this one day. I would definitely regret ever having learned of these events. Crazy foreshadowing. And the teacher approaches. Keiichi, you must awaken. In the distance, I could hear the ring of the handbell signaling the start of afternoon class. I couldn't sleep at all. I hastily opened my eyes and raised my head up. It was in that moment when I leaned against the back of my seat. There was a thumbtack stuck to the back of my chair with tape. That's some crazy work, Sadako. Circumstantial evidence was enough. Sadako! Guilty without trial. Capital punishment. I fiercely jumped up from my seat, and I tripped as if my feet were tangled up. My shoelaces had been tied together. She's too good, chat. She's too fucking good. Not bad, Sadako. While I was sleeping, you were able to conceal your presence off this fine piece of work. The teacher came in right as I was about to pull off my shoes and tackle Sadako. Oh, did you not notice our teacher has arrived, Keiichi? Take your seat. Oh, wish, whiff. Not caring one bit, I made her eat a flick to the forehead. He's gotten a lot more willing to just beat the fuck out of this girl. And I think I'm okay with this. He's just being mean. Alright. Don't pick on the younger kids, my bro. Apologize to her. I saw Sadako stick her tongue out at me. Little brat. Come on, my bro. Yeah. I'll apologize. I'm sorry, Sadako. In that case, I apologize, even if it was in a completely insincere tone of voice. Damn her. I'll remember this. Kei-chan, get your revenge at the club meeting. Take your seat. Sat down after Mion told me to. She'd switched to class representative then. These two share a bit of a resemblance. Mostly an eye color. I wonder if she's also a... You only know her by her first name, the teacher. So there's a chance that she could be involved in the conspiracy as a relative of Mion. With the boring classes finished, school is over for the day. Now then, what should we do for our club? Personally, I'd like to play that deduction game one more time. I was hardly able to play last time because of Uishi. Ray and I weren't even able to test out our strat. That's right, today, Keiichi and I will be victorious. What should we do? We've never played the same game 2 days in a row before. Why don't you try asking me? Mia looked over her shoulder as we made eye contact. She slowly tapped her palm with her fist as her face suddenly lit up. Oops, I completely forgot. I need to go help my uncle today. Sorry guys, not today. Helping your uncle? Aren't you a little goody two-shoes? Sorry, really. I really did forget. Well then, sorry guys. This feels like set up for something. I think that she is... So man, sitting back home now. This is set up for something. This is bait. She's either trying to create an alibi or she's off doing something with the conspiracy with her family. Mion left us with that and rushed off to the exit after snatching up her bag. You see, she sometimes goes to help out her uncle's shop in town. I thought she wasn't the type to get caught up in such bothersome stuff, but yeah, it's just typical. She said she gets paid for it. Okay, it's quite a bit of spending money from what I hear. I say. She was able to pay for that mountain of games, although she saved up from there. But that, what'd you call that, a part-time job? Isn't that against school policy? There's a clause that states household... Goodness gracious, man. There's a clause that states household chores are excluded. Is that what she's calling it? So, what now? Fast in the club today? So, we're done today, I guess. Wouldn't it be fine even without the club president? Let's do this! I opened the club locker and began searching for the deduction game for that ever-growing pile of games. Ah, here it is! The deduction game from yesterday. Man, I just stopped just as I was getting the hang of it. At the very least, I want to repay Sadako for what she did during the afternoon break. Okay, what is going to be in this box? Like, why are we spending so much time talking about this? I do not mind, but is that fine for Reina and Rika? If Keiichi wants to badly, I wouldn't mind playing for a bit. I think it's better if we do it when we have everyone together. I agree. When she says it like that... I wanted to go shopping if there wasn't a club meeting today. Going to buy soy sauce and other things. Ooh, that's right. I completely forgot. Well, I guess since it's been a while, I should go treasure hunting. What's this now? Everyone was no longer in the mood for club activities. If I kept on trying to push the matter, it may make them realize I had a trick up my sleeve. Well, I'll give up this time. Man, I was really looking forward to playing it. I shuffled through the cards if I was so caught up on it. At the next opportunity, I shall give you a sound thrashing. The murderer is Sadako. Murder weapon is the pistol. It was you after all. What? And I was just, Sadako looked at the cards on the desk and stuck out 3 of them at me. The murderer is Keiichi in the lounge with the rope. I don't need no rope. I'll just strangle you like this. No! Keiichi's such a beast. Whew. Well, it's good that I got that up. Did you actually just, like, choke hold this child? Keiichi's getting more based by the day, chat. I remember this Keiichi. She was used as a plaything for quite a while. You poor thing. Yeah, Ute. Everyone got ready to go back home. I also helped gather up the scattered cards. I suddenly paused. They were just the suspect cards, but I noticed something strange. Reina, Satoko, Rika, Keiichi, Mio. Satoshi. Satoshi? Satoshi. Not all the cards were made by us. Or at least every card besides this one had the name of a club member. Does this mean that this Satoshi fellow is a member of the club? Was there someone in the class named Satoshi? I couldn't find anyone named Satoshi on the class roster on the wall. Keiichi, let's hurry and finish cleaning up. Being rushed by Reina, I finished up quickly. Sadako and Rika had already headed merrily for their lockers. We were the only ones left in the classroom. Right now, Reina already got in her bag and was ready to leave. Reina, there must be quite a few people who transferred from the school, right? I tried asking Reina in a bit of a roundabout way. Reina made a troubled face and then answered. Yeah. Hinamizawa's a rural town, right? Some people transfer every now and then. Then is Satoshi another one of those transferees? Let's see how she responds. Sorry, I don't really know. There was a bit of a pause, but the answer was pretty much immediate. I'm not saying it to be mean, just last year I transferred in, so maybe I just missed it. Okay, that actually checks out. So I didn't hear much about it. Sorry. Okay, yeah, she only came here last year, so that checks out. I am not sure. Sorry. Her answer was a lot when she refused to tell me about the murder at the dam. I was saddened by her denial and felt a bit of anger. I'm their friend, aren't I? Friends don't keep secrets from their friends, do they? Though I do appreciate they kept that unsettling curse from me. But if everyone's worried about it, I'd rather be worried with them. That's what it means to be friends, right? For a moment I wondered just what kind of face I was making, with those mixed feelings of sadness and annoyance. Keiichi, you're making a scary face. Why is it? It was probably exactly the kind of face Reina said it was. It appeared my grim expression had frightened her. Sorry. I was really looking forward to the club today. I'm just feeling down about it. I rustled Reina's hand. Let's go home. Dragging that awkward mood with us, we headed home. This is very strange. How much does she know? She's only been here for a year. Does she actually not know? I wonder why. Why have I been getting this dumb feeling lately? I didn't know anything. I had nothing to worry about. I was just enjoying my everyday life. My long, outstretched shadow gave no answer to my naive inquiry. Keiichi, are you tired, baby? Reina timidly questioned the reason behind my mood. I'm sure my expression made the situation even more unsettling. You think so? Yeah. You seem to have been a little out of it ever since this morning. Maybe a cold? Physically, I was pretty sure I was in perfect health. It may not seem like it, but I've had perfect attendance since elementary school? This dude's a beast! Reina continued on since I didn't give her an answer. It could be the fatigue from moving has finally caught up to you. It's been a month. It's completely different from where you used to live after all. Of course you've gotten tired since there's so much you need to get used to and remember. Maybe that's it. Yeah, it has to be. I was also like that at first too. I can tell, you know? I wonder if Reina also experienced that slight bit of alienation last year that I was feeling right now at this moment. Thinking so, I felt that she was the only one who could understand how I felt. I'd like to hear about when you first came to Hinamizawa. How was it? Feeling I had been drawn to the conversation, her face suddenly brightened. That was the same as Keiichi-kun. I didn't know the villagers' names at all. Micha and the rest were all very kind, so I wasn't lonely, but I still felt a little out of place. Reina told me all the details of when she moved here. All of her first acquaintances and surprises, worries and good times. So, Sadako got you too. Yeah, there's a thumbtack put on my chair. book.
そしたらそれ
Then
は
with that, yeah.
懐かしいな。
Oh, that really takes me back.
ミオンの部活に
When
は
were we invited to the
いつ
club?
早速初
The
日
first
に
day?
うん、
Nah,
最初は部
there
活
wasn't
な
a club
ん
at
て
the
なか
beginning.
った途中から
It
で
was
きた
formed
の。
partway through. So that means that if there was a club... Okay, so this dismisses the theory that Satoshi was an ex-member of the club who was here before a full year ago, before Reina got into the town. Right? Because the club formed after she came in. So that means that she was lying when she said that she didn't know this Satoshi. Because Satoshi's part of the club, and she was there at its founding. She has to know.
放課後にみんなで残ってゲーム大会をやろうって言い
One
出
day,
して。
she said we should stay after, hold a big game tournament.
そういえば
Come to think of it,
ミオ
Mion
ン
did say she was the
初代
first
部
club
長
president.
納得
Now I
内
get
緒
it.
だけどね。
This is a secret.
みー
But
ちゃん
Mei-chan
最
used
初
to
は
be
弱か
really
った
bad
ら
at the
全
beginning.
然勝てなかった。
She'd never win.
ミオンが
Mion,
ち
really?
ゃんと想像
Can't even
つか
imagine.
自分で言い出した
She has to do most of the
罰ゲーム
penalties she came up
ほとん
with.
ど自分でやって
That is a bit of a rough one.
本当に内緒だから
Seriously,
ね。
don't tell. Can't believe Mion was like that, of all people. So she gradually transformed into a monster. He used any means necessary to win during that time. Mion is at her best when she's fighting dirty.
みーちゃん以
I
外
began
と
making
も
more
ちょっ
friends
とずつ
besides
お
Mii-chan
友
after
達
that.
ケイ
But
チ君
yeah,
が引っ
it might have
越
only
して
been
き
since
て
you
からか
moved here.
な。ようやくここ
That I
に
finally
馴染め
felt
た
like
っ
I had
て
gotten
自
used
覚
to
し
it.
たのは。
I asked Reina had also been left in the dark about Oyashiro when she just moved here. I asked when they finally told me about Oyashiro, I've been considered one of
俺は
them.
いつになったら
I wonder when I'll finally be
仲間だ。
considered one of them.
な
Huh?
んて言った
Did you
の？
say
い
something?
や
No,
ごっきとり
sorry.
だと
Just talking to myself.
ケイ
Keiichi,
チ
you're
君
silly.
変なの。
Reina was poking fun at laughing at me, but I couldn't help but laugh as well. But I suddenly stopped. Please have realized what I did, bro. We're on the same page. Then after making up my mind, I spoke.
なあレナ
Hey, Reina.
みんなは俺
Is
に
there something that everyone is
嘘
keeping
や
from
隠
me?
し事なんか
Okay,
して
he's
ない
taking a
よな
different angle, but this is still good.
え
Huh?
してないよ。
No, not at all.
嘘だろ
You're lying, or aren't you? Reina suddenly stopped. Her expression was cold and intense. So it was,
ど
and
う
then
い
it
う
softened.
意味だろう。
What do you mean by
ケイ
that?
チ君。
Kitch. Her tone was still the same cheery and light-hearted one as before.
してるよな
You are, aren't
俺
you?
に
Keeping something from me.
隠し事を
After understanding what I meant, her expression grew even more intense. Seeing that face, I regretted saying something so rash. But she came back at me in a way I didn't expect.
じゃあさ、ケイチ君。
Whoa! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Well then,
ケイチ
Keich,
君こそ、
aren't you
レナ
keeping
たちに
something
嘘や
from
隠し事を
us?
してないかな。
This is really interesting.
Eh?
Huh? Her tone didn't change. But it was the first time I've seen this expression from Reina. I mean, it is her base expression. It's just... What's going on here? Without her gaze pierced through me, I couldn't believe this was the same Reina.
してないかな。
Aren't you?
嘘や隠し
Lies
事。
or
し
secrets?
てないかな。
Aren't you? You are. Secrets. She didn't actually say that part, but she looked as if she did. The incident with Tomitake and how I felt alienated from the group. Even without having to think about it, there were things I knew that I felt guilty about, but I didn't tell everyone about what happened with Tomitake to be considerate. I was keeping it a secret just the same way they didn't tell me about Orishiro. Then, are we
し
even?
てないよ
No,
嘘
I'm
も
not. No
隠
lies.
し事も
Nor secrets.
嘘だよ。
Liar. Her answer was instant and it shook me. Rhea stared as if burrowing through me. This is crazy, honestly. This is so out of character. Watching me like a
どう
hawk.
して嘘
Why
だっ
would
て
you say I'm
ケイ
lying?
チ君。
Didn't you say that you were called into the teacher's room yesterday during the club meeting, Keiichi-kun? She knows. I know. You didn't go to the teacher's room. I swallowed hard. It clearly wasn't a bluff. She knew what happened.
先生は
The
お
teacher
客
said
さ
you
ん
had
が
a
来たって
guest,
言ったんだよ
didn't
ね。
she?
でも、
But you
昇
didn't
降
talk
口
at
で
the
は校門
entrance.
のとこ
You
ろの
talked
車
inside
の
of the
中で
car near the school
話
gate.
をし
She
てた
knows
のね。
everything.
知らないおじ
With
さん
some man we don't know. Reina knew everything. She knew I was called out by Oishi, and that I heard about the incident with Tomitake. Did she know everything?
誰？
Exactly who was that man?
知らない人
I
が
don't
知ら
know
な
him.
い人が
Why
なん
did
で
someone
ケ
you
イチ
don't know
君
have
に用
business
が
with you?
俺が知りたい
I
よ
want to know that myself.
じゃあ何の
Then what
話を
did
し
you
て
talk
みんな
about?
とは
It has
関係
nothing to
の
do with
ない
you guys.
話だよ
It was a lie.
嘘だ！
Whoa! Brandon's scream echoed through the trees. Jeez, that was loud. Sending frightened birds into the air. I couldn't exhale the deep breath I'd just taken. No, it was like I wasn't allowed. It was here I first realized the person in front of me, she was not Reina Ryugu. Then, who was it standing before me? Who had assumed her appearance? I held my breath for so long I could feel myself suffocating. Back to the smiles,
Yeah.
okay. Right? And then she made a facial expression that Reina normally might have made. It didn't matter that it was Reina's usual smile. It chilled me to the bone. She drew closer. I felt her breath against my face. It wasn't the least bit exciting. Whoever this was, Reina's face was going to chew my nose off. Coward as I imagined it. Then she smirked as if she was able to see right through me. We also have secrets, just like how Keiichi has secrets. It was her usual smile, but her eyes were still like that of a hawk's. Bringing her face close enough to mine to almost bump into my nose, she kindly persuaded me. I couldn't nod or shake my head. This person standing in front of me, this person who looked like Reina, frightened me to my core. I was terrified knowing that she could hear the sound of me swallowing nervously. After what felt like an eternity, after a long, empty silence, she finally spoke. Let's go! It's getting chilly. It was Reina again. Smiling at me once more, she started walking as if nothing had happened. When I was released from her gaze, my legs gave out from under me, and I slumped onto the ground. I wasn't able to lift a finger until Reina was out of sight. Who was that? I felt cold. My body was drenched in sweat. I was finally able to form a coherent thought and ask myself once again, who was that person who looked like Reina? Whoa ho ho! Okay, that was really cool. I liked that a lot. That was really, really, really interesting. So that's the first sign that something is like legitimately actually wrong, because we've been suspecting beforehand as readers, right? But this is confirmation. This is 100%. I was out of it. Couldn't bring myself to do anything until dinner, except stare blankly into space. Was I terrified from Reina going off on me? No, that's not right. That was someone else who only looked like Reina. Then who could it have been? It was a dreadful feeling, knowing that that was someone else, not Reina. So tomorrow I shouldn't have a problem talking to Reina like I usually do. That thought was strangely comforting. I concluded that I should just calm down, clear my head. Though those thoughts continued swirling around in my mind, finally I returned to my senses as I heard my mother calling down to me from the bottom of the stairs.
Keiichi!
Super God damn it, Daddy's Jizzies, dude. It's not interbreasting at all. It's a call from the bookstore. The bookstore. Can't think of why they'd be calling me. I went downstairs and picked up the receiver anyway. My apologies for calling so late at night. Oh, okay. It's me, Oishi of the Okonomiya Bookshop. He's masquerading. Okay. Oishi. Oh, it's Oishi. Sorry. Since your parents picked up, I said it was from the bookstore. It puts people off when I say I'm a police officer. Yeah, that's fair. Oishi was, in his own way, rather courteous. Even so, I didn't want my parents hearing me talking to the police. I brought the cordless phone with me as I dashed back up to my room on the floor. Sorry for calling so late. That phone number on the piece of paper I gave you yesterday was the old number. My apologies. Can you copy down the number I'm about to give you? Yeah. Alright. He gave me the number from his direct line as I wrote it down. Okay, that makes sense. I thought that was the end of it, but he began making pointless small talk, and it was pretty hard to hang up. So how's it been, my bro? Did anything strange happen recently? I see. This was the real reason. He really beat around the bush there. His adult conversational skills left me slack-jawed. Are you from around here, Oishi? Yeah. Born and raised in Okonomiya. If he's from around here, he might know. Oishi, do you know what this Onikakushi thing is about? I believe that's when someone suddenly vanishes because they've been abducted by a demon. It's a special saying from around here. It has the same meaning as spirited away, like everyone else says. Whereas my friends would say they didn't know when I asked, this older man gave me a direct answer. It made me a bit happy that he answered me directly without trying to hide anything. Hinamizawa was, not sure if I should tell you this, my bro. Please don't try to play this off. If you're not going to talk, then I'm not going to tell you anything. No, that's not what I meant. It's just, it may make you feel bad. You see, long ago, Hinamizawa was feared as the village where demons reside. Okay. Demons? By demons, you mean those pitchfork-carrying things in hell? More like human-eating monsters. They'd go down to villages, snatching people up and gobbling them down. That kind of tale. Demons snatching up people is what this Onikakushi thing really means. They said the curse of being demoned away happened together. What does that mean? I already knew about the mysterious deaths happening 5 years in a row, but I didn't know there were people disappearing for those same 5 years. The curse and being demoned away happened together? First I've heard of this. Is that how it is, Maibara? That's what I want to know. I heard Reina and Mion talking. They said that if it really was Oishiro-sama's curse, then both the curse and demoning away would happen. Oishi began hemming and hawing on the other end of the receiver. He's going, mmm. And can you blame the guy? This is tea. This is really interesting.
Maibara-san.
Do you know the first incident? The murder by dismemberment. Yeah, one of the 6 perpetrators is still on the run, right? Hypothetically, what if he isn't on the run, but was demoned away? That would mean that every murder has had... Because I mentioned earlier, only the first murder was one that that didn't fit the formula, because it's always been 2 people. That would make so much sense. Huh? It was an outrageous hypothesis from Oishi. The incident 4 years ago was the particularly ghastly type. The police already knew the perpetrators, so they posted tons of wanted posters with his face on. He checked out various locations and investigated every possible escape route he had. But after 4 years, not even a hint of where he might be. Unless the police were completely incompetent. I mean, it's the 80s, you never know. Even if it was an outrageous hypothesis, they couldn't simply laugh it off. Then what about the incident the next year, when the man who supported the project and his wife both died in an accident? Well, actually, it was only the husband who died in an accident. His wife's body never surfaced. Whoa. Unless we find the body, it's considered a missing person by law. At the time of the incident with the river below the curvingly muddy rapids, the police divers had searched every branch off the main stream for dozens of miles, but at the end they couldn't find her body. But that's just them not being able to find the body. She's still dead, right? Isn't it different from her being demoned away? We cannot say someone is dead without the body. Until a certain number of years pass, by law, she's treated as alive. I'm not sure if it was right to call that being demoned away. The wife is missing. At least that part was reality. How about the third year, the Shinto priest that died, and his wife committed suicide? No, we just heard in the news article that she just ran to the forest. My bro, that's actually the exact same scenario. The wife had supposedly thrown herself into the bottomless swamp deep in the forest, meaning it's all circumstantial evidence. They found her suicide note in front of the swamp. A diver recovered her articles, but they couldn't find a body. Oh my god. The investigative headquarters believed that she had faked her death and was still alive somewhere. I'm not sure if we could refer to these cases as being demoned away. It's just as you said. Every year, one person goes missing. The incident this year, the woman with Tobitake-san went missing. Then what about the incident with the housewife beaten to death? Who went missing? I believe the perpetrator was caught, right? Yeah, we arrested him. He was just a miscreant with a record of narcotics. He admitted to the crime while being questioned about a different incident. But, well, you see, after he was arrested, a child from the victim's home went missing. It's still under investigation as to whether the disappearance had anything to do with the crime. Is that Satoshi? But you said you caught him, right? Did he have an accomplice? No idea. It was most likely only the one perpetrator. Moreover, we can't even check now, because while under investigation, that man died in his holding cell. He swallowed a spork and choked to death. All this talk of curses and demons and strange, mysterious disappearances, and this guy just swallowed a full spork and died. It's not known whether it was an accident or suicide. Meaning for the last 5 years, there's always one person who dies and one who goes missing. That's about right. No, actually, I'm surprised as well. I never realized they had that in common. That makes sense, actually. I couldn't believe that this could help lead to the closing off of those incidents. It was just something they had in common. Could it be that those demoned away have something in common? I wish he mumbled as he seemed to be thinking about it. This is so sick, chat. This is awesome. So I summarized the events. The first year was the dam employee. Second year was the wife of a dam project supporter. Third year was the wife of the Shinto priest. Fourth year was the victim's family's child. And the fifth year was the victim's girlfriend, I guess. It doesn't seem like there's anything that connects them individually. With the exception of the first year, wives and girlfriends. Those do stand out. It does seem like there are... Yeah, it's 3 out of 5. And then number 4 is a child. And we don't actually know anything about the perpetrator of the dismemberment that disappeared. They could also have been a family member or significant other. And we just don't know. We don't have all the details. That means the 4th year's victim's child was different. It would have really stood out if they were all married couples. Except it's not just married couples with parents and children. Oh, think of it. I believe Tomitake also told me the younger brother is alive and has moved, if I recall.
4年目に行方不明になった子供っ
The
て
child that went missing in the 4th
どんな
year,
だったんですか？
who were they? Please say Satoshi. Please vindicate me. I want to be so right about this. Dude, it is so sick. I'm telling you. Apparently he was quite mature. 1 year older than you. His name was Satoshi. Knew it. Oh, dude, I'm the GOAT. I'm the best it's ever been. But that's really, really interesting. So that means that he died about the same time that Reina came in. Did they add his card to the clue game in commemoration? Because the club did not exist until later. Unless Reina's lying to us. We don't know what's happening yet.
Satoshi?
Satoshi? I remember that name. Didn't they tell me Satoshi transferred out last year? He was at your school up until last year. Didn't they tell you anything about him? Come to think of it, when I transferred in, I believe they said my seat belonged to a recent transfer. Then where I sat once belonged to the one who was demoned away. It was his seat? I recall the cold sensation that came from that desk. It made my hair stand on end. The string of mysterious deaths? No. The curse. I now knew how it connected to me. That chilling sensation. It was the feeling of Oyashiro caressing the back of my neck. Oyashiro's curse. Huh. Could the curse really exist? In all honesty, I was beginning to believe it. And I was scared. That was why I wanted to say it was a plot crafted by man and not the work of a curse. Bro, battler, my bro. But the more I dug into it, the less likely it seemed. No, the more I dug, the more mysterious it became. This dude would not survive 2 minutes on Rockenjima. He's not the guy. If I kept digging, eventually, I'd reach the point where I learned something I really shouldn't know. To either be none the wiser, or to seek an answer I may regret. Which one would I be happier with? That feels like a very big theme statement. Maybe it'll be me next time. My execution could only be delayed 1 year. That was when I remembered. Reina! Reina said she may be the next victim of the curse. You mean Reina Ryugu-san. She transferred in last year and she's your classmate, isn't she? These incidents really might be a bit too disturbing for a girl. She's not just scared, is she? It wasn't that. She said it might be her next. She said in a way that made me think she had a concrete reason behind it. It felt like she was convinced, almost as if, you could say, she was frightened. Her sudden change in demeanor, that someone who looked like Reina but wasn't Reina. That might be completely unrelated. All the strange things I felt from Reina today came back to me. I see. Then I'll be doing a bit of investigating on this end. Please continue your observations of Ryugu, my son. Okay, so now we're charged with specifically looking after Reina. This is fascinating. Okay. Are you asking me to keep Reina under surveillance? That's not what I mean, my son. I just want you to watch out for your friends so she doesn't end up the next victim. He's so good at dancing around the topic. This guy's my favorite character right now, outside of Sadako. Sadako's the GOAT. At that moment, just as my mouth was agape because I was so impressed with his mature, clever way with words. Knock, knock. A sudden knock at the door sent my heart racing. In an instant, I pointlessly covered up the end of the receiver. Keiichi, get the door, please. On the other side of the door, I heard my father's oddly upbeat voice. What could it be? It's totally Reina. It's gotta be. It's so late. Sorry, my dad just came in. Can we leave it at this for tonight? Yeah, my apologies again for calling so late. If you find out anything else, please let me know. Outside of making any progress on this end. Well, have a pleasant evening. Keiichi, hurry and open up the door. Daddy's got his hands full. Okay, Keiichi's dad, calm down. What is Dad doing? I stayed in the same position while on the phone the whole time, so my joints were aching. There's a separate door opening sprite. That's really interesting and could be foreshadowing for us, like, looking over somewhere and seeing that the door is open when we weren't looking. That would be really cool. On that tray, cookies and 2 cups of black tea. A fairly fancy spread for our household. There was even sugar and lemon slices on the side. Everything. That's fancy as fuck. This was quite the show of hospitality.
何
What's going on, Dad? What's all this? Come now, don't play around, Keiichi. I'm coming in. Dad was in high spirits and had a smirk on his face. He's playing matchmaker because Reina's here, almost assuredly. But for my entire life, I'd never seen him act this hospitable. What had gotten into him? So, what were you talking about? I jumped. It's not something I had to keep from my father, but how could I explain to him I was talking to a detective? I'm assuming it was, this late at night. Nothing much, just a friend. I don't mean the phone. She was here, wasn't she? Reina. Oh, chills, bro. Someone say Dad. Not you, Daddy's Jizzies. You're a different guy. Unless you are, in fact, the Jizzies of this individual, Keiichi's dad, who doesn't even get a Sprite. I wouldn't put you down that far. You don't deserve all that. She wasn't here. Come now. Don't try to keep it from me. She just came over to play. You two were chatting away, so I thought I'd bring out some tea. But looks like I just missed her. What? She was here. I had no idea what Dad was talking about, but a cold sweat dripped down my back. How long were we talking? Reina went upstairs about half after, so it was close to an hour, I guess. She's been here for an hour? You saw her come up to the second floor? Yeah, I did. I also told her that your room was the door down the hall up the stairs. Reina came to my house about an hour ago. Dad met her at the door and called out to me on the second floor. I probably didn't hear him because I was so focused on my conversation with Oishi. I didn't reply, but he knew I was in my room, so he had her come inside. Then told her my room was on the second floor. She thanked my dad and went upstairs. Then about an hour passed. She passed by my dad just as he was bringing up tea and left. She came upstairs and about an hour passed. Then passed by my dad and returned home. Then after she came upstairs, and until she left, where was she? There's only a short hallway between my room and the stairs. Meaning, Reina had, for about an hour, in the hall. She couldn't have been standing in front of my door all that time. The door to my room wasn't particularly thick. You could easily hear everything being said inside. All of the unsettling and unguarded things I spoke to Oishi-san about began running through my head. Honey, don't tease him. More importantly, you need to clean up your studio. It's a mess again. Mom yelled up at Dad from downstairs. Dad left the chair with me and went downstairs with a disappointed chortle. I followed my dad out of the room with my eyes. I looked down at the floor around the doorway where Reina might have stood. Just now, as I was talking to Oishi, with my back turned, Reina was standing a mere 6 feet away the whole time. All that time in this dimly lit doorway. That's a crazy CG, I will say. That's nuts. The whole time. Oh, she bothered to change out of her school uniform as well. Also, this is not a cordless phone. What did she see? What did she hear? For what reason? That's chilling, honestly. That's really sick. As the scene from the two teacups ominously wafted and twisted, the aroma of black tea filled my room. They're really amping up how scary Reina is. Oh, that chapter's so good. Okay, we have 4 chapters left. I'm gonna go take a piss right quick. Then we'll come back, we'll read the tips, and we'll keep it going. Notes from the police chief. Alright. Taking a 5-minute break. Let's, lies. Lie to Reina. Okay, we got a Steam achievement for it. Alright. Y'all know the drill because all of you guys here are in fucking jats. Take a 5-minute break. Get up. Walk around. Brush your teeth. Don't brush your teeth in the 5 minutes. You're gonna, like, break your gums if you do it for every single 5-minute break we take. I'll take a piss. I'll be right back. Alright, I am back. Okay, I'm going to take this time to finish this box of sweethearts so I'm not chewing them constantly into the microphone. But I cannot stress. They're so good. Alright. I'm taking a sip of water as well. And let's get this started. Let's take a look at the tips right quick. Oh. Notice from the chief of police. July 1st, 1982. To departments 1 through 12. 82 was last year. Prefectural Police Headquarters, Director General, to the Chief Constable and all facility managers regarding cases situated in Hinamizawa Village. As cases in the village have been reported by certain sections of mass media, it has drawn global attention, which is causing serious repercussions for the local residents. This has become a serious situation. To protect the livelihood and prosperity of the residents, the following notice has been issued. Designate the following criminal investigations as classified. This station, case number this, the housewife murder. Case number this, the student disappearance. 2. Non-disclosure. This station, the foreman murder. Requesting self-restraint from each organization concerning the release of sensitive information. See attached reference materials, management, police headquarters, internal line, police affairs. Okay, so that's pretty much just saying that, the reason that this is just a Hinamizawa problem, and we haven't seen reporters, is because there's been so much fuss about these murders that happen every year, that for a moment it became like a global sensation, like the ultimate mystery. So, from 2 years ago, or 1 year ago, all cases around this specific type of incident are now classified and are not shared to the news or the outside world. So this really is, we're on our own. Pretty much. Alright. Now is a good time to check my DMs as well as paddles. Nothing. And Glipped It. Nothing. Just to see if anybody sent me any kind of notice or message. And the answer is pretty much no. Alright, glad that is sorted. Ba 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 ba. This is some nonsense that I'm not going to worry about for now. But, Higurashi, I'm saying, dude, it's so sick. I have no idea who you are, but I'm so glad you're here. So, we just finished Chapter 8. I plan to keep going. I plan to just stream the rest of Episode 1 today. So, let's get this started. Alright, birds chirping. I hate the fade to whites. They're so bright. Weariness and a headache. So this is immediately after. Not a very nice way to start the day. You said it. This is a new sprite. Keiichi's mom, what's wrong? Keiichi, you don't look so well. When did you go to sleep? See my mom and notice my sullen state. Yesterday, I kept on waking up in the middle of the night. Without a doubt, I felt a presence. I felt the presence of someone standing in front of my door. I told myself repeatedly it was my imagination. Forced myself to try and sleep. Except, not being able to stand, I gathered my courage and opened it. Of course there wasn't anyone there. I think I did it 3 times throughout the night. Maybe I just didn't remember doing it any more than that. Even though I was able to get to the breakfast table without incident, I still didn't feel at ease. It might be a cold. I don't really have an appetite. Hey, you do seem a little warm. Well, can you make it to school? Technically, I did go to a school, but it was mostly self-study. It wouldn't matter much if I missed a day, would it? It could have been that I hadn't been feeling well for the last few days, because I really did have a cold. If I took some medicine and got a good day of rest, I might be able to greet everyone with a smile tomorrow. Bing bong, ding dong. Startled, I looked back and forth between the entrance and the clock. It was 10 minutes later than when I usually met up with Reina. It was Reina. Because of course it was. Reina-chan came to get you. What are you going to do? Are you going to take the day off? Reina was a good girl. She might be somewhat quirky, but she was certainly cute. The lunches she made were delicious, and she always looked out for me. This feels like self-rationalization. Why would I be so scared of something like that? Yep. It wasn't Reina's fault. It was probably mine. It had to have been just my cold. Just had to be. I'll rest, sorry. Then I'll go send her off for you. Mom headed off to the door. I would have had to pass by the entrance to get back to my room. I didn't have the nerve to meet with Reina, so I wrapped myself in a blanket on the sofa and closed my eyes. I was so sleep-deprived, I quickly fell into a deep slumber. Okay, if we wake up and Reina's there, I might do a little yelp. Because honestly, the panel where she, like, came straight to us, I was spooked. I was shivering my timbers. I had only intended to lie down for a bit, but it was almost noon when I woke up. That's a solid power nap, man. Called out my parents, but they didn't seem to be around. On the table, I found lunch prepared and a note. Mom and Dad had apparently driven off to somewhere far away. That's not good. It likely had to do with Dad's work. This happened every so often, so it wasn't that unusual. They'd be back for dinner, but they might be a little late. On the note, it said, "The insurance card is in the cabinet. Take it and go to the hospital." There was also a well-drawn map. That's right. I hadn't been there before, so I didn't know exactly where it was. I had a light lunch, although it really was just leftovers in the morning, and just in case, went to the hospital. Why? He's doing this like it's so natural, but this is like a pretty unusual set of circumstances. Normally, I'd never be here in the middle of a weekday. Just walking around like this had me feeling guilty. It was an odd feeling. Following my mom's map, I took a road I usually never used. After walking for a bit, the hospital sign came into view. Irie Clinic. That's where the disappeared woman works. Was written stylishly on the sign. How do we know our mother wrote this? The clinic wasn't very big, but based on the scale of the rest of Funamizawa, it was far too grand. There was a parking lot and even a reserved spot for buses. That's kind of crazy, yeah. There's a parking... they must be making a mint. Oh, that's sick as fuck, dude. I spaced out in the air-conditioned waiting room until it was my turn to be seated. Oh, he's assuming that his parents, just sent him to get a checkup. As an American, this would never happen. Just period. Maebara, make your way to the examination room. We're gonna see someone we know here. They spent too much time in the scene. This is a cute little exam room. After half-heartedly answering all the chatty doctor's questions, he responded with the old, "It's probably a cold." He gave me a shot and 3 days of medicine. I thought it was a little overboard, but if it cleared away the gloomy feeling I've been having, it was worth. Yeah, honestly, even if the medicine itself doesn't actually do anything, just knowing that you're taking something is just going to make you feel better. I settled the bill and took a quick trip to the washroom. As I was leaving, I overheard a conversation between some elderly people who seemed to be regulars at the clinic. We're going to get some hints to the conspiracy. Of course, I had no intention of eavesdropping. We know you too well, my bro. If it just wasn't for that word. Did they say Onikakushi? Or... Yep, must have been an Onikakushi. Oh, I wonder. She was so pretty young. Might have just eloped. With whom? That man from Tokyo who visits every season. That young one with that big camera. Didn't you know they were getting along pretty well? Were they talking about Tomitake? I can feel my ears perking up. I don't know about that, but you have to make preparations before you elope. Leave a note or quit her job or something. It's an elopement because they didn't leave a note or a message. The thought that I'll never see that young nurse's face again makes me rather sad. What the fuck, Lamau? Okay. Okay. You missed too much context. Shit got real, dude. Okay, so Tomitake is fucking dead. This lady that they're talking about disappeared. Turns out, for every single one of the murders, there's been somebody that, like, yeah, they obviously died, but then there's also been someone who disappeared. You're assuming there isn't a 3-week delay? No, not this time around. I only have to do that when I'm streaming in an official respect for the NECC or C-Law. So, Saturdays at 4 and Tuesdays at... This week it'll be 7, usually 9. So not this time around. Not this Saturday either, actually, because it's a break week. Which is nice. So I'll be live then. There won't be any delay. Which I do appreciate. So, anyway, shit's getting real. This young nurse has disappeared under mysterious circumstances. Tomitake is fucking dead. He clawed his own throat out with his own fingernails. We don't know what's going on. And it's really good. Takano-san is an upstanding young woman. She'll be fine wherever she goes. So her name was Takano, that woman with Tomitake. And she worked at this clinic. We knew this, but he didn't. Oishiro's shadow was following me everywhere I went. I started listening more closely, but they began to talk about fishing. And it didn't seem like they were going to revisit the topic, so I gave up and left. Yeah, that checks out. Thus, even though I was separate from the daily monotony of school, I wasn't able to escape from Oishiro's shadow. But of course, Oishiro was the guardian deity of this place, of Hinamizawa. As long as I was in Hinamizawa, I wouldn't be able to escape. This is really cute, I'm not gonna lie. This little crocodile thing with a notepad, it's really neat. Maybe it was because I was walking outside, but my appetite had suddenly returned. I might as well buy a snack with the change from the examination fee on the way home. Contemplating that, I turned onto a familiar street. At that moment, I heard a car horn abruptly honk behind me. We only know one person with a car, and it's Oishiro. Was I really walking so far in the middle of the road where I'd be in a car's way? I moved farther off to the side, but the horn was still honking at me. I turned around, pretty peeved. Yeah, it's Oishi. Good day to you. It was Oishi. He stepped out of his car, AC on full blast, and waved at me. So if we meet somebody that is Oishi, and their AC isn't on, they're an imposter. That has to be what this is. This isn't just a personality quirk. Where's my cup? What is up today? School's on break? Just not feeling well, so I took the day off. I was about to buy lunch and head back home. That's great! I'm just about to get lunch myself. Would you mind going together? You're a creep, Oishi. If you're not feeling up for it, then just don't mind me. I was just going to lie down after going home anyway. I didn't really have a cold. I expect you'd rather avoid using one of the local places. Let's go into town. It's a bit of a drive. Is that alright? I know a pretty good place. I'd finally begun to understand his roundabout way of saying things. Yeah, this is a ploy to get him out of the city so they can talk about hidden stuff. He's really good at talking around subjects. He wants to talk to me about stuff that would be difficult to discuss while in Hinamizawa. He wants to talk about the conspiracy, the murders, yeah. It's good tech. I wonder if this restaurant will have its own Sprite. Car does. I went with Oishi-san riding his frigid car. It was almost as if the bright sunlight outside was a lie. I'm sorry about calling you so late last night. Did your parents get angry at you? No. I recalled Reina, who had been listening to the phone conversation all that time, separated from me by just the door. Oh yeah, you didn't see this. Reina is creepy, and shit is real. So she apparently snuck into our house last night. And by snuck in, I mean she knocked on the door, and she was like, hey, is Keiichi home? And they were like, yeah, he's the first door upstairs. So she went upstairs, but we never saw her, because she just sat outside of the door for a full hour while we were on the phone with this police officer talking about what we learned about the murders and the conspiracy. So it's a little rough, suffice it to say. Even now in the brightness of the sunlight, the thought still creeped me out, as it should. With a big bump that jolted the car, the road connecting to the city changed from dirt to pavement. My head swiveled back with a sudden realization. That's right. This was where Tomitake died. They've hit a snag on the investigation regarding Tomitake. Oishi spoke while peering at me from the corner of his eye. They believed it was caused by hallucinogens, given how he was clawing at his own throat. But a drug that could cause that to happen so suddenly is extremely hard to come by. Bear in mind, of course, the autopsy was done with that premise in mind, but we didn't find any leads. You know that thing you see in manga all the time? Where there's a drug that doesn't leave any traces after being consumed? It exists. Succinylchol or something or other. Well, it's pretty common. But you see, there doesn't seem to be any kind of drug that would cause him to react this way. Yeah, this drug that they're ever talking about, it's a slow, insidious poison. It just kills you, you know? It doesn't cause you to tear your own throat out. Then you're saying the police concluded he just died from the curse? I couldn't help but feel the police were worthless. I just wanted the idea of a curse to be dissociated from Tomitake's mysterious death. Unfortunately, that's how it looks right now. But put aside the cause of death, without a doubt he was surrounded by a group of people and had taken a beating before he died. That was no curse, but an incident that unquestionably involved other humans. That made me a bit relieved. Bit of a crazy thing to be relieved by. We passed in front of the rather desolate, but still busier than Hinamizawa train station. The car pulled into a restaurant parking lot, and I followed Oishi into the shop. Does it have its own Sprite? Because we saw the Sprite earlier. It does! It's a nice little mom and pop. It was pretty crowded if there were only adults at this hour. Of course there wouldn't be children in here. It's the middle of the weekday. 2 please. I'll make do with non-smoking. This way, please. When you're ready to order, please call me over. We were led by a peculiarly dressed waitress to our table. I sat with Oishi-san in the booth. Is this fan service? Let's see. So, what do you think? Are the waitresses' outfits here cute? Huh? Well, I guess. This shop is always quite busy. It's more about the waitresses than the food, you see. Oh, he's a little rat, isn't he? Uh-huh. Oishi-san, you're leering. Am I really? This guy's got a good laugh. I respect him. He's very human. Which is good. Dude, they got a ganache! Regardless of how the waitresses looked, the food was decent enough. Finishing our meals while talking about some inane topic, Oishi-san's after-meal cup of coffee arrived at the table. Yesterday we talked about Hinami's always passed, didn't we? Yeah, it was a village of man-eating demons or something like that. I didn't know much about myself, so I asked my mother about it this morning. Interesting. Okay. Oishi-san took out the notepad that was stuffed in his breast pocket. Turns out that Hinamizawa used to be called Onigafuchi, the Demon's Abyss. It's quite the name, yeah. The name is still around. The swamp where the Shinto priest's wife drowned herself is still called Onigafuchi. It's said that the depths of that swamp connect to the realm of demons. Of course, no one had told me anything about such an ominous swamp. And you see, it appears they were both feared and revered. A respect born out of fear. I guess you could say it was a kind of deification. A village of inhuman creatures. Seems the demon were seinen, or mountain-dwelling mystics of sorts. Interesting. Villagers with incurable illnesses would be taken to Onigafuchi to be healed, for example. Even if we were calling them demons, Tengu, long-nosed goblins, or seinen would be a more apt description. Okay, so they're not like proper, like, conventional Oni demons. They're like mystical spirits of folklore. They don't seem like such terrible people, even though they were called demons. But they were still man-eating demons. According to the story my mother told me, as payment for treating the son's illness, let us eat the mother who brought him here, was how things went. The price of curing her son was herself? It's unsettling. Of course, the mother took her son and ran. Then, you see, all the villagers of Onigafuchi, the demons chased, surrounded, and captured them. And so everyone ended up dead, huh? The entire village, apparently. That's quite a frightening thing to imagine. In the end, it seems both the mother and son were caught and eaten. This cafe gets 2 sprites. We have to be coming back here. The end. Thanks. There's a problem with this story. Both witnesses in the story were eaten, so no one was able to tell the tale. Huh? There are plenty of old fables like this. In contrast to the ghastly tale, Uishi laughed heartedly while sipping his coffee. Yeah, I like this guy a lot. Good character. But, well, there are quite a few other tales where the demons from Onigafuchi band together to capture their prey. I recall that Mion said all the villagers united and fought against the damned construction. I saw similarities with how that part about unification overlapped. They would always hunt down a single person, and they chose who was going to be beforehand. Huh? That caught my attention. Uishi-san also appeared to be pondering what it meant. My mother told me that you must never interfere with the demon's hunt. You should just hole up in your house and hide under the covers, she said. So what does this all mean? It means you mustn't ever help or protect the prey. As long as you don't disturb the demon's hunt, no harm will fall upon the villagers. It seems there's that kind of rule. Basically, don't help the victims. Pretend you did not see the atrocities. In other words... Oh, mother. What happens if you break the rule? Well, they're man-eating demons, after all. Many parts of that tale caught my attention. Parts of the story he told me overlapped with this theory that the entire village was in on the crime. Even if it wasn't the whole village, it was conceivable that the villagers were hiding under the covers and leaving them to die when there's a group that was on their hunt, wasn't it? I didn't dare speak it. Then Oishi, I guess it looks like it's either the entire village or a group of villagers perpetrating the crimes. What do you think, Libera? Excuse me. Another cup of coffee, please. That was what I wanted to know. It seemed that we were both waiting for the other to say that last part. He waited for the waitress to finish pouring coffee before speaking. Last year I had a nagging feeling when Satoshi-kun disappeared. Oishi muttered as he watched the milk swirl around in his coffee. So those friends of Satoshi-san, meaning your friends, Maibara-san. I had a bit, really, just a little bit, okay, of background checking done on them. If Oishi-san had said this to me before, I would have gotten really angry at him for calling my friends into question. But as it was now, I couldn't.
とてもつまらない
This might sound pretty stupid. Maibara-san, if you feel that it's stupid, please say so.
終わりにします
I'll just stop. Uechi-san was wearing the most serious expression that I had ever seen from him. It was as if he was telling me to prepare myself and listen. What is in their background check? There's quite a few things I regretted hearing from Uechi-san already, but none of them were as threatening as this. A little voice inside me was screaming like an alarm. Stop, Gage. This was probably the last one. I took a deep breath and silenced that voice. I would not run from the truth.
お願いします
Please. Was all I could utter. Uechi-san stared into my eyes silently for a few moments. After he was certain I was ready, he began.
1年目の
The
事件
victim
の
of the
被害者
innocent...
は現場の
Goodness
監督
gracious.
さんだ
The
ったんです
victim
が
of the incident in the first year
事件の
was
数
the
週間前
overseer.
に
A few weeks
その時
prior,
ミヨンさんと
he had an
特訓練を
altercation
してるんです
with Mion Sonozaki.
何度か
Multiple altercations. Oishi had said before that Mion had defied the dam project vehemently. Well, it wasn't hard to imagine how she'd be if she got so
2年
worked
目
up.
の事件で
In the second year,
身内派の
the
夫婦
married
が事故に
couple
遭いました
who
よね
supported the project died in that accident, right?
現場には
Their
お
daughter
嬢
was
さんも
with
一緒
them
に
at
い
the
たん
time.
ですそれが
Her name
北条
is
聡子さん
Satoko Hojo. Sadako is an orphan of the people that have already died? Huh? Sadako? Sadako! Oishi, look, told me the voice was too loud. I realized it as well, and quickly
3
wiped
年
it
目に
down.
は
The Shinto priest and his wife who died in the third year, you see?
そのお嬢
Their
さん
daughter is Rika Furude.
リカちゃんが
Rika.
4年目に亡く
The
なった
housewife who died in the
主婦は
fourth year you know already,
Hojo
don't you?
Satoko
It was a
san.
step aunt of
Giri no
Satoko
Oba
Hojo. That's
当時
crazy.
は聡子
She
さん
was in
は
her
ご
aunt's
両
and
親を
uncle's
事故で
custody
失っ
as
て
she
い
had
まし
lost
た
both
の
of
で
her parents in the
預け
accident.
被害者宅
She lived in the victim's house. I could tell my lips were getting dry. I didn't have the wits to keep my mouth from hanging agape. I thought it was nothing but a bizarre incident, one I could easily distance myself from. But clicking and clacking, it had snuck all the way to my
ちな
feet.
みに
The one who
4
disappeared
年
the
目に
fourth year,
失
by the
踪
way.
した北条聡
He
子
was
さんは
Sadako's older
Satoko-sanの
brother.
実の兄になる
その
Just, wait,
あ
wait, just a second. It
待って
took
ください
everything I had to finally say that. I gulped down a glass of water, once again wiped my face with a napkin. Calm down, Yachimaibara. But Oshi was relentless. Instead of waiting for me to finish sorting out my feelings, he started speaking again. The last of the things I shouldn't have heard.
被害者たち
All
は
of the
なぜ
victims seems to
か
be connected to
あ
your
なた
group
の
of
お友
friends.
偶然に決まってるじ
It
ゃないで
has
す
to be
か
just a coincidence.
前原さん
Maibara-san,
静かに
keep it down.
みんな見てますよ
Everyone's looking. Mia, Sadako, Rika. So what if they're connected? You're telling me all of my friends? It couldn't be. It just couldn't. It couldn't be. Reina's different, isn't she? Reina isn't connected with the victims at
竜
all.
宮玲奈さんは
Reina Rika was living in a suburb of
これまで
Ibaraki Prefecture
茨城
until
の
last year.
確かに
Well, it's true she hadn't
いず
directly
れの
met
被
any
害
of the
者とも
victims.
直接の面
He
識
said
はあ
it
り
in
ませ
a
ん
roundabout way. Is he saying she's also connected?
実は
Actually, I
調
looked
べ
into
て
her.
みたら
Before she moved to
竜宮さんは
Hinomizawa,
引っ越し
she
の
was
少し前に
suspended from
学校
school.
なんでも
It seems she went through her
学
school
校中
building
の
and
ガラスを
broke
割って回ったん
all
だ
of
と
the
か
windows.
レナが
Reina did that?
学校中のガラスを割
She
った
broke all the windows at her school? Her. That same spacey Reina. I couldn't even imagine.
3日間の謹
It
慎
seems that
が
after
明
her
けた
3-day
後
suspension, she
復
never
学し
returned.
その間に
She
神
went to a
経科につ
neurologist
いに
and
し
was
自
diagnosed
律神
with
経失調症と診断され
dysautonomia,
何週
given
間
weeks of
かの
counseling and
間
medication.
投
Let's
薬
take a look at what
と
this
医師によ
means.
るカウンセリングを受けています
Dysautonomia is disorders that disrupt your automatic nervous system. Severe autonomic neuropathy. Let's take a look at this wonderful little image. Impaired pupil response, difficulty sweating. Symptoms are sudden, unpredictable, difficulty standing still, palpitations, pulmonary. Dysfunction of the nerves that regulate things like heart rate, blood pressure, and sweat. That's really interesting. I wonder if it was something like a nervous breakdown. I'd heard that it happens to people who are really methodical or overly sensitive. Neither of those matched Reina's easygoing personality, though.
でですね
And in the counselor's medical
その
report,
カウン
he
セリン
recorded
グを
all
した
the
医師のカルテ
conversations he
に
had with
レナ
Reina.
その中に
It
出てくるんですよ
shows up.
結構
And quite a bit at
何が
that.
です
What did? I pressed forward carelessly. There couldn't be anything more for me to regret.
出てくる
She
親
mentioned
知
the
様
word
って単語
Oyashiro-sama. I felt like someone's stone-cold hand was caressing my back. Why? Why had Reina spoken of Oishiro before she even came to Hinamizawa? Seems that the Oishiro she spoke of was like a ghost appearing in her house every night, standing over a pillow, looking down at her. My mind froze. I couldn't process what I was being told. While after that, she moved to Hinamizawa. That's right. She's not an outsider. She's not? Huh? According to their residency register, the Ryugu family used to reside in Hinamizawa. They moved to Ibaraki just as she entered elementary school. She spent her childhood here. Okay. So she does have a direct connection. Okay, my mind went completely blank. It was similar to the static you'd see on a blank TV channel. My ears began ringing as I lost all sense of comprehension. Maibara, you alright? Shall we stop for today? Those words brought me back. I couldn't let it end here. Now I know about Reina. Then how about the last victim, Tomitake? Who was he connected with? Irritated, I let out one final reprisal. All of them. Have you forgotten, Maibara? Didn't you all spend the night at the festival together, quite merrily? Quite a few of the officers saw you enjoying yourselves. That's a bit of a chilling connection. Makes us think that it could be our fault that he's dead. There goes my first water bottle. Go ahead, go on to water 2. Now there was nothing I could respond with. I fell silent as my brain turned to mush. We should get going. Maibara, did you take your afternoon medicine? I completely forgotten about the medicine I'd gotten today until you said that. I got another glass of water and we left his shop after I chugged it down. We got in the car and returned to Hinamizawa via the rough road. I never really paid attention where I was on my bike, but did cars normally shake this much? It was almost as if the road was desperately trying to tell me something. Dump. Big jolt was from the difference in elevation of the road when it changed from cement back to dirt. I was certain that I heard Tomitake's scream. Sat in silence, just letting myself be shaken by the car. I'll drop you off at your house. You missed school because you were ill, right? My apologies for the long conversation. Why did you talk to me? I blurted out the question. Really just blurted it out. I didn't expect an answer. I did check with you first, didn't I? If we should just stop. Not that! Why did you reach out to me? I understood quite well that Oishi was investigating the string of suspicious incidents, but why was he telling me all this? I knew nothing, and I couldn't help. Everything he spoke of was news to me. First of all, what could I, having just moved here, possibly know? By chance, if there was a reason for him to reach out to me, then it would have to be that I was part of Mion's circle of friends who looked suspicious to Oishi. I'm retiring this year. I plan on moving away after retiring, as my mother wants. So while I'm still on the case, I want to bring the truth behind this incident to light. So, you suspect them, don't you? All of them. Oishi didn't really give a response. It felt a little late, but I thought this was his way of showing me just a little bit of consideration for my feelings. This is mostly my intuition from 30 years in the job. Maibara, you're the one in danger. Huh? I want to reply with, that's absurd, but in my downtrodden state, I couldn't bring myself to say it. I'll be retiring this year, so I won't be at the Wasanagashi next year. So I want to settle things. In other words, he was insinuating that on the next Wasanagashi, I might be the victim. I've been warned by the chief as well. Each incident in the series cases has been solved, so don't bring it up again. So I was told. This is the pressure that I'm facing. Pressure? From what? Someone in Hinamizawa. We've arrived. Is this fun? After some time, the car finally reached the path of my house. The clock read 2 p.m., so I've been talking for 2 hours. I was surprised to find so little time had passed since we ate. It was hot outside the car. The chirping of the Higurashi hurt my ears. I won't mind if you just forget everything I told you today. But I'm still going to keep investigating. I'll end Oishiro's service cause this year. So if you're saying I should contact you if anything happens, it's fine. Just contact me when you feel like you have to, Maibara-san. I wasn't collected enough to understand his roundabout way of saying it. Be sure to take it easy. I'm sorry for throwing all this on you while you're taking the day because you're sick. I didn't really give a response. I'll always be on your side. If anything, believe that. I'll be off. The tires crunched over the dirt road as the car made a U-turn and disappeared into a cloud of kicked-up dust. It felt like I was watching a boat only throw me a lifesaver in shark-infested waters before disappearing into the distance. That was the first time I thought Oishi was being unfair. Telling me I was going to be the next victim, then just saying to contact him if something happened. This wasn't a criminal investigation. He was fishing. And I was just the bait dangling off the line. Would the fish be the perpetrator? Or was it really just Oishiro's curse? Either way, the bait would be swallowed whole. Damn it. I don't want to die. For some time, I could do nothing but stare at the puddle of water left behind by the AC from the car. Is that our chapter break? Okay. That was a good one. So, everyone that we've spoken to is connected to the murders. Very directly. Not chapter break just yet. I wonder how much time had passed since I laid down. It was getting dark outside. My body was soaked in sweat. It'd probably be a good idea to change my sheets. That moment, the phone downstairs rang. It was probably Mom. Mom was quite the worrywart. Maybe she had called many times, but I just never noticed. My bet Raina. Hey, this is my bar residence. Oh, he's alive! Hello, it's Mion. How you doing? Is this one of Keiichi's friends? Keiichi's resting now, but shall I put him on? Huh? Is this his dad? Sorry. Idiot. You fell for it. That's a pretty good prank, I will say, if you deep it like an octave or two. Huh? Keiichi! After our exchange, we had a good laugh. Except I was suspicious of her even as we were laughing. Was everybody really involved in the incidents? The fact that I couldn't say no saddened me. I'm relieved that you seem well. Reina was really worried, you know? Sadako was happy and said you got what you deserved. Rika said, how unfortunate are you sick? Heh, looks like everyone was making a big deal out of it. Well, you know. So, Kei-chan, is now a bad time to come pay you a visit? A visit? No, it's okay. It's not like I'm dying. My grandma made a ton of mochi, you see. That's some good shit. I was told to share them, so I'll bring you some. This will be really, really awkward if he tries to pull what he pulled on Reina by saying, you're definitely lying to me about something, right? And she just goes off. Hey, you'll catch my cold. Not to worry. Both Reina and I are too stupid to catch a cold. See ya. Be there in a bit. She hung up cheerfully. Reina's coming too? That's what it sounded like. I was so concerned about meeting Reina, but I guess if she was with Mion, it's probably fine. Yeah, this would be a bit creepy, honestly. I heard the doorbell 10 minutes later. How you feeling? Just take your medicine and rest? I did just that. Thank goodness you look well. I was worried. Sorry, I'll be fine by tomorrow. Mion showed a complete lack of concern for someone who's recovering, and Reina looked like she was worried about me from the bottom of her heart. Yeah, it's in character. It didn't look like there was anything behind those expressions. He's suspecting them even now? I thought we might hang out for a bit, but it looks like you're not quite in the condition. You don't say! I see my face appeared a bit sullen. Then here, Keiichi. These are the mochi Michan's grandma made. They mentioned the grandma before, saying that she was the one that spoke with the police chief. Is she the one that was pressuring Oishi to stop the investigation? Reina held the package wrapped in newspaper. It might be about 5 in here. It's quite hefty. Thanks. Some in regards to your grandma, Mion. There's one that I made in there as well. I wonder if you can guess which one. This is Kei-chan's homework since he missed the club meeting today. There are letters on each mochi, so I'll ask you tomorrow. Were you checking if I was feeling better or just come here for club activity? Yep, looking fine. I guess you will make it tomorrow. What are you gonna do when my fever comes back because of your shenanigans? Mi-chan, we shouldn't make such a racket. Let's go. The other people here will get angry. Both of them thought my parents were home. It was because the entranceway was a mess. You're right, let's get going. By the way, okay, yeah. Music's gone? What did you eat for lunch? Ooh, she knows. She has to know. The sudden question startled me. I went wide-eyed when I saw Mion. For those of y'all that are just checking in, we went to lunch with the detective today, and he spoke about how every single one of these people was connected to the murder. I had never seen her like that. It was a highly unsettling visage. But why is she asking me about what I ate for lunch? What she said was so inane, it was almost meaningless. The way she said it was almost like she didn't even care at all about what I ate. I ate out. She must have suspected that I was with Oishi-san. Anyway, I felt like if I hesitated or tried to change the subject, then they'd read too deep into it. So I tried answering as quickly as possible. Except, contrary to the efforts I'd made, there was a pause before they replied.
圭一
So
君
you ate out for
お
lunch?
昼は外
Gage.
食だったんだね
The glimmer from Reina's eyes had changed at some point as well. It was now sharp, as if to make me feel the feigned ignorance behind her words even more. As if she already knew. That's how it looked to me.
ど
Well,
う美味しかった
was it good?
なんでそんなことを
Why are you
聞
asking
く
me
んだ
this?
よ。
Mian was speaking in an unusually low tone, almost as if she knew that I ate at the restaurant in town. No, I'm overthinking this. I mean, both of them should have been in school at lunchtime. There was no way they could have known where I was.
渋いおじさまとご
Seems
一
you
緒
were
だっ
with
た
a
みたい
rather
だけど
austere-looking older guy.
誰
Who was he? Flop. The package with the mochi I was holding slipped out of my hands. I could tell the blood had drained from my face, making me go pale.
へえ
Oh,
圭一君
Keiichi.
それ
Who
誰
was he?
ひょっとして
Could it be the person from
こ
before?
の間の
I
人
wonder.
かな
I wonder. I could feel the back of my throat going dry. This was no longer a bluff. They knew everything.
なん
How
で
do you know that?
そんなこ
It
と
took everything I had to finally force those words from my throat. My knees were shaking. I got vomit on a sweater already. Mom's
さ
spaghetti.
てねおじ
Because
さんにわから
there's
ないこ
nothing
と
this
は
old
ない
man
から
doesn't
ね
know. Mion sneered knowingly, and her laugh seemed to carry on
Ne-
forever. So,
ケイちゃん
okay. What did
何
you
のお
talk
話
about?
を随分と
It
熱
seems
く
you
な
got
ってた
pretty
みたい
worked
だ
up
け
over
ど
it, too. They were in the restaurant.
みんなの
We
話は
weren't
してない
talking about you
よ
guys.
ミオンとも
It
レナ
didn't
と
have
も関
anything
係
to
ない
do with you, Reina.
うーん
Hmm.
聞いてもないのに
Isn't
レ
it
ナ
a bit
たち
strange
に
to
盛り
hear
上
our
がれる
names
な
come
ん
up,
て
even though no one asked
な
about
ん
it?
だか怪しいな
Reina's unwavering gaze pierced through my eyes and peered further inside me. I dug my own grave. My heart was throbbing so much, I felt like I was going to explode.
Ma-
Well,
何を
whatever you're
隠
trying to
れ
hide,
てやろうと
I've
も
already seen through it all.
それだけを忘
Remember
れ
that. I couldn't even shake my head. Took everything I had to stop my teeth from chattering. She never let her gaze break from mine, even as she tilted her head slightly.
圭一君
Keiichi, you don't look
青
so
色は
good.
もう横にな
I
った
think you should
方
lie
が
down.
そうだね
That's true.
私たちは
We
も
should
う帰ろ
both
う
head back home. And they just leave right then and there. As if nothing had happened. They both giggled at each other and started making their way out. I hadn't moved a muscle since I dropped the package. As they left, the door slowly closed behind them. All I could do was stare. As if I couldn't move until the door was completely closed. Just as it was about to be closed, it opened again slightly with a sudden creak, setting my heart racing once again. A single eye peered in through that narrow slit, and Mion's hawkish gaze peered at me once again.
じゃあねケイちゃん
See you, Kei-chan.
あ
Yeah,
明日
I'd
学校
hate
休ん
it
じゃ
if you miss school
嫌だよ
tomorrow. All right. Thud. The door closed. I wasn't able to move a muscle even after their low laughter died off into the distance and silence once again enveloped the room. Coming back to my senses, the first thing I did was lock the door. They knew what Oishi-san and I had talked about. Why? How? No, that wasn't important. Thinking about it now, all of it could have been overheard from the beginning when Oishi-san met me. Just as Mion said, I couldn't hide anything. Then, what were they trying to tell me? That part was obvious. They were warning me not to say anything unnecessary. What did they deem unnecessary? I only talked with Oishi about one thing, and they were warning me that that was unnecessary. What was it that he talked to me about? The incidents involving the curse that occurred every year weren't individual cases, but were connected as a whole, as well as the fact there may be multiple perpetrators hidden within Hinamizawa. No, more precisely, that Mion, Reina, Satoko, and Rika were all suspicious. Isn't that what they are warning me against?
何バカなこと
What
考
kind
え
of
てんだよ
nonsense am I thinking about? Hit my own face hard enough to let out a loud slap. If only that would wake me from this nightmare, but for some reason it felt like I was punching a blanket. It's laughably painless. Calm down, Keiichi Mabara. When did I become such a pessimist? Calm down. Settle down and sort things out. The reason Mion knew I was eating lunch with Oishi was probably because someone from Hinamizawa just happened to be there at the time. They must have told Mion that I was there. That made the most sense. Plus, come to think of it, she didn't ask me where I ate lunch, did she? She only asked, was it good? They were just curious, since I was together with someone not from Hinamizawa. It's not as if they had ulterior motives. Of course, that's it. That has to be it. Thinking about it that way, it was the same with Reina. I was just being strangely ambiguous about when I met Oishi-san, and Reina was just correcting me. That's when I was bewildered by their changing character from the usual mild-mannered Reina. I was just startled a bit. That's the most natural way of thinking about it. It felt like my mind was mixed up in a tangled mess of spaghetti. Deep red marinara sauce would have poured out of my nose and ears if you squeezed my head. Classic goated Ryukishi pros, dude. He's the GOAT. Thinking that, I suddenly felt like vomiting. I really didn't want that to happen, so I stopped holding my head. Lately, I had no idea what anyone was saying. Spending that time with them was fun. It didn't feel like there was any sort of hidden agenda. I really do think that they're a good bunch of people. When I just moved here and couldn't make heads or tails or anything, they really were kind to me. Reina was really kind and always looked after me. As long as that strange affliction didn't rear its ugly head, she was really pretty cute. Miana's also a really good person. She didn't care about anyone's age or gender, and was optimistic and outgoing. I was never bored when I was with her. I'm talking of not getting bored. Rambunctious Sadako was a good person for that too. She was pretty bratty. That was just the way she interacted with others. Rika-chan was the same way. She didn't speak often, but that doesn't mean she was always silent. They're my friends. But after hearing of the better untold secrets of Hinamizawa from Ueshiya-san and Tomitake-san when I was told about Ueshiro's curse, things started going crazy. Then hearing from Oishi that Mion, Reina, Sadako, and Rika were all suspicious. After that, everyone changed. That's right. It all started getting weird after Oishi told me all that strange stuff. At that time, I should have just not listened to the weird stories. I shouldn't have even asked Tomitake about the past incidents on the night of the Wasanagashi. If I just hadn't gotten that strange sense of curiosity. If I just hadn't... That's right. So that's why they... I'm guessing this has killed Tomisake-san. They fucked him! They fucked his ass! What are we gonna do? That impudent outsider speaking to the likes of me after everyone went out of their way to keep it a secret. They'd probably fuck Oishi as well, bro. Oh, it's old man Yaoi all over again. Crazy bars, Rikishi. Crazy, crazy bars. For trying to unearth what everyone was warning me was better left unburied. Besides that, he was unforgivable for spewing words that made me doubt the others. Of course a guy like that is going to be fucked! But Tomisake-san and Oishi-san were nothing but outsiders after all. They were entities who couldn't coexist with the people of Hinamizawa. Those guys should just follow Oishiro-sama curse and just... die. It wasn't their fault. It was my fault for not being able to hold back my curiosity. It wasn't their fault. It wasn't their fault. It wasn't their fault. It wasn't their fault. It was not their fault. I settled into a daze. It was a lethargic feeling, like I had just gotten up, but the ominous chill that haunted me had subsided. I was fine. I was no longer frightened. I had completely recovered. I'll go to school tomorrow, right as rain. I'll greet everyone. I'll take part in club activities. It'll definitely be fun. It had to be fun. I was one of them, after all. That reminds me. I need to eat those mochi. I hope I'm able to tell which one Reina made. I remember the homework the two had brought with them when they visited me. But wow, our club did delivery. That was something else. I picked up the package I dropped on the floor and headed in the living room. It would be nice, I guess, to have some tea with it. To fill my mouth with mochi while drinking tea. Oh, this was quite a delectable situation I was in. Opening up the newspaper wrapping, there were 5 plump red bean paste mochi fit snugly inside. Seems pretty good. There were letters written from left to right in the newspaper. A, B, C, D, E. Now then, they said Reina made 1. I wonder which. There wasn't much of a difference in how they looked. They smelled and appeared about the same. This was a pretty difficult problem. The biggest difference was probably their shape. I wasn't sure what kind of person Mion's grandma was, but Reina's had to be different from hers. Looking carefully, I'd see one mochi that was made very neatly. So with that, just by staring at it, could one tell it stood out? Looks like this challenge depends on whether or not this one is Reina's. Calm down and think even harder. Mion had said her grandma made a ton of them and was told to give some out, if I remember correctly. So that meant 4 of these were from a large batch. I'm gonna keep reading this all ominous-like, because, there's still no music, and this is cold. Then what about Reina? She probably only made 1, so she probably spent quite a bit of time on it. I mean, the one Reina made was this one, E. For a moment, I thought it may have been a trap she laid as I picked up on it, but that probably wasn't the case. I wouldn't be so sure if I knew Mion had made it, but since she said Reina made it, it wasn't a trap, probably. Alright, my tea is ready too. I'll start with the defending champ, Mion's grandma. Let's see. What is in these mochi? Not bad. A smooth bean paste and soft chewy texture left little to be desired. The tea I drank afterwards also accentuated the experience. This was an exquisite piece of work. Good-ass mochi! Now, how about Reina's? The creation was so delicate, one would think it was a high-class Japanese dessert. Since I normally had quite the appetite, I was slightly worried about the size of the portion. But, well, first a bite. What's going to be wrong with this mochi? This was quite a difficult one to judge, actually. The ingredients were exactly the same, so there's little difference in flavor. What was different was how it was shaped at the end, so it was to be expected. So the deciding factors would be presentation and volume. The well-formed and well-sized champion versus Reina the challenger, with the size you just couldn't get enough of. Fuck you, Ryukishi. Fuck you. I'd only had one bite of Reina's. I would probably have to wait until after I was done eating it to make my decision. Maybe there was something hidden inside that could cause an upset. It seems my prediction was right. My tongue touched something. It didn't feel like something edible, so I reached out my fingers and grabbed it. What? What was this? My bet! Calling it now, chat. Fingernail. Fingernail from Tomitake. Before I could fully comprehend what it was, I threw away the rest of the mochi I was eating as fast as I could. It slammed against the wall, causing the bean jam to splatter. Then after sticking for a moment, it slid down to the floor. I was dumbstruck by my own actions. What was I doing? Reina had gone out of her way to make it for me. How could I? Dumbstruck, I looked down at the hand that performed such a vile act that I remembered what I'd taken out of my mouth. At first I thought it was a hair. Even though it was shorter than Mion's, Reina's hair was still quite long. And it wasn't this short. It was also a bit too hard to be hair. It was thick enough to roll around on my tongue. There was a bit of a metallic sheen on one end of it. Yes, there was a hole for where a thread goes through, like it was a sewing needle. Yes, that's right. It looked very much like a sewing needle. Exactly like one. The end was pointed as well. Holy fuck! Quite sharply. It really did look just like a sewing needle. Huh. What did I mean by looked very much like a sewing needle just a bit ago? I couldn't answer, but a voice inside me already knew and let me know by shattering my molars together. I couldn't stave off the terror welling up inside me. Suddenly, I tasted something metallic and felt a prickling pain at the back of my throat. I stuck my finger in the back of my mouth and felt around to see if it was bleeding. Suddenly, I felt the urge to vomit. A sharp taste of bile irritated the back of my throat. I clasped both hands over my mouth, and after writhing in agony, I was somehow able to hold back the nausea. I was finally able to breathe normally again, but this time my heart was throbbing intensely. Then, finally registered exactly what had mixed in with the mochi. Before I could think of the correct word, my hands were already on the move. Splat! Plop! Splort! I tossed the rest of the mochi against the wall. The geometric patterns of the scattered bean jam on the wall suddenly invoked a terrible omen in my mind. After looking away, I dashed out to the hall and flew upstairs to my room, where I stayed on the covers until morning. I clutched my own shoulders, howling madly in a mix of fear, anger, sadness, and frustration. This wasn't a threat or a warning or a reminder, nothing as simple as that. What happened in Hinamizawa? What is happening in Hinamizawa? What would happen? I didn't know the answer to any of those questions. Where did I break a taboo? Regardless, now Reina and Mion and the others, they consider me an enemy. And they thought I should die. I won't let you kill me. Not for such a pointless reason. I fell into a restless sleep as I was crushed by my negative emotions. It was as if I was being drawn to a billowing, bottomless swamp. Holy shit, chat. Holy fuck. Oh. A drug that makes you kill yourself and threat. Hard to swallow, huh? Enjoy a homemade snack. Fuck you, Steam Achievement. That's actually insane. Alright, we have 2 new tips. Let's give these a read. This is fucking crazy, dude. Alright, so, a drug that makes you commit suicide. Hopefully there ain't one of those in the red bean paste. Let's cut to the chase. Is there a drug that causes someone to kill themselves? Not directly, no. That's quite a roundabout response. You mean that there's one that does it indirectly? It's possible to induce a suicidal mental state, is what I mean. That's hard to say. What would a suicidal mental state be? Like a person with a serious bipolar disorder. It's believed that people are most likely to attempt suicide when swinging from depression to mania. We know that Tomitake was in a state of advanced hysteria when he tore his own throat out. So yeah, that just check out. Clinical depression and bipolar disorder are different. Clinical depression indicates a prolonged state of depression, whereas bipolar disorder is characterized by a passive depressed state accompanied by a very active manic state. Individuals with clinical depression suffer from low self-esteem and are quite pessimistic, but rarely commit suicide. They don't have the willpower, nor does mania on its own lead to suicide. That has an opposite effect, filling them with confidence, making them feel as though they're walking on air. Thus, they don't commit suicide. That's interesting. neither state causes suicide. When the condition changes, they might do so. There's a judge committing suicide when in a state of depression, but they don't have the willpower to commit such an act. When they enter mania, they gain a burst of willpower and their body moves as they desire. I see. So it means they gain the willpower to commit suicide. That's how it goes. That's why patients are given sedatives during that time to keep them from acting on their impulses. Then was Tomitake bipolar. People who suffer from bipolar disorder generally commit suicide by more civilized means. Like, say, hanging or jumping off a building. In comparison, yeah. Self-harm as though going through withdrawal is completely different. Tomitake's death was not civilized, so I would think it was caused by some foreign substance. As I said from the start, tell me of a drug that causes someone to commit suicide. There are reports that methamphetamine overdoses produce a condition that resembles bipolar disorder. It's a stimulant. Barbiturate overdoses are also reported to cause erratic behavior. That's a sleep aid. There were no signs of stimulants. Are there any other possibilities? All I can think of is it's some sort of illness, really. Something like Graves' disease, which affects the thyroid, so it's caused symptoms that resemble bipolar disorder. But Graves' disease has many characteristic symptoms of its own. The disease exhibited none of them. I wonder, is there something that could happen more spontaneously? Something that fits with this case and would cause someone to want to commit suicide all of a sudden, out of nowhere? Are you familiar with organic mental disorders? In short, it's a condition where the brain is out of whack due to physical injury or illness. Okay. It can be caused by drugs, but it can also be caused by physical trauma, encephalitis, a stroke, or tumors. Basically, even without a drug, one can succumb to an irregular mental state. The deceased was surrounded after being chased, and his life was in danger, right? All that stress could have messed with his brain chemistry, he could have hit his head, and those factors combined might have caused him to mutilate himself. It's a possibility. Could you explain it to me in simpler terms? Basically, he knocked his noggin in the brawl and it made him go haywire. I guess this means the assailants didn't have any intent to kill, huh? They smacked him hoping to nick some change, just happened to hit a bad place. The two plump men laughed hoarsely. But of course, it's not like that. Undoubtedly. Whether it was habitual drug use or something mental, the deceased's background holds the key. How's your investigation going? Oh my goodness, look at the time. I need to get back soon or Kuma-chan will get angry with me. Mr. Bear. Yep, good luck. Best wishes. Best wishes to you as well. Okay, so they're saying that there is the possibility that this is something biological. Alright, next is threat. I have chills, bro. Those guys just now. They had national diet badges. That's the fucking Senate. Then it's Prefectural Assembly member Sonozaki and City Councilor Sonozaki. That's interesting. The Prefectural Assembly member and City Councilor are related. It's dirty is what it is. Shouting out each other's name during elections. Well, one is up for election, the other one holds an assembly, and they double up their campaign. Blatantly. I don't know how much of this stuff, but isn't that against the rules of the election? As long as they have no prior consultation, there are no restrictions on their political activities. Kuma-chan, the 2nd Investigative Division, is going to be pretty tough for you. You should at least brush up on election law. I'm not good at handle intellectual crime, because I'm dumb. There was Prefectural Assembly member Sonozaki and City Councilor Sonozaki. Also, the mayor of Hinamizawa. So they're all influenced by the Sonozaki family. Crap. Looks like they were seen off by the deputy chief and the department chief. Okay. It came to me. That night, when the department chief invited me along to get some Oden, I thought that was it. You have a lot of connections, so you might have heard something heavy. Nope, not a thing. Ma'am, I'll take a tofu fritter and a fish cake. The counselor stormed in on the police chief in a rage. Oh, is that so? Ma'am, I'll take another bowl. Prefectural Assembly member Sonozaki and City Councilor Sonozaki were both intimidating. Our snot-nosed career police chief couldn't handle being yelled at by them. They're like Yakuza. A petition with your name came up regarding how the investigation of the Hinamizawa incident is being handled. Goodness me, I'm not the faintest. No need to play dumb. You're reopening the past cases regarding Hinamizawa, aren't you? I've already got my hands full with Tomitake's death. Really? I hope so, for your sake. There was a period of silence. While we were silent, we made headway in our food and drink. Ooh, quite the feast. This month has been a bunch of losses for me, so my wallet was feeling the pinch. Much appreciated. Yeah, it's nothing. Tell me a good horse again. I'll bet on the same one as you. I haven't been doing well there lately. Haven't been able to read the horses at all. Taxi!
Taxi!
I'm going by train. The department chief is taking a taxi. I have my own car, but it'd be rash to drive it home. Can't blow it right before retirement with the DUI. Yeah, checks out. Even though he could still rattle off, it looked like his legs were already jelly. Pushing him into the cab, I gave the driver the department chief's address. Well, we'll see you again tomorrow. Best wishes. Oishi-san. Yeah. The past incidents have all been closed. Stop lumping them all together. Those villagers have to believe it's really a curse. Well, I'm not convinced. You're going to be retiring next year, aren't you? Weren't you going to pay off your mortgage with your severance pay and move up to Hokkaido with your mom? Mother pines to return to her birthplace. It's the least I can do. And the pension, well, it'll let me enjoy myself in Susukino. The chiefs say he may have to reconsider issuing your special retirement salary raise. A public servant's severance payment is calculated based on their monthly salary when they retire. So a special promotion of 2 pay grades is given before retirement. This tops up the employee severance payment. Tends to be how it's done around here. Of course, it's not exactly a commendable custom. Incidentally, the difference that 2 pay grades makes to the payout is quite significant. I'd expect no less of our egghead chief. Quite the model veiled threat, but, well, considering how our pay comes from the public's hard-earned taxes, it's the way of the times, I suppose. It certainly wasn't a laughing matter, but I'll laugh through it anyway. I don't think it's such a model response, but given how hard you've worked, it's not at all odd for you to take home such a good package. Personally, I'd like you to get it. If I can get it, well, of course I want it. You'll get it, as long as you're an adult about this. Sorry for holding you up there, driver. Thank you very much. I closed the door roughly, interrupting the department chief's conversation a bit rudely. It looked like he still had something to say, but he just smiled wryly and waved. I waved in return. The cab sped up gradually, and soon disappeared among the sea of lights. Ah! Oh, he should jump scare! Jesus Christ. Oh, man. I wonder if I'll be able to repay that loan. So that's him resolved to keep investigating, even if he's gonna lose his pension benefits for it. That's very admirable on your own part. Alright, let me save right quick. That is the end of chapter 9. So we have 3 chapters left. So, we're going to do one more chapter, and then we're going to take another break. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of muffled footsteps stopped in front of the door to my room. A moment of silence as if whoever they belonged to was ascertaining if I was inside. Of all the things I should have been doing, I continued on with my restless slumber. I was very much conscious, but my body hadn't caught up yet. Even with danger bearing down on me from just beyond the door, it was as if I was completely paralyzed, unable to move. Without a doubt, this was sheer terror. Please, just leave. Hey, why isn't my body awake yet? If they came in our room right now, then... Oh, bright light. Ah! I sprung to my feet and threw my covers at Mom, who was opening the door. Oh! Keiichi! What's the matter? Sorry. I was still half asleep. I thought it was still 1 or 2 a.m., but the morning sun was already streaming through the gap between the curtains. Again indeed. Yeah, this is fucking scary, dude. They're really amping this shit up. I'm on the edge of my seat. It felt nothing like morning. Yesterday, I must have fallen asleep right after that. Then, I should have gotten a full 10 hours of rest. But it didn't feel like that at all. My internal clock was completely screwed. My sense of balance fell off. Felt feverish enough that it was clear to me that I was still not well. Well, Keiichi, how are you feeling? Can you make it to school? I felt far from well enough. No, I wasn't mentally fit to go. I was so plagued with terror from yesterday. If I had swallowed that needle, what would have happened? Or what if it had pierced my tongue? There was undoubtedly a murderous intent, but I don't think that's all it was. If they really wanted to kill me, there were other, more certain ways to do it. They wouldn't resort to such a dubious method as having me swallow a needle. Meaning, I didn't want to believe it, but going that far was just a threat from Reina and Mion. Aren't you glad you didn't die? But next time, we'll use a more assured method. Like that. Something like sending a letter with a razor inside would have been a joke compared to this. Did you make it to the hospital? Did you take your medicine? Yeah, kinda. Something about my mom's dubious gaze bothered me. She seemed more concerned about her son missing 2 days of school rather than him being sick. It was definitely mental fatigue. I wasn't really physically ill. It'll be hard for you to get back on track once daily routine is thrown off. Come on, get up! They said wellness is a state of mind. I appreciate it, Ma. I heard that line many times before. I was given an award in elementary school for having perfect attendance, but it wasn't like I was healthier than everyone. Come on, go watch your face. Oh, so his mom's forcing him to go. Fair enough. Breakfast is already ready. There isn't much time before Reina-chan comes and gets you. Mom's home and I couldn't argue about it, so I had to give up on skipping a second day. By the way, were you the one who got bean paste over the living room wall, Keiichi? You shouldn't do something like that. Your father was quite angry. I didn't feel particularly guilty for doing it, so I didn't have much of a reaction. Also, Mom didn't question me any further about it. She headed back downstairs after she was certain I was getting up. What Mion said as she left yesterday, "I'd hate it if you missed school tomorrow," came back and dwelled in the back of my head. What did she mean? I didn't even have to really think about it. She was saying, "Don't be absent." Taking that a bit further, it was the same as her saying I should just go about living my life as if nothing had happened. If I showed any signs of acting unusual, I would probably result in them making their move. If I acted differently, someone like Uishi-san, for example, might end up noticing that something is up. Meaning, if I didn't wash my mouth or did anything different from the... God damn it. What? Wrong button. Okay, we're good. From the norm. In effect, it would end up communicating something to those who were undesirable. And it seems that was something the girls did not intend to forgive. So if I just went along as normal, no harm would come. Is that how it was going to be? All that misery I experienced until yesterday would almost creepily just fade away. It was an enticing deal. Just by forgetting everything I'd seen or heard these last few days, I'd be able to keep on living life like normal. There's no way such a selfish thing could... I keep doing it. I swallowed hard. I once again deliberated on the idea that I just rejected. Mion was probably a good person who had friends at heart. She was giving me, who had mistakenly broken some rule, if there was a chance. Was what I did really something so unforgivable? Well, Mion had given me another chance. She was saying if I just forgot everything and kept living on like I had been, I'd be forgiven. Keiichi, your food's gonna get cold. Hurry up and get down. Raina will be here if you don't hurry. I'm coming. I crammed my textbooks in my bag and hastily made my way downstairs. My fingers are cold. I picked my somewhat bland breakfast. It seemed I didn't have much time. It was already past when I usually met with Raina. Given yesterday's events, she'd probably be here in the next 5 minutes. I needed to be ready to head to school by then. I had to forget everything that happened these past 2 days. Forget it all and return to my normal life. For this to be normal, I'd have to be where I normally met up with Raina. Today of all days, the rice was dry and hard to get down. Ding dong! I jumped to the sound, dropped my chopsticks. That chime signal that Raina had arrived. Mom hurried me along. Come on, Raina-chan's already here! Hurry! Mom's merry smile and my gloomy face were polar opposites. The bean face was gone. However, I was reluctant to see Raina, who was waiting there on the other side of the door. The Raina on the other side wasn't the Raina I knew. I couldn't keep her waiting. I needed to do things as usual. Ohayo! An invigorating greeting filtered in from across the doorway. I came since Keiichi was a bit late. Will be okay, I wonder. The manner in which she was concerned was, without a doubt, the Raina I knew. But was that was probably only if I reciprocated. Forget everything from yesterday. Pretend as though nothing had happened. Forget about the gruesome dismemberment. Forget about the mysterious deaths that happened the following years. Forget about the people falling to their death, and the terminal illness, and the suicide, and the fatal beating, and the disappearance. Forget it. Forget it. Forget that Raina and Mion were scary, of course! Forget it all. Forget about all of it. Forget about the mochi, too. Forget. Raina once again asked me to make sure. Can you make it to school? Yeah, I'm fine. Yay! Then let's go. Mi-chan's waiting. Raina showed me her usual bright smile. I couldn't find any hint of deceit in her expression. My nervousness dissipated, giving way to relief. Okay. Every fucking scene with them I expected to fucking hard cut, dude. But you see, Sadako was so insistent she could do it. As we were walking along, Raina talked about a lot of different stuff, more so than usual. Huh. Then? Sadako-chan is clumsy, so she failed no matter how many times she tried. Oh, she was so cute. Everything Raina talked about was just some silly nonsense. I replied every so often and laughed from time to time. It was a rather laid-back conversation. He's good at acting. Here's where we meet, man. We passed by one of our neighbors and they called out to us. Oh my, Keiichi-kun, Raina, aren't you two a bit late today? Mion said she was going on ahead. Uh-oh, did Mi-chan look mad? Oh no, we need to hurry up, Keiichi. After greeting our neighbor with a smile, Raina turned back to me and poked her tongue out. Nah, not expecting I couldn't help but crack a smile. Keiichi smiled. Huh? What? Raina stopped and stared at me. I was thinking that you still hadn't recovered from your cold since you seemed down this morning, Keiichi, but now you seem fine. With a grin, she gently poked my cheek. She's really pressing this, huh? It was a bright and sincere smile. Hey, Keiichi Maibara, how can you still doubt Raina after she shows you a smile like that? Maybe I just had a high fever up until today and imagined everything that I thought happened yesterday because I was bedridden and delirious. I really hope that was the case. If God would grant me just one wish, there's only one thing that I'd wish for. I would want what happened in these past few days. More specifically, from the night of the Wasanagashi up until last night. I wanted all of that to have never happened. I wonder how many times I'd wish for that these past few days. As long as Raina kept on smiling like this, it might just become reality. So I wanted Raina to keep on smiling. Keep on smiling. So, Keiichi-kun. Those mochi yesterday, did you eat them all? Wow! What a way to hard cut, dude. That vain wish of mine was instantly shattered. My heart began palpitating. The relaxed morning mood suddenly became frigid. Reina's smile was the same as usual. Her eyes were gentle, as usual. Those mochi yesterday, did you eat them all? Of course she wasn't asking the question at face value. In other words, Reina was asking, did you get the message? She was probably trying to convey that. Keiichi-kun. I was reluctant to give an answer. Reina stopped walking and stared deeply into my eyes. Don't hesitate, Keiichi. Reina's acting the same as always, wasn't she? I need to respond in my usual way. Naturally, of course. But both my throat and mouth had gone dry. My lips were stuck together. Hurry and answer. Not much time had passed. I could keep the conversation going. I had to say something. Reina playfully mimicked what I said when I finally squeaked something out. Reina's reaction was still normal. It seemed there wasn't as long as a pause as I thought. Somehow I finally squeaked out the rest. Delicious! However, my restrained efforts neither sullied nor brightened Reina's expression. For a moment I panicked, thinking I'd replied incorrectly. But after a few moments, Reina broke into her usual soft smile and giggled with a joyful voice that seemed to echo through the morning air. Being strung along by that laugh, I couldn't help but laugh as well. I see! So, did you eat all of them, I wonder? I wonder. My timid smile froze again. That is true, you did dodge the question. Did you make it without swallowing the sewing needle? Was that what she was asking? If I'd swallowed it, then I wouldn't be here. Nah, I couldn't finish all of them. There's still some left. I was scared out of my wits, but that was how I played it. Huh? What about the homework to see if you could tell which one Reina made? That homework, was it due today? Yeah, it's due today. Mi-chan will get angry. There's probably a penalty game ready for you. It's so chilling, dude. There's no music, and it's so good. It's so good. I'm loving every second of this. We both laughed at each other again. To a casual observer, it was a typical morning. If I could just let myself believe, then even I'd think it was the usual morning routine. But I was certain I wasn't mistaken. There was something unimaginable buried beneath the facade of this giggling Reina. Lies! I recalled that unexpected piercing voice that I could hardly believe came from Reina's mouth. The moment that image crossed my mind, I felt a cold sweat trickle down my back. Was it only at that particular time that something evil had possessed Reina? No, that was wrong. That was Serena. I wish she had told me, didn't he? Actually, I looked into her. Before she moved to Hinamizawa, she was suspended from school. Seems she went through her school building and broke all the windows. Reina had a disorder that normal people didn't. No matter how pleasantly she smiled, that fact would not change. But I couldn't even imagine how she looked as she broke all the glass through the school. One thing I knew was that it wasn't something spur of the moment. If it was some sudden outburst of anger, then maybe she'd break a pane or two. But she broke all of the windows in her school. Just imagine going through your own school, breaking the windows with a bat. Swinging full force at each pane of glass, one after another, paying no heed to the flying shards. This is a crazy-ass panel, I will say. This is some nuts stuff. Your classmates aghast, unable to move from the sudden turn of events. I wonder where she could have found the most windows lined up in a row. Probably the hallway. Smash, walk, wind up, smash, walk, wind up. It was difficult for me to connect that horrifying image with Reina smiling at me right now, but I just had to imagine it. Impossible because it was unimaginable. That naive way of thinking no longer worked. The unpleasant piercing sound of shattered glass, the crunching noise as she treads across the broken shards, walking towards me. Reina's classmates going pale as they forget to breathe. I wonder what they did as Reina came closer, breaking windows along her path. Did they earnestly try to bring her to her senses by saying something? Or did they jump at her, trying to stop her savagery? Or did they run to the staff room to call for the teachers? Probably none of these. Just stood in silence, huh? In the face of that blood-curdling sight of Reina bursting window after window, undoubtedly, all they could do was silently clear a path, dumbfounded, just clearing the path for Reina to continue. It would be cruel to blame anyone looking the other way. No, they weren't simply looking the other way. They knew it was the only way they could protect themselves. If they had done something different from the rest, they may have suddenly found themselves as Reina's new target. What would Reina have done to whoever attracted her attention? The answer was obvious. She would have undoubtedly acted according to her whims. Meaning I would, be the next window. Reina, staring into my eyes, shards of glass crunching and crackling underfoot as she drew closer. I was also drawn into her eyes, paralyzed. Then Reina struck me with the bat over and over again like I was one of those windows. I crouched down on the floor, desperately protecting my head. Reina didn't care whether it was my head or my back. Zealously, she hit me again and again. What kind of expression was she making as she was doing this over and over again? I peered up to see. Her expression was so indifferent. It was completely unnerving. It's because no matter how many times she struck me, I didn't make as pleasant a sound as the other windows. She struck me continuously, over and over again. The sound Reina wanted didn't come out. Our classmates standing around didn't try to stop her. They didn't want to be the next window. Someone save me! Turning a blind eye unless we're hanging out. But of course everyone in class scrambled to obtain the highest standardized test scores. They'd gain nothing from saving a cram school tryhard like me. Eventually there would be a faint sound, similar to when you crack open a walnut, and some sort of reddish-black spray would shoot out. Anyway, it wasn't that Reina momentarily lost herself in her anger. After forcing myself to breathe and calming down my heart, I recalled what Higurashi told me. And in the counselor's medical report, he recorded all the conversations he had with Reina Shen. It shows up, and quite a bit at that. She mentioned the word Oyashiro-sama. I have fucking chills, dude. Following that, Reina was suspended and had regular examinations at the hospital. Then, as she was undergoing counseling, she said it over and over. Oyashiro-sama. She seems that Oyashiro-sama she spoke of was like a ghost bringing her house every night, sitting over her pillow looking down at her. That was only a piece of their conversation, so I still couldn't see the big picture, but it was by no means a happy little combo. And what Reina did was she saying that ghastly incident was a result of her being possessed by Oyashiro? Up until now, I didn't want to believe in Oyashiro-sama's curse. That's why I wanted to say the mysterious deaths every year happened because of some sort of conspiracy. Every time I talked with Oishi, it was more than certain that the deaths were the work of men and not of curse. Except if it was people perpetrating the incidents, my friends were somehow deeply connected. If I refused to believe that the curse was real, then I would have to believe those who acted the kindest to me were deeply involved in the incidents. Do you believe in magic, Keiichi? Is that how it's gonna be? Ah! Why? How? For what reason? Every little thing she does is magic. Was Reina? Was everybody? It was much more painful and troublesome than accepting that it was just Oyashiro-sama's curse. In the aftermath, Reina had admitted to her doctor that it was because she was possessed by Oyashiro. I felt a strange sense of relief from that. So that's how it was. There wasn't a second side to Reina. She did that because she was possessed by something strange like Oyashiro. It wasn't Reina's fault. Oyashiro was the one to blame. I knew. This was all backwards. Refusing to believe there was a curse, I wanted there to be a human perpetrator. Now that my close friends were the ones that were suspicion, I changed my beliefs at my own convenience, saying it was Oyashiro-sama's curses to blame. Which was the better choice, accepting that the curse existed, or that Reina and the rest were deeply involved in the string of mysterious deaths? I didn't want to think about it. If I just didn't think about it, I'd be able to continue the same as always. I wanted to believe that, but that was no longer possible. I had received their message. It was pathetic of me to try and bend the meaning to my own convenience. Regardless of whether my opponent was a human or a curse, I won't let it kill me. As if I would just bend over, give in, for no good reason at all. Won't let it happen. Keiichi-kun! You've been making a really weird face. Why? Inhaling sharply and hearing her voice, I came back to my senses. Before I'd realized it, we were already at the entrance. Shaking my head a few times, I exercised all those terrifying thoughts. No matter how you looked at it, there's no way Reina could have done such terrible things. It was like I was trying to placate myself. Back in class! As I slid the door open, a blackboard eraser loaded with chalk dropped down on my head the moment I stepped in the classroom. You're off your game, Keiichi! You gotta get on your shit! The chalk dust went in my eyes, inducing a brief moment of agony. How befitting for the truant, Keiichi-san. Good morning to both of you, Keiichi and Reina. Good morning, Sadako-chan, Rika-chan. Not quite in the mood for it, I didn't really react to Sadako's trap. Sadako braced herself as I passed by, expecting me to attack her. She seemed a bit disappointed as I simply walked by silently. Oh, what is this? How discouraging indeed. Keiichi doesn't seem to be back to his usual self yet. Yeah, take it easy on it for today, okay? Suddenly, there was a slap down on my shoulder. It hurt a bit. Mion! Hey, Kei-chan, did you get enough rest? It was Mion. My mind was full of stuff about Reina, but Mion was also a party of interest. Remember, Keiichi? That hawkish gaze from yesterday? Yeah, morning. What's with that energetic greeting? Did you eat the mochi I brought you? I'm like this because I ate them. Those words were itching to be blurted
やっ
out.
ぱ食
I
欲
really
がな
just
く
didn't have the
ていくつか
appetite.
は
I ate
食
a
べたけ
few,
ど
but quite a lot were
だ
left
いぶ
over.
残しちゃったんだ。
あれ
Huh? What about the homework? Do you have an answer for which one was Reina's? Keiichi-kun said he forgot his homework. Ah.
ありゃ
Sheesh, then we can't help it. Time for your penalty! Flashing a lurid smile, Mian returned to her seat. There was nothing from our exchanges that would cause the classmates to suspect anything was amiss. But of course, anyone listening to our conversations up until this morning wouldn't see anything suspicious. That was why it was so frightening. They acted in a way that regardless of whatever happened to Keiji Maibara, no one would ever suspect them. That fact had me terrified. Soon the teacher came. There you are. After she asked how I felt and took attendance, another dull, ordinary day began. That's our scene break. I got some water. This shit is fucking cold, dude. Oh my god. Yeah, we're not done yet. This free study period was a convenient time to consider where I stood. I gently closed my eyes and pondered the ridiculous position I was in right now. First of all, what I shouldn't forget was how dangerous of a situation I was in. I had fallen out of favor with them. After interacting with Oishi-san multiple times, I could see it as I was getting closer to the heart of the matter. The warning yesterday was the mochi was a good indicator of that. No, calling it a warning was just my habit of understanding. It probably had no meaning beyond stunting my progress and buying themselves time, until they had a method of completely erasing me. They were just biding their time. Even though they were keeping me under their thumb with threats, it didn't change the fact that I knew too much. The chilling sensation on my desk made me recall Satoshi Hojo, the boy who was using the seat until last year when he disappeared. Let me see if I still have... I don't still have my Twitch stream open. There we go. Was he also similar to me? Did he learn something he shouldn't have and was erased? Damn. I wouldn't let them get rid of me so easy. Never! But were they really trying to kill me? I've had these contradictory feelings for a while now. Even though I suspected them, I feel that I had to cover for them. Even having witnessed all their suspicious behavior, a morning like this just made it all seem like an elaborate hoax. No, that's just what I wanted to believe. Doubting my friends? Covering for them? My life was in danger. Or was it? Actually, I was debating the wrong point. Given my current situation, those points were something that should have been deliberated on a long time ago. But really, Reina and the rest of them, were they actually aiming to kill me? That low voice in my head continued to torment me with these unresolvable trains of thought. Yeah, it's brutal. Are you an idiot, Keiichi Maibara? The answer should be obvious. But maybe that sewing needle might have just been an accident, right? How could you screw up and drop a sewing needle into a piece of mochi? The benefit of the doubt can only go so far. Both Reina and Mion had acted and behaved suspiciously, but maybe it was all some sort of misunderstanding. What kind of misunderstanding? It wasn't just suspicious, it was outright ludicrous, right? Reina just corrected me for lying, and Mion only asked me about what I had for lunch. Reina was standing outside my door eavesdropping for a solid hour. She was probably just waiting for my phone call to end. For a whole hour outside your room? Is it normal to go home afterwards without saying anything? You heard from Oishiro-san, didn't you? About what Reina did at her former school? But at the hospital, she said it was Oishiro-sama's fault. She...
いい加減にしろよ、
Oh,
お
cut
前
it
ら
out,
ケイ
Keiichi
チ。
Maibara. Don't you realize they're out to
お
kill
前
you?
命を狙
I
われ
have
てる
already
って
blown
自
out those
覚がある
words.
のか
So
よ。
sad directly left me dumbfounded for a few months afterwards. I had to look around to see if anyone had heard it. The soliloquy could have looked so close to the truth. Even though I could feel the murderous intent from Reina and the others, part of me was somewhere still trying to deny it. This late in the game, such hesitation could be fatal. I knew that. But I was just your average student, a man living in his normal, ordinary life. Do you think I could suddenly believe that my friends who had been happily laughing with together until last Sunday now intended to kill me? Right?
構えるな、ケ
You're
イ
too
チ。
soft, Keiichi. This time I remembered to keep my voice down so only I could hear it. There was one thing I now understood. I was too soft. I didn't completely understand how dangerous Rain and the rest were. No, I wasn't trying to understand. I was too soft not listening to Oishi when he was earnestly showing me the heart of the matter. I didn't listen because I was too busy pretending to be dejected. I didn't comprehend. I was just running away. I didn't comprehend it, so nobody had any notion to try and kill me. I need to get rid of such naive thoughts. So I made that resolution. I heard the bell signaling the end of class. So soon. The day was already over. I didn't recall eating lunch or doing anything in class. My friends were putting their desks together in preparation for club activities. Not long ago, I probably would have happily jumped into that circle. You have to jump in now. You... My Keiichi-san. You can't... You have to pretend things are normal, or they're going to fucking kill you. How rude of you to even think about leaving. The way Sadako spoke was so typical and familiar, it almost physically hurt. Oh, Keiichi-kun, is today not a good day, I wonder? And we were going to win big together. Oh, I love that Omappia. It's very cute. Seeing Reina's expression, which said she was really looking forward to today, was hard to take. Hey, Keiichi, maybe Ueshi's-san is just some enormous jerk trying to separate me from the others. Slap! Trying to expunge this weak mind of thinking, I slapped myself in the face. Keiichi! Yeah, was Reina really trying to kill me? I wish someone would tell me if it was a hoax. I don't care if it was actually one or not, I just wanted someone to say so. Yet another weak-willed thought. How did I ever become this naive? Are you alright? Does your head hurt? Apparently that was how my inner dilemma appeared to Reina. You're pale. Can you make it home by yourself? Maybe I should accompany you home, I wonder. No, it's okay. Sorry, I can get home by myself. Just have the meeting without me. Upon hearing that I wasn't going to participate in the club meeting, Mion pouted unhappily. Since Kei-chan was so bent on a revenge match, we were even going to play that deduction game from before, too. Keiichi-san doesn't have the burning desire for a rematch? How pathetic. I wouldn't fall for some dumb taunt. Without even a real retort, I just grabbed my bag and was about to get up. Someone's hand pushed itself gently onto my head. Keiichi doesn't seem to be well. Huh, very unfortunate. It was Rika-chan. She stretched up as far as she could, doing her best to pat my head with her petite hand. Surely, chat, surely Reika is not one of the people that is trying to have us fucking killed. It felt so nice, which made things even harder. Sorry, never mind. See ya. That's all I said as I quickly left the classroom. They said something to me as I was leaving, but I couldn't make it out. I managed to make it all the way to the entrance in that state of mind. Took out my shoes, put them on, and went forward. Forward. Harden that heart, Keiichi. They were, for some unfathomable reason, trying to kill me. They were plotting something dubious, watching my every move. But I couldn't hate them, because weren't they my friends? Part of me lamented my naivete, while another part lamented the fact that I had lost something important by lamenting over it in the first place. It felt like my personality was being ripped in two, along with my body. If this is what Oishiro-sama's curse was like, then it was just too harsh. Hey, Oishiro-sama. I was wrong for not believing in your curse, but I believed in it now. Completely. Your curse does exist. So seriously, give me a break. I beg you. Come on. I mean, we don't know if it's just the two or not. It could very well be all of them. Or it could be just Mion and Reina. Dinner was unusually bland, so was breakfast. It had no flavor or aroma. The miso soup that normally tantalized my appetite instead tasted like nothing but boiled water. Dad was eating with us that night. It was a rare occurrence in this household. Whenever he got into his work, he ate and slept on his own schedule. My dad never cared about the time. Since my dad was at the dinner table, it either meant he had just reached a good point to take a break, or he was in a slump. So, yeah, he just doesn't understand the motivation creators have. Your partnership was just a verbal agreement, wasn't it? If it's so hard to agree on things, why not just end it? I feel like it's an industry with a lot of back-scratching, but when it gets in the way of business, I wasn't able to pick out much of my mom and dad's conversation, but I could tell it wasn't a very pleasant topic. That, of course, made the disgusting food even less appealing. Staring listlessly at the exchange between my parents, my mind wandered off in the same thought process I had all day long. It is so cold in my room. I am grabbing I have a wearable blanket that my mom got me for Christmas. It is actually very warm and nice. I'm not gonna lie, I was a bit of a doubter at first, but I have to admit it's really nice. So let me put this on right quick. Or at least as much as I can with the chair around me. It's kind of just, like, hung up. Yeah, I gotta get up to put this on. While I'm doing that, we can theorize a little bit. Yeah, at the moment, I really want to believe that it's just Mion. Like, the others have nothing to do with this. Because, like, the alternative is that fucking Sadako is planning our demise right now, dude. And if Sadako is planning our demise, that means that she's gonna do it with, like, some fucked up trap when we walk in the school building. I think that's a fate worse than death. I'm not sure that I want to exactly endure that one. Alright. Nice and toasty. Let me actually bring my mouse a little bit closer here so that I can click through the scenes without getting out. Alright. Friends close to me. No, they used to be friends, but I could no longer trust them. Right now, I was greatly lacking in allies. People I trusted, people I could depend on when push came to shove. They were something I just didn't have. Having just one ally would have been incredibly reassuring in the currently hopeless situation I was in. I put down my chopsticks and looked over at my parents who were still talking about work. The first course of action that came to mind was to tell my parents everything. Currently, there wasn't a single person from Hinamizawa I could trust 100%. That meant the only people I could trust were my parents. Makes sense. But if I told them everything that happened up until now, would they understand? Reina, for example, that neighborly Reina who was so diligent looking after me, she came to get me every day and sometimes brought over a share of what she made. She made pickles for us, chat. Surely she would never be evil. How could I explain that she wanted to kill me? No matter how I explained it, it would probably be difficult for anyone to comprehend. My somewhat eccentric dad wouldn't understand, and my high-strung mom would probably drag me off to a psychiatrist in the blink of an eye. Sadly, that was the amount of trust that existed in our relationship. Even if they did come to understand, what could they possibly do? Unless they could uncover the truth, they wouldn't be able to protect me. No, by informing them of these unnecessary things, I'd be putting my parents in danger as well. Considering that the victims in past incidents were often married couples, I couldn't even joke. For the entire Maibara family to have an accident, or to just vanish into thin air, it was easily possible in Hinamizawa. What was important here was that knowing something unnecessary put you in danger. The most unsettling question was, how did they know that I knew? As long as they didn't know, my parents might not fall victim. That was one way to think about it, I guess. At least it was like that in my case. After I found out, things started becoming odd. In other words, it meant the following. As long as my parents didn't know anything, nothing would happen to them. Which means that this house would be a safe haven as long as my parents were in. I knew these were just assumptions, based on conjectures on top of conjectures. Wanting this house to be a safe haven, it was the pinnacle of my weak-willed method of thinking. I had to concede that it was not completely safe. It was only safer than the outside. I knew that I couldn't rely on my parents. No, I couldn't risk getting them involved. Then the only person who could be my ally would be Oishi-san. Him and him alone. He was the only person who understood the situation I was in. He didn't care so much about my safety, but he was without a doubt passionate about solving this case. It was a bit frustrating, honestly. Oishi-san was basically the whole reason I was in this mess. Now to get out of it, I had to rely on him, meaning it was all going according to his devices. It was just my job to look appetizing while bobbing in the waves as bait. Then, when the fish started gathering around, he'd pull up the big haul. It was slightly infuriating, but even I thought it was the best course of action. So then, what should I do? Patience was the first rule of fishing. Just keep waiting until the fish actually bites. But I wasn't simply bait. There were lots of ways for me to struggle before being devoured. When they struck, I needed to somehow dodge just enough and tag out to Oishi. No question, it was going to be hard. The timing to bring in Oishi would be very difficult. He was in the city, not Hinamizawa. So if I phoned him in my moment of need, it would take him about 30 minutes to reach me, so I need to run away for those 30 minutes. For example, if we set up a rendezvous point for dire situations or something, I just have to hide out there until Oishi-san arrived. Okay, I can almost see it now. I was still being chased around the dark by boogeymen, but now I knew which way to go. I would never have imagined this would be so reassuring. Oh, yeah. It would probably be best if I had a concealed weapon for when things got rough. Typically, that would call for a switchblade, but that wasn't too reassuring for actual combat. Also, since it was recognized as a weapon by the public, that also wasn't very good. Really, when the time comes, a long weapon like a bat would work in my favor. I remember there was a metal bat at school. Oh, really? I can be confident with that when push came to shove. This... Write it down, chat. It's for the record. Keiichi Maibara is on Team Bat, and he's fucking correct. If I pretended I was practicing my swing, then it wouldn't be suspicious for me to always carry it around. I'd go to school early tomorrow and secure it. Just possessing a weapon may be enough to deter them. Also, one more thing. Insurance. It could be something like a note or memo. I could write down everything that's happened as a sort of journal. In case I suddenly vanish, the journal will be left behind. This guy's pretty fucking smart, dude. I love Keiichi. He knows what's going on. With my journal in his possession, Oishi-san should be able to avenge my death. I left my parents engrossed in a conversation about work and went back to my room. No music. I tore a piece of paper from a notebook and made my way to my desk. Last time I wrote a journal was for summer homework in elementary school. In the off chance something bad happened, the police could use my diary as a lead. So I should only write down the facts. How should I start? I jotted down my thoughts as they came. I, Keiichi Maibara, am in fear for my life. It made me laugh nervously. It was a line that showed up often in detective stories. I never even dreamed that I'd be in the type of situation where I read it myself. I do not know why they are after my life. Rand and the others were suspicious, but I had no proof. That's why I couldn't write anything more. I laughed wryly at myself for writing such a passage draped in mystery. Would the police be able to get the hint from reading this enigmatic passage? I can only pray that they would. What I prayed for was the most, though, was that this journal never needed to play its part. Here I laughed nervously. It was too simple, so I wrote down one more line I just thought of. The only thing I do know is that it has to do with Oishiro-sama's curse. Was that too much? I probably shouldn't write down more than that. If I wrote any more, then it would seem like I was just delusional. In order to appear to the reader that the person who had written this was of sound mind, I chose not to write anything else at that point. I just need to add more as I learned about the truth. I folded that paper and thought about a place to hide it. By hiding it somewhere obvious, there was a chance that they would uncover it instead. On the other hand, if it was in too obscure a location, there was a risk of nobody ever finding it at all. In the end, I decided to take the clock off my wall and stick it to the back with Scotch tape. After that, I put it back in its normal position. Yeah, it didn't look like anything was hidden behind it. Now I need to set up in such that if anything happens to me, my parents could find it. I looked at it from countless different angles until I was satisfied and made my way downstairs. My parents were still talking about work. It didn't look like I was going to end anytime soon, so I cut in. Sorry to interrupt. I have something I want to talk to you about. I never saw of a conversation like that before, so my parents were both a little startled. They stopped talking to me. What is it, Keiji? I have a favor to ask of you, so could you listen? Just in case, yeah. Sergeant, can we do this later? Right now, we're having a discussion that we're urgent. I don't think the talk is more urgent than mine. In any case, it's just in case, okay? If I die, both my parents' eyes went wide. If I die, I want you to put the clock on my wall in my coffin. If they did that, then they'd probably find it. My memoir. Both my parents remained wide-eyed, not moving an inch. I couldn't blame them. I made that clock in the shop class, and I really like it. So, please. What's the matter, Keiichi? Yeah, this is a really, really strange cold open if you're Keiichi's mom right now. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Did something happen? Mom was finally able to ask me the question, guys. Of course, this was a normal response when someone suddenly talked about a subject like this. I felt bad about making them worry, but right now I just want to think about the clock in my room. With the awkward mood leaving the room in silence, I decided to go back up to bed. I want to get to school early tomorrow, so I'm going to bed. Good night. Saying only that, I left the living room. I needed to get to school early tomorrow and secure that bat. I should make today the last day I went to school with Reina. As I climbed the stairs, I heard my mom call my name, but I pretended not to hear her. It wasn't something I could talk about with my parents. If I talked about it, it would only make things more dangerous. For them, yeah. The fight that had begun was mine and mine alone. I couldn't rely on anybody. I would not be killed. Not when I still knew nothing. Survival horror Keiichi. Oh, the clock's right here. Okay, so we'll see, we'll actually be able to see when the clock goes missing later. Because it will. They'll take the clock off the wall and they'll find the note. Not feeling so hot. Alright, let's do this one tip, and I'm going to go take a piss. So we'll take a little 5-minute break. Pursue the truth behind the crimes. Alright. Yep, we'll take a little piss break, and we'll be right back after we read this. Not feeling so hot. So this is about the other people talking about me when we're gone. That'd be interesting. Keiichi-kun's been feeling down lately. Maybe he's in a bad mood. I wonder. Maybe he's on his period. Mii-chan, that's gross. What do you think? Don't know. Could be the Kei-chan, maybe. I don't know. That day he was in that car talking to some tubby middle-aged guy, right? Yeah. No mistake. That Oishi, you probably fed him something fishy. He looked serious. Keiichi-kun's face went so pale. You see, you might not know this, but he's actually the messenger of Oyashiro-sama. What? Fucking pardon? Huh? What do you mean? Whenever he shows up, someone is demoned away. No lie. Oh, is that so? The year before last, when Rika-chan's mom drowned, right? Right before that, she was visited by Oishi. Now that you mention it, he was around before Satoshi-kun transferred out too. Transferred? You're so sweet, Reina. So this time, he has appeared before Keiichi-kun. So Keiichi is going to be demoned away? An empty silence hung in the air, and then it was suddenly interrupted. By loud laughter. What the fuck? Oh, this is not fun times in fucking Higurashi land anymore. Alright, I'm gonna take my little piss break and we will be right back. So let me alt tab, let me start doing this more so that you don't have to put it in the chat message. I do appreciate you doing that for me, Daddy's Jizzies. It means the world. Back in 5 pissin. Alright. I'll be right back. It is scary, dude. It's fucking... it's kind of messed up. I'm a little spooked. Alright. Right back. Alright. What's this? And I am back. Alright. So, I am fucking starving. I'm not gonna lie to you. So let me, first off, let me put my blanket back on, but then, let me actually Google something right quick. Will you let me fucking Google something? How to start a Twitch poll. On your dashboard for your first poll, click the create a new poll button if you never created a poll before. Okay, on my dashboard it says, I'm just trying to make a poll to see, like, what I should do for food today, honestly, after stream. Go to the creator dashboard. Quick actions, and then start a poll. Okay. I do not know which one's the creator dashboard, chat. Okay, I'll figure this out later. I'm not too worried about it. Anyway, let me put my wonderful little wearable blanket back on. There we go. There we go. And let's get back to it. Now, we have only, or well, let me save right quick. That was the end of chapter 10. There are only 2 chapters left in this episode. So, things are heating up real fast, considering there are 9 more episodes. But what happens in these last 2 chapters is really going to cap it off. This was the first time I'd ever woken with such clarity. It was 5:59, just moments before my alarm would go off. I was amazed at the precision of my internal clock. I had made preparations for the next day of school before I went to bed. I changed quickly and descended into the deserted lower floor. It appeared that my mom was still asleep. Neither breakfast nor lunch was ready. Yesterday, I just unilaterally declared that I would be leaving early today, so it couldn't be helped. I slathered their jam on some bread and topped it with instant cocoa. That doesn't actually sound too bad. 9. Yeah. So I was finishing up breakfast. Mom was grinding from her slumber. Unless I'm just fucking stupid, in which case, feel free to correct me. My Keiichi, you're up early. Is there some sort of school event? Not really. Answering bluntly, I picked up my bag and stood after suffering 2 slices of bread down my throat. Bread with jam and instant cocoa? I'm gonna have to give it a shot. You're leaving already? What about lunch? If I don't wait a bit, I can't make it. If I waited for her to make my lunch, it would end up being the same time as usual. If I did that, it would raise the chances of me running into Rain and Mion on the way. Yes, from today onwards, I was going to go to school alone. I'll be fine for today. What will you do for lunch? I'll stop out and buy some bread or something at the store. Really? Then here's some lunch money. Be sure to bring me back the receipt. I took the 1,000-yen bill from Mom and slipped it in my pocket. It's pretty early. Is Raina-chan up this early as well? Nope, just me. Did you tell Raina-chan that you're leaving early? I have no reason to tell her every little detail now, do I? Find it difficult answering the onslaught of questions. I made an annoyed face. Tell Raina that I went ahead when she comes. Hey, Keiichi, wait! It's not that I didn't trust my parents. I just couldn't rely on them. They couldn't help me. I could only hope they didn't get involved. It was safer that way. Why do we have a separate door opening, Sprint? My mom's annoyed voice was cut off at the sound of the door. For the first time since I moved here, I head down the road to school alone. Now, if he actually makes this to school without incident, I'm gonna be surprised. Up until now, I'd always walked on the same path at the same time each day, so I always met with the same people at the same places. But today was different. I didn't meet the people I'd normally meet, and nobody at the places where I would have normally met them. Of course, Reina wasn't in the spot we usually meet, and there wasn't anyone at the spot where we would have met up with Mion. Length of the tree shadows, the morning air, the brightness of the sun. It was a different kind of morning from what I was used to. Without a doubt, it felt strange. It left me with the impression that I had destroyed the illusion Hinamizawa had set up for me before it had enough time to prepare all the props it needed to deceive me. Hi, Keiichi-kun, you're so early today. Is everyone meeting early this morning? The person who called out to me was someone we always passed by as they were taking a walk along the edge of the field. Their name was, I forgot. Of course, this wasn't the spot we usually pass. I woke up early today, so I thought it'd be a good change of pace. That's all. I threw out a random excuse. Raina-chan and Mion-chan, are you by yourselves today? Well, yeah. I was being asked the same type of questions my mom was asking. What are the chances that the parents are involved in the conspiracy? So I answered them in the same uninteresting, vague manner. It wasn't funny being asked what Raina was each time I passed by someone. Maybe it was to be expected. It was because for so long we were always together so amicably. Even I felt that if I let my guard down, we would still be friends. Stop it, Keiichi. Don't think about that anymore. You spent all day yesterday thinking about how dangerous it was to go soft, didn't you? Beep, 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 beep. A car horn blared from out of nowhere. Even though I was walking, lost in thought that a horn was way too close. Is that my goat? Is that my king? A mechanical behemoth blared at me from behind, catching me completely off guard. Boyashiro. By the time I turned around, the van's hulking chassis was almost on top of me. I'd seen plenty of cars veer to the opposite shoulder to avoid pedestrians, but this car was doing the opposite. It felt like there was somebody in the opposite shoulder, and the van was swerving in my direction to avoid them. That blissfully ignorant train of thought delayed me from realizing something much more important. That there's a van! That large mass was hurling right at me. So this is an assassination attempt. Was it going to hit me? The inside of my head instantly flooded with a painfully cold liquid. In that moment, the scene before me, no time itself had frozen. In the silence of that frozen moment, I compared the van, so close that I had no way of dodging, and my body, the upper half, twisted awkwardly in order to look behind me. There was no way I could dive out of the way in my current position. If I lost focus now, this moment would unpause, and I'd probably be plowed over, caught in this silly pose. Bend my upper body over towards the patio by the side of the road. If I bent far enough, I'd get away with just being hit by the side view mirror. And as soon as the thought crossed my mind, the temporal stasis was shattered by the deafening sound of the van. The side mirror struck my shoulder, sending me spinning off through the air like a top locked to my contorted position. Kaplash. Okay. Holy fuck. That's a bit of an escalation. Sent tumbling through the air, I crashed in the muddy patio by the side of the road. My entire body was soiled and drenched, but the choice I made that instant was unmistakably for the best. I was covered in mud, but when the alternative was being hit by the car, it was as close as I could to be unscathed. Rising from the patio, I had enough in me to glare over the stop van and yell profanities at the driver. I'm not sure if he was able to see me, but the van sped off suddenly. Wait, damn it! This is what they call a hit and run, isn't it? Couldn't help but continue yelling out profanities. The disgrace from being covered in mud hurt me more than any physical wounds. I slogged through the muddy patio and made my way back onto the road. This is a crime, goddammit! Ah, shit. I'll track you down and I'll sue you, asshole. If I go looking for a van, I'm sure to find it in this little village. The path I was on had rice paddies on either side and become so narrow that one car could barely fit through. It wasn't a place you could tear full speed down in a car, let alone pass by pedestrians. Not only was it a narrow road, but the car just now was closer to my side of the road than the other one passed me. Even as I cursed, I was desperately trying to suppress the dark cloud rolling within. I'm talking too fast, let me kill. This wasn't just a hit and run. That car just now was trying to run me over, wasn't it? Thinking back, I did feel like there had been a car creeping up on me slowly for a while. That's right. As soon as I parted ways with that person taking a walk, I had that feeling the whole time. If I wanted to pass me, then I had no shortage of chances. Normally, I would have felt suspicious and turned around sooner. But I was lost in thought, and I was kicking myself for not realizing it was there sooner. And then when the path became narrow and there was no one else in sight, he floored it. If I'd hesitated for even a moment, the result would have been no laughing matter. As the adrenaline rush from being nearly run over subsided, the realization of just how terrifying the preceding events were snuck in. There was no doubt about it. That van was intentionally trying to hit me. A cold, viscous sweat seeped from my scalp and slid down the back of my back. The back of my back? Bruh. Before dribbling off. It's been a long, long day. I struggled to avoid falling into a panic. There was still the possibility that this was really just an accident. Calm down, Kitch. But also, don't be so naive, Kitch. Being that last will get you killed next time. You need to always be on your toes. Don't give them any openings. If my enemy was really out to kill me, the next time they would use a more reliable method. If that time came and I was acting like I was now, getting covered in mud was the price I'd paid for my own naivete. Covered in mud but without injury. Not even a sprain. Guess this is what you would call the silver lining. Began walking again, this time cautiously. I wouldn't even show a hint of carelessness. I suspected only Raina and the others up until now. No, it was because I had suspected them that I believed there were no other enemies. Osha-san had said so, didn't he? There was a possibility of a village conspiracy. Was I really mired so deeply in the situation that I had no choice but to try and carry on as usual? Wouldn't it be safest just to hole myself up in my house? But the moment I abandoned my regular routine, everyone around me would abandon theirs as well. That was just too horrifying of a thought. I recalled the tales Oishi-san told me of when Hinamizawa was still called Onigafuchi. A frightening tale of an entire village of demons hunting their prey, surrounding them and eating them alive. One must not interfere with the demons. One must pretend not to see it. The enemies are numerous. The whole village. The villagers with their unwavering faith in the curse would do nothing to help me. A strong, sudden flash of sunshine made me feel slightly dizzy. I had no idea what was going on anymore. When I suspected it was the work of a man, I would catch a glimpse of Oishiro-sama's curse. When I suspected it was Oishiro-sama's curse, someone would poke their head out. What was coincidence? What was intentional? Who was my enemy? Who was just a bystander? No, what I really truly want to know is, how did I end up with the proverbial bullseye on my back? Eventually, an answer in a form I could understand will appear. I don't care when that will happen, because until then, I cannot die. That alone fueled my resolve to fight and will keep me alive. Powerful. I like Keiji a lot. He's pretty strong-willed. He's in a bit of a rough situation, I will say. I remembered seeing the metal bat in the gym storage shed, but there was a padlock on the door barring my entry. At the very least, I wanted to get my hands on before everyone else arrived at school. I circled around the school grounds impatiently. But all I could find were things like pieces of lumber, nothing I could bring into the classroom easily. Then I had an epiphany. I could search inside the classroom. If it was something in the classroom to begin with, then there wouldn't be a problem. That's some good logic! I could tell that everyone's indoor shoes are still in their lockers. Good thing I came early. No one else was here yet. I wondered, what would I find in the classroom? I didn't think I could find an especially effective weapon like a bat, but it couldn't be helped at this point. Until the gym storage shed was open, I needed to find a substitute. A lingering hint of naivete whispered that there was no way I'd be attacked at school. But such soft ideas would no longer protect me. To think that they were slowly making their way into parts of my life that I had once thought impenetrable. In the worst case, my own house might not be safe anymore. That was an incredibly frightening thought. But I believe that not considering the worst case scenario would have been even more frightening. Anyway, I will survive. So long as I lived, I will be able to escape this labyrinth of nonsense. Definitely. This is scary, man. It's fucking spooky. My exploration of the classroom came to an impasse. That much was to be expected, yeah. There's no way there'd be anything that could be a weapon in the classroom. In case of emergency, there's probably nothing I could do but swing my own chair around. My gaze landed on the lockers that had come to be used for personal storage. The locker that Mion used to prop her pile of games up was among them. There was one for each person in the class, all lined up. Of course there was one for me as well. Oh yeah, there's supposed to still be a tracksuit in my locker. Seeing me covered in mud would be pretty strange. I should go change. But first, I needed a weapon still. If one of my classmates came, it would be hard to rummage through all the lockers. I swiftly began opening lockers one by one. They're mostly just filled with things like gym clothes, personal items, and umbrellas. An umbrella! If I couldn't find anything better, it'd have to be my weapon. Yeah, umbrellas are actually pretty good. I was about to give up on finding anything decent when I opened a locker that held exactly what I wanted. Exactly? It was without doubt a metal bat! It was well worn and pretty beaten up, but there was no doubt it was usable. In that locker that reeked of mold, there also hung a baseball uniform. Reeked of mold? It was probably the locker of a student in a Pee-wee league or something like that. If that was the case, they'd probably ask for it back. At the time, I could hear the voices of the children scuffling their way noisily in from the hallway. Alongside, I could make out Rika-chan and Sadako. Good morning! Right, you're quite early this morning, Keiichi-san. I nonchalantly hit the back of the bat I was holding behind my back. What's it with your outfit? You're covered in mud. Yeah, I had a little incident. I'm going to change now, so cut me some slack, alright? With that said, I began taking off my clothes. Sadako began to blush just as I expected her to. Changing in front of a lady? Have you no tact at all? Look at this motherfucker, dude. She's so cute. She would never plot our demise. I would think that a lady staring at someone who's changing would be the one lacking in tact. There's no changing room for the boys, so just deal with it. As Sadako feigned disgust, she went into the hall, still blushing. Conversely, Rika-chan continued to stare at me. If Rika-chan is a lady as well, then I don't think it would be appropriate for you to be watching. I'm not a lady, so it's fine. She deliberately pouted and looked at me with upturned eyes. Then, starting now, you're a lady. If I'm a lady, then I suppose I must. I like Rika too! God, I really hope they're not trying to kill me as well. Rika-chan appeared to be satisfied with being considered a lady and made her way to join Sadako in the hall. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, Rika-chan stopped suddenly and turned back towards me. Are you going to start playing baseball? It seems Rika-chan knows that. Yeah, just, you know, I was feeling a bit out of shape, so I thought I'd just try practicing my swing. I think it's wonderful you're taking care of your health. She was talking like an old lady despite her appearance. After saying that, Rika-chan started to leave again, but stopped and looked back one more time. Please don't lose that bat. It seemed sure I knew I took it out of someone's locker. There was no name on the locker door. I didn't know whose bat it was, but I'd be borrowing it until they complained. It wouldn't be for long, just until the gym storage shed was open. After quickly changing in the tracksuit, I checked the time. I still had plenty of time for class began, because I came so early. Why are the two kids here so early? I took the bat in one hand and went out of the schoolyard. That was, of course, to practice my swing. Yeah, you gotta keep your story straight. I needed to make it known that I would always have a bat on me so I could practice my swing. At some point, the sunlight began moving stronger. Disregarding my classmates as they made their way to school, I took my position in the shadow of the school building. I wasn't the academic type. I wasn't much of an athlete either. I might get muscle pain if I just suddenly started swinging. I should at least start out with some warm-ups. I thought anyone would think I was doing something out of the ordinary, which was the exact opposite of my actual mental state. I gripped the bat and swung lightly. The bat was by no means light. The weight would make it a reliable weapon when I needed it to be. Of course, I could only pray that the moment I needed to use this as a weapon would never come. Just carrying it around could deter attacks against me. At least, that's what I hoped. You just have to believe. Team Bat stays winning, bro! Huh.
ケイちゃん
Kei-chan,
何や
what
ってん
are
の
you doing? Being bombarded with such a hysterical voice, I jumped. Whoa, Keiichi-kun, are you on the baseball team? The baseball team?
野球部
It was
だよ
Raina and
先
Neon.
に
I
行
was
ったっ
surprised
て
to
言
hear
わ
you
れて
went off ahead.
驚い
What
た
are you
けど
doing,
見
Kei-chan?
てわからないかよ。
Can't tell by looking?
素振りだよ。
Practicing my
甲子園
swing
だ
for
よ
the。championship.
別にダイエッ
You
ト
can
で
say
もい
it's
い
part
ぞ
of my。diet if you
ダ
want.
イエットってケイちゃん
Diet? Kei-chan, are you
そんな
really
に
that
太っ
fat?
ああ、知らなかっ
Bet
た
you
ろ。
didn't know. I actually have a
実
beer
は三
belly.
段腹なんだ。もちもちでタ
It's
プタプなん
plump
だぞ。
and jiggles. Plump and jiggles.
レナ、
Raina,
変
you
な
don't have
想
to
像しなくて
imagine
いいぞ。
something so weird like that. Just stop Raina from imagining something that vulgar. I ruffled her hair messily.
じゃあま
Well
あ
then, hope you make it to
頑張っ
regionals
て
at
おじ
least.
さん応援
This
し
old
て
man
よ
will cheer you
野
on.
球部の強
Regionally
い高
speaking, it seems
校
that Oshima High
お
is
し
pretty
そこ
strong.
にい
They
る
say the
サ
South
ワ
Park
ンの
coming
亀
soon
田
is
君頑張って
amazing.
ね
Good luck. Seems they've already taken me for a baseball nut, but oh well. Well, if I really did make it to the championship, it would be a cinch. After all, I'd be the pitcher and catcher. I pitch the ball, then run past that ball I just threw and change over to be the catcher in the burst of incredible explosive speed. That was a bit in one of my old favorite episodes of Scooby-Doo, actually. I believe Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated, where Fred is playing volleyball with himself by batting it up and then running to the other side of the net to bat it back. It's pretty good. Nice little moment of brevity. I laughed dryly at the ludicrous image. Coming back to my senses, I smashed the bat against the
さ
ground.
あ、
Damn it.
何笑ってんだよ、俺。
Laughing at. Pounded the ground over and over. With each impact, the reverberation traveling through the vat stung my hands. If they smile at me like that, don't allow anyone close to me. Don't trust anyone, no matter how many times I tell myself that. If they made me smile like that, I already knew quite well there were demons dwelling in my smiling friends. Smiling friends, it's a reference! Anyway, but I just couldn't believe it. Did that kind of split personality really exist? Like Irena confessed to the doctor, were they simply being possessed by Oishiro? In other words, did a supernatural being really exist, and wasn't possessing everyone to try and kill me? They didn't say it in red, bro. You got nothing to worry about. Yeah, that would be wonderful. If only everyone were actually my friends all along, and everything was just Oishiro's fault.
前原圭一のバカ野
Damn
郎。
fool, Keiichi. Come now! I yelled out, drawing out all the power from the pit of my stomach to raise the bat violently.
甘えるんじゃ
Stop
ね
being so soft! I screamed out with all my might. I beat the metal ground over and over. With every impact, my weakness was being beaten down. Smash, forget. Smash, don't be soft. Smash, know your enemy. Smash. Like hell, I let them kill me. My shoulders heaving up and down from my ragged breathing. I heard the verse bell ring just as I calmed down. He's hardcore about this, and I do respect it. You gotta be a little hardcore if you're trying not to die. Because they're coming for his ass, you know? They're gonna fuck him up. Yeah, fuck him up. I gasped with a sudden realization. That was the final bell. As I felt all the tension drain from me, I let out a deep breath. My mind was in a muddled state for much of the entire day. I didn't feel like I was awake, but I didn't feel like I was asleep either. I couldn't say I felt especially comfortable, but I felt a kind of relief that the sanctity of school part of my daily life had yet to be violated. How long would I have to keep living like this? I could only grit my teeth and bear with this lingering hell slowly gnawed away at me.
ケイチくん
Keiichi-kun,
やろうやろう
come on, it's club
部活の時間
time,
なんだ
club
よ
time.
やろう
You have to participate in club time, Keiichi. You can't get away with it. The voice of Reina's voice. The voice of Reina's voice? I need more water, dude. I apologize. I do not know what's up with me today. That's a lie. I know exactly what's up with me. I had a pretty tough midterm today for the Middle Ages. Fun class. I did not study nearly enough, and what I did study was not very helpful. I mean, like, come on. No shot does the professor before class be like, alright, remember to study Odoacer, who was a fucking Western Magister Militum, and do all that stuff with the Western Roman Empire and their fall, as well as their relationship with the Ostrogoths before the actual Gothic Wars of Justinian. And then not a single question on the fucking midterm was on Odoacer. It's crazy, man. So I spent a lot of time studying what I really didn't need to study. So I'm a bit exhausted in that regard. It's definitely affecting me. I should have drank a soda. I had my cup of tea this just before stream, but it's not enough. I need more. I'm gonna have to start double bagging. But anyway, let's get back to it.
ほらほら
Come on,
ケイちゃん
come on,
ぼーっ
Kei-chan.
と
Stop spacing
机を
out.
寄せ
Bring
て
your
寄せ
desk,
て
your desk. Everyone was moving their desk together as usual. That's right. It was happy fun club time, but I had no intention of taking part. I happily stuffed the contents of my desk in my bag and prepared to go. As we can't just to avoid having to actually say I'll be going home now.
なんだよケイ
What's
ちゃん
this,
今日も
Kei-chan?
直帰
You
な
plan
わ
on
け
going home right away again? Mia sounded quite disappointed.
気分が乗らないん
I'm
だ。
just not in the mood. Could you just
し
let
ば
me
ら
be
くほっ
for
と
a
いてくん
while?
ないかな。
The tone of the words that spilled from my mouth matched Mion's disapproving glare. It felt like the air in the room had dried out. Sadako looked like she was about to say something, perhaps just weighted by the mood. She swallowed her words and stayed silent. Nobody said a thing. I took that to mean that I could leave if I wanted. But the collective gaze of the four of them, like tiny pins used to mount an insect in display, held me in place. Reina was the one who cut the mood.
ケイイチくん、やっ
Keiichi-kun,
ぱり女の子と一緒
you
に
just
遊ぶ
didn't
の
like
なんか
playing with girls, I
嫌だった
guess.
かな。
Guess. She said in such a melancholic tone that it sent a wave of pain shooting through my heart. If this pain was going to kill me, I wanted it to be the soft part of me that could still feel pain. I tore my chest, violently tearing out the pins that held me in
そう
place.
いうわけじゃ
That's
ねえ
not
よ
it at。all! I'd only be hurting myself by saying anything more, so I swallowed my words. Cutting things off there, I turned and exited the classroom. They didn't speak a word to me as I left. What's happening? It was a long, dull trip back home, but I didn't lose focus. Every single fade to black or white they do, I'm going to assume that he's getting hit in the back of the head. I didn't lose focus. I firmly squeezed the grip of my bat, which was already soggy from sweat. Realizing that, I wiped it down my sleeve. If something were to happen, I wouldn't want it to be slippy. Since this morning, I'd become especially sensitive to the presence of cars. Even while walking, my ears pricked up and sought out threatening sounds of presences that could be closing in. And that was why I could hear it. Without a doubt, there were footsteps. It's happening, chat! Those footsteps had matched up perfectly with mine for a while now. From what I could sense, it was just one person. But I had no intention of being careless. Did they intend to follow me like that car this morning until we were in good location to assault me? Then it wasn't a good idea to keep walking like this. I stopped walking and looked back. The wooded path crowded with trees responded with silence as if there was no one there to begin with. But I wouldn't be fooled. I was certain footsteps were following me. And just as I stopped, the footsteps stopped as well. Meaning the person following me wanted to keep their distance. That was without question proof that I was their target. I held my breath waiting for that presence to panic and start moving again. The trees rustled with the sound of the wind. The Higurashi joined in the dissonant chorus, trying to throw my focus into disarray. Yeah, we're fucked, chat. Had 5 minutes passed, or had I been like this for a whole 30? It was so hard to breathe that I might have suffocated. It seemed that I would be the first to panic. Without a doubt, he was lurking in the shade of that tree with bated breath. Then, I'd make the first move. I fixed my grip on the bat. I reached up to my shoulder to be ready to swing it at any time.
おい
Hey!
いるんだろそこ
Over
に
there! With all my might, I screamed to whoever was hiding in the shade of the trees, but the presence in the shade didn't budge. Until the moment I found them, they had no intention of revealing
分かっ
themselves.
てんだよ
I know
そこにい
already.
るのはよ
I know you're there. I screamed out angrily at them again, but even still, they didn't move at all. And I'll go over there myself. With all due vigilance, I approached step by step. Stepping into the tree shadow, I saw a human figure. That figure was curled up like a small animal.
レナ
Reina! When she realized I had found her, her expression softened. She seemed apologetic, but wasn't going to speak.
なんか俺に言おう
Did
か
you have
よ
some business with me? I wouldn't accept that silence and screamed the question at her. Not really. It's just,
えっと、
Reina was in a panic with tears welling up in her eyes, but it was obvious that she'd been following.
部活はどう
What
した
about the club? Since
ケイ
you're
イチくんが
not...
お休みしたか
関係ないだろ
That shouldn't
俺
matter.
なんか気にしないで
Don't let me,
遊んで
just
ろ
play.
よ
But
だ
I'm
って、
worried about you.
ケイイチくんのこ
Thinking
と
about how I've been
心
acting up
配
until
で。
now, it wasn't hard to imagine that my behavior could be perceived as strange. So Reina was concerned. At a quick glance, that would be how it would seem. But I wasn't going to let my guard down that easy. Even if that was really the case, she still wouldn't have to do something like try and tail me. She should have called out to me when I was leaving and gone right out with me. But Reina didn't do that. She kept her distance and matched my walking speed. On top of that, she matched the sound of her footsteps and deviously tried to hide her presence. Then after she realized I noticed she was there, she held her breath as she tried to hide. She wore a timid expression that would force one to take pity on her, but without a doubt she was tailing me.
もうついてくんなよ
Stop following me. Still glaring at Reina, I continued walking onwards. After I walked for a bit, she ignored my command and began walking again, so I yelled at her
ついてくるな
I
って
told
言
her
って
not
る
to
だ
follow
ろ
me! Yeah, but my house is in the same direction!
レナの家も同じ方向だし。
Yeah, that is a bit
じ
of
ゃ
a
あレナが
Then
先
walk
を
ahead
歩
of
け
me. I'll start walking once
レ
I
ナ
can't
が
see
見え
her
なく
anymore.
なったら俺も
I
歩
moved
く
out of the way and waved my bat violently to urge her forward.
レナは、
I'd like to go home
ケイイ
together.
チくんと一緒に。
Making a pitiful expression, she immediately squeaked out the words in a voice that she knew would cut into my heart. That agitated me to no end. See, he's not having her bullshit, dude. He knows. He knows that she's trying to kill his ass. I knew it was a lie. Yes, you do. There's my goat right there. If you wanted to go home together, then you should have called out to me. Get my blanket back on. There we go. Now you're just blurting out random lies. I'm so sorry. It seemed that the seething anger within me was written all over my face. Even without me saying anything, Randa had understood what I was feeling
分
inside.
かったならほ
If
ら
you get it, then
行け
go!
よ
I swung the bat, urging her again to walk. Randa looked back and forth between me and the bat and started walking hesitantly, then stopped again.
早く行けよ
Come on,
早
then
く
hurry! I'm going! So
Roboto,
please stop it with the bat! It's scary! Rena guarded herself while pointing at me holding the bat. She may have realized that I wasn't planning on using this bat for baseball. I lowered the bat, but so guardedly opened the way for her.
行けよ
Go.
これなら文句な
There's
い
no
だろ
problem now, is there? There was nothing else she could protest. She passed me by timidly so as not to set me off. As I watched her pass by, she stopped completely after having barely moved at all.
おい
Hey, don't
立ち止
stop!
まるなよ
Then a powerful gust blew past us, barraging my face with dust. Uh-oh. The dust got into my eyes and clouded my vision. While rubbing my eyes with my left hand, I swung blindly with the bat in my right, protecting the small opening I had presented. But Rena didn't even try to attack during that opening. Attack me? No, she hadn't budged. I could tell from the sound of her fluttering skirt in the wind. As her skirt settled, so did the silence. Pros! That's some crazy line work, bro. At that moment, the voice inside me immediately warned of impending danger. I was caught by surprise. The smell of the air had changed. Without me realizing it, the air had felt like a calamity was befalling. It was like the air had become invisible concrete, like Raina and I were locked in space. Raina did not move an inch. Also unable to move, I stared at her back. What's happening? We still have another chapter yet. He can't die just yet. Raina was the first to break the silence. Instantly, she altered her stance. I felt like I had witnessed her shift from Raina into that other person who looked like Raina, but the voice was one I knew well, which filled me with a kind of bewildering pity. Carelessly, I felt relief upon hearing that pitiful voice. Well, excuse me, but,
その
can I ask you something?
聞
Too
い
shy
て
to
も
even
い
turn
い
around. Raina squeezed her voice out desperately. As she
な
tried.
んだよ
What? Well, why
ど
do you
う
have
し
a
てバッ
bat?
トなんか持ってるの
The
かな
question she asked was by no means
俺が
unexpected.
何を持ってたっ
I
て
can
いいだ
carry
ろ
whatever I want, but you didn't have one until today. Why so
別に
suddenly?
突然で
It's
もい
alright
い
if I
だ
decide to do something suddenly, isn't it?
俺がバットを持っ
Is
て
it
るとお
strange
かしい
that I have a bat? Because
だって
Keiichi,
圭一君
you're not the kind of
野
person
球
to
と
play
かしない人
baseball.
だったでしょ
Yeah, he's a bit more of a selfish guy. He's more of a soccer dude.
おかしい
It's
よ
weird. I couldn't tell what kind of answer she was looking for, and I was getting tired of
突
it.
然
I just suddenly got the
Yeah,
urge to play
それじゃ
baseball.
おか
Is
しい
that
な
so weird?
おかし
It's
いよ
weird. She answered instantly, and that annoyed
突
me.
然野球
I
が
just
した
suddenly
くな
want to play
素振り
baseball,
がし
and I
たくなっ
want
た
to
から
practice my swing, so
バ
I'm
ットを
carrying
持ち
around a
それ
bat.
のどこが
What's
変なんだ
strange about that? Strange.
おかしい
It's weird.
絶対
It's
なんで
definitely.
圭一
You
ブツ
too.
クサとうる
Your
せえやつ
ramblings are
俺が
annoying
ス
me.
ポー
Is
ツ
it
に
that
目覚める
strange
の
for me to
か
have an interest in
そんなに
sports?
変かよ
I tried to sound a bit more threatening to end the conversation. Until my suspicions about Raina were cleared, I had no obligation to answer her questions. I'm sorry.
そんなに
Don't
怒
get so
らない
angry at me. Raina still didn't turn around and spat out words of apology when after the next. Just one last thing.
ここだけ
Tell me
教え
one
て
last thing.
これ以上
I don't
話
feel
す
like
気も
talking
早
anymore.
く行け
Hurry up
よ
and go! I yelled loudly at her, causing her to flinch like she'd been struck. Seeing her in such a pathetic state caused my heart to ache sorely. But even though she was afraid, she stubbornly kept herself from moving. Before I was able to threaten her again, Raina asked her final question. Why is even your bat the same? What? What did she mean by the bat was the same? I had no idea what she was talking about. Are we in a loop?
お前
What are you saying? I mean, why is even the bat the same?
何を言って
I
んだか
don't
全然
understand
わ
what
か
you
んね
mean.
え
Not
もっ
at
と
all.
はっき
Say
り
it
言
clearly.
え
Even so, Rena didn't turn around. After inhaling deeply, she screamed.
だから
I mean, why is even the bat the
バット
same
も
as
サトシ
Satoshi
君と同
Kun's?
じなの
I see.
サトシ
Satoshi being...
え
Huh? Upon hearing that name out of the blue, I became dumbfounded for a brief moment. Does that mean the same thing happened to Satoshi? And she's actually unrelated, and whatever she's trying to do is a misguided attempt to try to stop what happened to Satoshi from happening to us. By Satoshi, did she mean the student who transferred out last year? No, that couldn't be. Reina tried to cover it up by saying he transferred, but Oishi-san told me that quite clearly that he was missing. He was the student who sat in my seat up until last year. He was believed to have been demoned away by Oishi-sama's curse. I didn't know the details about his disappearance. The aunt he lived with was killed in the West Higurashi by a drug addict, and not long after that, he suddenly vanished and was now missing. That Satoshi and I were... what? My gaze fell to the bat in my hands. Could it be? Satoshi Hojo. Does it say it on the bat? It was a bit difficult to see, but that was what was written on the white tape at the end of the bat. That's kind of scary. I see, so this was Satoshi's bat. Oh.
ああこれ
This was Satoshi's
サトシの
bat.
誰も使って
So
なかった
somebody
ん
was
で
using it at bar.
いいだろそれ
That's
ぐら
not
い
a problem, is it?
そん
That's
な
not
こと
it.
じゃない
The
の
Ray Sayer said that made this seem like Silent's bat was something that should be never be touched. Like it was some sort of offering at a shrine or a memento of the deceased. Because it is! I can only stand there perplexed and unable to respond. Reina continued speaking without waiting for a reply.
サトシ君の
Why
時
is
と
it? Why is it that you're doing the exact same
そんなにま
thing
で同じなの？
Satoshi-kun did when it happened to him? So it did happen! Reina was talking about more than just the bat belonging to Satoshi. It was the same as Satoshi. He joined a baseball team, but he didn't really like baseball. What does that have to do with me? Satoshi-kun also suddenly started walking around with the bat one day. He joined a team, but he wasn't the type to play
スポーツなんか
sports.
しない人だったのに
What about it? I closed my mouth before I could say that out loud. Listen carefully, Keiichi. Reina is trying to tell us something important.
サトシ君も
Satoshi-kun
ね
also one day
あ
came
る
to
日
school
突
all
然
by himself all of a
ケイチ
sudden.
君みたいに
Just like Keiichi.
そしてね
Then one day he suddenly started
ある日
practicing
突
to
然
swing.
ケイチ君
Just
み
like
たい
Keiichi.
そしてね
Then one day he suddenly
ある
began
日
carrying
突
the
然
bat around with
ケイ
him.
チ君
Just
み
like
たい
Keiichi.
そしてね
Then one day
あ
he
る日突
suddenly...
然
Then one day he suddenly... What? Reina swallowed her words. Reina's sudden silence brought a hush back to the surrounding area. It was then that I could finally digest the content of the conversation. She was saying my chain of actions was exactly the same as Satoshi's. What was the meaning of this? Up until now, I'd forgotten all about Satoshi. I'd never paid much thought to him in the first place. Not only that, I didn't even know anything of what he'd done. My actions today should have been my own creation after all the planning I'd done. But they had been the exact same as Satoshi's. Then Satoshi, no, more importantly, if both Satoshi and I acted the same, there was a really good possibility that what happened after would be the same.
レナ、
Reina, that day,
ある日突
what
然
happened to Satoshi?
サトシはど
She
うしたんだよ
she knew what became of Satoshi. No, forget about what happened to a guy in the past. Reina knew what was going to happen to me.
答えろ
Answer me,
よ
Reina!
サトシは
Satoshi, what
ど
happened
う
to
したん
him?
だよ
With that, I grabbed Reina's shoulder violently and forcibly turned her around to face me. As I faced her, I felt a jolt travel through my entire body. Don't be the Hawkeyes. God damn it! I told you! Keiichi-kun. Fuck you! Alright. It was that person that I didn't know. At least it definitely wasn't the Reina Ryugu I'd been talking to till now. The voice just now didn't have a trace of the trembling or emotion that it had before. The amount of regret I felt for turning her around so carelessly was unsurpassed. That gaze that pierced like a cold needle, that smile on her face that invoked the image of having been carved out by a knife. Chills went down my spine. My mind froze under a layer of rime. Both of Reina's eyes pierced mine, leaving me unable to look away. As was to remind me of the fear from that time before, Reina brought her face close to mine, so close I could feel her breath. Her face had filled my entire field of vision. Then her sharply shaped lips grew even sharper. Like the curve of a crescent moon, she grinned.
言ったよね
I told
ケ
you,
イチ君
Keiichi-kun. After a short pause, Reina repeated the words again.
サトシ君はね
Satoshi-kun, you see,
転校し
transferred
ちゃったの
out. Transferred? Meaning what? What Reina meant must have been some new definition of transfer that I was previously not aware of. You snarky fucking bastard. Come on. My throat and lips dried up. I couldn't even acknowledge what I just heard. All I could do was swallow down my own saliva. It seemed that Reina saw that as a nod. She pulled her gaze back and spryly stepped back 2-3 paces. As she did, my legs gave out and I fell to my knees pathetically once again. Reina and me on my knees underneath her emotionless smile. That had to be a very odd sight indeed. Seeing me in that pathetic state, she neither scoffed at me nor held out her hand, but I could neither stand nor escape with her gaze shooting through my eyes. There was undoubtedly a metal bat in my hand, but right now it was useless to me. It was a fly caught in her web. Heavy sweat beaded all over my body. I could feel it dripping from my skin.
しないよね
But you won't, will you,
ケイチ君は
Keiichi-kun? Reina finally released me from that cage of time after what felt like an eternity. But her question was missing something important and was incredibly vague. Once again, I swallowed hard, urging her on. Do
何を
what?
だよ
What did she not want me to do?
転校
Transfer. That's our scene break? Oh my god, dude. Holy fuck. So she's urging us not to die. Take up another's bat, huh? Satoshi and I had what? All my well-planned actions through the day had turned out to have been nothing more than a reenactment of what Satoshi had done. Satoshi, had he really been in the same situation I was in now? The friends he had gotten along with had changed suddenly, and for no reason, at least none that I noticed. Planned to kill him? Then, fearing for his life just as I am, he got a bat to protect himself and carried it around every day to practice his swing? And then one day, suddenly, he transferred. My blood went cold, causing a prickling sensation to course through my veins. Starting near my heart, it radiated outwards, from the top of my head to the soles of my feet, chilling every part of me without recourse. What did she mean by transfer? What did she mean by transfer? Was Satoshi still at wherever he transferred to? Was he the only one who would be able to understand? Would he be able to tell me why it all ended up like this? More importantly, where did he transfer to? What did she mean by transfer? What did she mean by transfer? Before I knew it, I was at my front door. The frigid knob was hard to turn. Was nobody home? It wasn't that odd of an occurrence. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the single key attached to my fur seal keychain. Reminder of a neater time. I stepped into the entryway. Just as I was about to take off my shoes, a chill ran down my spine. No music as well? Someone had entered right behind me. What the fuck? Like I was around, sitting up right against my back. You're kidding, right? That's been my imagination. Logically speaking, it was impossible for someone to be able to hide their presence within my personal space all the way through the door, but there was undoubtedly someone behind me. Hey now, kid. How do you know they're there, even though they're behind you? Because I could hear the sound of flowing hair. There's no other reason I'd hear that sound. That was the presence, because I could hear the sound of them blinking. Keiichi Maibara. There's no way you could hear that. My most base instincts were warning me of the presence. Common sense was telling me that was just my imagination. It was just my imagination. There was no way behind me. I began to erase the mental image of an eerie figure standing behind me. But at the same time, I asked myself, if there truly was nobody, then what was I feeling as an uncomfortable sensation crawled up my spine? Actually, wouldn't it be better if there was somebody there? If there was nobody there when you turned around, would you be able to accept it? I'd be able to answer all those questions just by looking behind me. But I didn't have the courage to even do that simple task. Alright. I could try speaking to them. That person behind me might answer. It was a random thought. I didn't care how I went about it, just so long as I didn't have to turn around. If I had calmed down and thought about it, I would have known that that wouldn't have solved anything. Who is it?
どなたですか?
I spoke in such a hoarse, broken voice that I couldn't believe it was my own. I could almost feel them contemplating their response. I felt it. There's no way I should be able to do that. Calm down, Keiichi. It's all in your head. Dead silence. Fade to white. Fade to black! That time I was certain I heard it. As if hesitantly trying to answer my inquiry, I was certain I could hear the sound of someone inhaling. I heard it. I heard it. I heard it clearly. It was a girl. A young girl. I didn't know who, but a tiny speck of courage in me, however reckless it was, spiraled a giant, primal, yet fitting solution to this current predicament. A scream. All the force of my body released from my lungs and through my throat, ceasing all thought processes in my head. Suppressing all my thoughts and emotions, I began to collapse like a house of cards, somehow managing to twist my body and look back as I did. So who is it? It was definitely there. Right there. Somebody was there. Until the moment I turned around, until I brought the air behind me into my field of vision, they were definitely there. Falling face up, my eyes traced the remnants of the presence suspended in the empty space. It couldn't be. They were invisible. They looked like they weren't there. But were they actually still standing? As I screamed, all the emotions I was holding back burst free in a violent wave. However, I was decidedly calm as my emotional dam collapsed. The turbulent wave of pent-up emotions was skillfully diverted into a torrent of aggression. That emotion was definitely required to extricate myself from the bizarre situation happening right in front of me. In my state of heightened lucidity, I entrusted my body to the fury. The metal bat held firm in my right hand as if drawn there by a magnet. A mid-level sweep would be the hardest attack to dodge. I remember reading something like that from a book about swordsmanship. Battle cry! I brandished my will to fight. The afterimage of that amalgamation of metal flashes swung from left to right, beating against the entryway. Bat slammed into the right wall, its hip rebounding violently. Very calmly, I transferred the force of the rebound into a sweep to the left. The door of the shoe cover was split into pieces. Those two swings whiffed through empty space, but they seemed to have a great psychological impact on the enemy. I could feel the panic emanating from that space. The attack wasn't the only thing required. I extracted my bat from the cupboard it was embedded in and screamed as I spun my entire body around the loud jar. Ah! My scream shook the air, imbuing my ferocious swing with even more destructive power. Rack! Without mercy or restraint, my violent strike with certainly fatal force behind it shattered the top of the cupboard. None of my attacks struck the enemy, but my ferocity certainly seemed to impact them. Breathing heavily, my entire body soaked in sweat, the invisible enemy, there but not there, dispersed. When I was certain that the enemy had retreated, I locked the front door and lashed the chain. No way, had it only feigned retreat and was now inside my house. Once again, I channeled my aggression and searched the house for the presence, but it was gone. I had succeeded in fending it off. In that moment, the tension draining from my body and I let out a deep sigh of relief. All of the emotions I've been holding back chaotically merged together and began to float out. A hodgepodge of fear, accomplishment, disbelief all mixed together and began to flow out in my body. I will deal with each individual feeling. I beat them all back with the strongest exhaustion. Even in this moment, I remained composed. After checking that all the doors throughout the house were locked, I went up to my room on the second floor and closed the curtains. I straightened my back and tilted my head back a little. After clearing my mind of all my added thoughts, I managed to calm down even more. What was that at the front door? There's definitely something there. Magic? Thinking about it, maybe it was just an apparition I dreamt up in my confused state. But I really didn't think that was the case. Calm down, Keiichi, my brother. Calm down. Compose yourself. But no matter how calmly I thought about it, what just happened wasn't a figment of my imagination. It was obviously a supernatural phenomenon, and without a doubt, something was behind me. It wasn't some sort of illusion I saw amidst my confusion and disorientation. Proof? I had just one piece. One piece! Anyway, when I asked who is it, they inhaled as if they were about to answer. That sound had reached my ears. The situation I was in right now was unclear. Either I'd been possessed by a phenomenon known as the curse, or this was a ruse by the villagers who believed in it and were imitating. Either way, their motives were unclear. The roundabout way it had been done was still also a mystery. If I was perpetrated by humans, that would mean admitting there was Reina and the rest. But it would be solvable at the end of the day, yeah. Crimes by humans can be answered by humans. Uishi-san and the rest of the police would surely arrest my enemy. But if it was a manifestation of Uishi-san's curse, I wondered what would happen. Uishi-san very clearly declared that curses don't exist. At the time, those words were pretty dependable, but as things were now, with the rising possibility that the perpetrators are not human, he suddenly seemed quite unreliable. If I told Uishi-san this was the work of Uishi-san's curse, what would happen? I couldn't imagine his reaction, but it would go down without question that a void would expand rapidly between myself and Uishi. With me having so few eyes to begin with, and not being able to confidently declare whether or not this was a curse, there's no merit to doing that. I better keep the facts of what had happened at the doorway to myself. It would be better if I didn't add what happened here to the memo behind the clock. There was still an ever so slight possibility that I was actually confused when I thought it was composed. I was just going berserk in the entryway. How wonderful would that be if that was really what happened? I'd be able to refute Oishiro-sama's curse. But if I denied Oishiro-sama's curse, then that would mean admitting that Reina and the rest are the perpetrators. If I said that Reina and the rest were the perpetrators, then that would mean believing in Oishiro-sama's curse. By denying both of those, I'd be meaning that I myself was going insane. I was losing it. The three options from which I couldn't choose became a trilemma of sorts. They mixed together and formed a whirlpool in my mind, making my head spin. Once again, I straightened myself and leaned my head back against slightly to cool my head down. Calm down, Keiichi. Accept what has actually happened as reality. Stop thinking of anything more than that. But I couldn't help but think of it. How wonderful would it be if it turned out I was delirious and everything up until now was a figment of my imagination? Oshiro-sama's curse wouldn't exist and I would still be bestest buddies with Reina and the rest. I wouldn't have to be crazy. That was the first time in my life that I'd ever wished for such a thing. So what are you gonna do? How are you gonna deal with this? The phone is ringing. The phone rang noisily downstairs. Generally, there were no calls from me, so I never really answered the phone much, but since my parents weren't here, I had no choice. I squirmed off the bed and went downstairs. It's my residence. Keiichi, this is my home. I intuitively had a bad feeling about this. It was because I thought she was going to ask me to go out and buy some stuff. So I took the initiative. What? I don't mind having some noodles there. There's still a lot of them. The other day we went out as a family and bought a whole case of cup noodles. I wanted to get a bunch of different kinds actually, but they refused since the individual packs were expensive. So I got a whole case of the mega size. Pork, bone, and gin? These sound kind of nice! My parents don't like strong flavors and didn't touch any of them, so the cupboards are so full. So you see, there really isn't need to go shopping. Keiichi, I'm not asking you to go shopping. With mommy and daddy have to go to Tokyo right now because of work. Huh? Right now? This was really abrupt. No, we're already here. We left this afternoon. It was quite a distance to Tokyo from Hinamizawa. Going at full speed down the highway would still take 6 hours. Dad has a license, but since he doesn't like the highway, he looked at the train. It would have taken longer. I think you might understand since you were speaking last night, but it has to do with Dad's contract. Right now, things are not going so smooth. Now she mentioned it, I did remember they talked all that time about how his job prospects were looking great. Daddy's really sensitive about things like this, so if we leave things as they are, it'll affect his work. Well, my father's particular fragile autistic personality, his emotions change as easily as the fall sky. You could also just say he couldn't take criticism. Yeah. But something like that can be done over the phone, you know? Keiichi, this is your father's job, so can you use the phone a little bit, please? Anyway, it's just faster to talk about it in person, so there wouldn't be any misunderstanding. As her son, there was nothing more I could say. Once they started talking about work. So, we'll be back tomorrow night. Keiichi, will you be fine on your own? It's not like I'll die or anything. Keiichi, you shouldn't speak so lightly of dying. If there's something troubling you, just talk to us. Yeah, she's already on edge because of what he said last night. I believe Mommy will be able to help out. Yesterday I did bring up if I died rather abruptly, so I suppose they were a little worried. But really I was more depressed by the fact that nothing would be solved by telling them. I didn't plan on dying, not just yet. At least not while I still knew nothing. I would never allow it. And that's the end of Water 2. I won't die. I won't. I'll survive even if I have to gnaw my leg off. Yeah, see you then. Tomorrow morning, make sure to wake up. And eat your breakfast. And don't forget to take a bath and brush your teeth. Yeah, see ya. And the call ended like that, and the music's all gone. Sometimes my parents went off to Tokyo for business meetings, but Tokyo was far away. They normally did things by phone. The times they did go were normally planned out in advance. It never happened this sudden. I couldn't say that the circumstances didn't feel strange, or rather, unnatural. Anyway, I only need to recognize the reality of the situation. Yeah, because there's really nothing more that you can do at the end of the day. Let me wrap my blanket a little bit more around myself. I got a little cold. That tonight I was the only one in the house. That when my parents came back from work, I'd be gone, missing, vanished. Looking back on the series of events of the previous 5 years involving Oishiro-sama's curse, it wouldn't seem that strange at all. Come to think of it, it was getting pretty late. I didn't think it was good that the only light in the whole house was from my room on the second floor. It was the same as broadcasting the enemy that my parents were gone. This was their chance. Firstly, I ran into the living room, flicked on the lights, and turned the TV on to a reassuring volume. Next was the study. I simply turned on the lights and some music. With this from the outside, I was looking like my parents were here. He's a smart fucking cookie, dude. Once again, I went through the house, checking to see if there was anything left unlocked. When I saw the veranda and the laundry still hanging out there, I went pale. That would have made it too obvious. I needed to take it down. I snatched the laundry haphazardly and erased all traces that my mother wasn't there. Should be fine now. The garage! They hadn't gone all the way to Tokyo by car, but they had gone up to Okinomiya Station. The garage was empty, wide open, in plain sight. This wasn't good. I panicked and rushed out the back to close the only open garage door. It should be fine now. I need to get the paper! Mom always got the paper since they left the afternoon. The evening paper was still out there. My premonition was correct. I pulled out everything from the mailbox and dropped it in the entryway. With this for sure this time, it should be fine. Come to think of it, leaving the cupboard busted like that for my little freakout was kind of bad. I would say I tripped and fell, and the bat I was holding smashed into it. Even so, just leaving it in its current state wasn't good. I should clean it up a little before Mom got back and scolded me. Remember, there was a broom and dustpan in the closet, but as I was going to get them, the phone rang. Once again.
Moshi,
Moshi, my brother is... Oh, is this Keiichi? Is your mother around? She isn't here at the moment. You idiot! Dude, don't reveal that your parents are gone. You can follow up still. Calm down and take care of it. I think she'll be back soon. That wasn't a good response either. Now they might say they'll call again or tell her to call when she comes back. Then that's fine. It wasn't anything important. Well, sorry for the bother. The scenario I feared didn't play out, eliciting a sigh of relief. That call was fortunate, in more ways than one. I have to deal with any telephone calls coming in from my parents tonight. I was somehow able to deal with the phone call just now, but I couldn't continue to rely on such poor improv. I needed to make up a good story to explain why they were home but couldn't answer the phone. They were making tempura and couldn't step away right now. That wasn't good enough. They were sick and went to bed because they weren't feeling well. Was that going to be safe? I was thinking about it on the way back to my room, and the phone rang again. It was like they were calling because they knew I was going to lie. I didn't want to pick up, but I knew I had to. I suspect my parents weren't here. I should have just taken the phone off the hook under the pretense I didn't realize that it was. Since the phone rang, I had to pick it up. I prepared myself and lifted up the receiver.
Moshi.
Hello? I stopped announcing this was my borough residence. I had no reason to be kind to someone I didn't know the identity of. But like my uncouth voice, the person on the other side sounded goofy. Like, oh, my apologies. Yes! It's our ghost! This is Oishi from the Okamiya bookstore. Oishi-san! Is that you, my brother-san? Good evening. Good to hear you're doing well. Wait just a minute, please. I grabbed the portable handset and rushed up to my room with it. I was saying no matter where I was, since there was no one else home, but I wanted to be in a spot that felt just a bit safer when speaking on the phone with Oishi. Sorry for the wait. How are things? Anything changed since then? Since then? When was that exactly? There was something about the brazen way he talked that rubbed me the wrong way. Last time I spoke with Oishi-san was 2 days ago. The day I stayed home from school, I met Oishi-san on the way back from the hospital, and we headed into town for lunch and had a talk. And after that, Reina and Mion came to check up on me. Whenever I spoke with Oishi-san, they always knew about it. It was like that since the first time I met him. Today's phone call may well be found by them as well. Hello? Can you hear me, Mabura-san? Sorry. What did you say? As if anything's changed. There was an answer, so I got worried. Not really. This is interesting on his part. He's hiding it. The words stopped in my throat. There was a ton of stuff that happened. All of it baffling. What should I talk about? I didn't understand any of it, but I should try asking. If I didn't ask now, I may never have another chance. This night, when my parents weren't home, I had no guarantees I would make it through this night safe after all. Well, Oishi-san. Seems that someone is after me. Really? It could all just be a coincidence, but that day in my school, I was sick, and two of them came up to check on me. Which two? Reina and Mia. They started asking about how I had lunch with you. What next? They left me some mochi when they came to visit, but there was a needle inside. Fortunately, I somehow didn't swallow it. I wonder, could that have just been a threat? About the needle. It was just one of those common sewing needles you see all the time. There's a hole to thread. There's a hole the thread string through. Not that, my brother-san. The needle itself. That's evidence. It could be used as proof that they threatened you. Where is that needle? That's right. That's it! I dropped the receiver and rushed downstairs. When I tossed that mochi, I'd overlooked it out of terror, but that needle was a valuable piece of evidence. Let's see. I threw the mochi needle at the wall together. If it was there, then it would have been on the living room wall. But my prudent mother had cleaned that wall, and there was not a trace of mochi left. Could it be that it dropped in the gap between the wall and the carpet? I frantically searched by running my palm along the carpet, but nothing turned up. Tried moving around the sofa and desk, pulling up the carpet, and then flapping it around, but I couldn't find the needle. Did my mom clean up everything without noticing? It was just 2 days ago. I didn't know what day they collected the burnable trash, but it may still be in the trash bin. I rushed in the kitchen, opened up the lid of the pail, and poured out the contents, but even at a glance I could tell that it would be incredibly difficult to find the needle in this pile of trash. I was looking for a needle in a trash stack, yeah. I know, I run my hand through it. It was a bit gross, but I was looking for a needle. If I felt a small prick, I'll be able to find it. It was a pretty tactless method, but it was the quickest. I held my breath and started striking the pile of trash in my hand. Filth flew about. There was nothing more disgusting than this, but this was not the time to be disconcerted. Continued on for a while, but nothing turned up. I wanted to search more thoroughly, but I was still on the phone. I shouldn't keep Oishi waiting for too long. Later, when Mom got back, I left to ask her if there was a needle. His began scribbling on the notepad affixed to the refrigerator with a magnet. Was there a needle? ? I scrawled the words with a red pen. I then dashed back up the stairs, where I'd been keeping him waiting for far too long. Moshi, how'd it go? I couldn't find it. I was really overwhelmed when it happened. I see. It'd be great if you could find it. Keep it safe. That's right. The needle wasn't the only incident. I had to tell him about this morning with the hidden one. Also, that isn't all. Actually, this morning, that van was aiming for me. I can say that without question to the services. Did you see the license plate? I can search for it from here. Damn! At the time, I just flipped out yelling at him. I didn't look at the plate. What failures on my part with the needle and the plate number? Yeah, you gotta be a little bit more aware, dude. I was so focused just protecting myself that I let some of the most important details slip out of my grasp. I punched my pillow, annoyed at how worthless I was. I'm sorry, I don't know much more than there was a white van. Nothing fair about my bird. Anyone will be shaken up after being hit. I guess all this really isn't a coincidence, is it? Nope. Wishy's son started to hem and haw on the other end. I can imagine him folding his arms. Also, Reina is acting strange. How so? Reina sent the way home today, asking why I was so much like Satoshi. Now I can say with confidence that Reina knew what happened. She knew there was more to it than him just simply disappearing. Reina knows. She knows something regarding what happened with Satoshi, the kid who was demoned away last year. What would that be exactly? Reina said I was the same as Satoshi. She said something to the effect that the way things are going, I'll end up with the same fate. Fate, you say? Exactly what kind of fate did she say would befall you? Transferring out, she said. Transferring out? Reina said Satoshi transferred out. So given how things were going with me, I'll transfer out too. She let a stern sigh and grumbled loudly. Maebara-san, that was probably some sort of threat or a warning. I thought so too. At some point, I started to think. Would it be prudent to sum up everything that happened up till now as the machinations of some human perpetrator? Other than the theory of it being Reina and the others, I was left with Oishiro-sama's curse actually existing as the only explanation. Of course, I couldn't tell that to Oishi, except Reina's strange behavior could be proof of either scenario. Whether it was Oishiro's curse or everything being part of a conspiracy committed by the village, Reina was involved. Reina had to know. Reina was suspicious. What exactly was Reina? I couldn't help but think she was somehow involved with a prior string of mysterious deaths. It seemed to recall that Oishi-san had admitted that he had dug into her past a little. He was probably just downplaying when he said a little, meaning he had actually dug pretty deep, most likely. I wanted to hear about Reina. I wanted to know what happened at her previous school, among other things that were still unknown to me. If Reina was someone I should suspect, no, not that. I wanted to know the truth. Tonight, I was alone in this house. Even though I said I couldn't count on them, I had lost the security I felt just by having my parents around. It wasn't like this house was some sort of fortress or a castle. If a malicious person decided to use brute force, they'd easily gain entry. There were no other residences close to my bar residence. No one would be able to hear anything, no matter how loud it was. I never felt as much resentment toward my father's artistic temperament and the fact that he had this house built in such a remote location as I did right now. I wonder if I'd still be here by tomorrow morning, so I had to ask, right now, because I had no idea when the next chance would come. Oishi-san, I have something I want to ask about. Please don't keep anything from me. Even though you're so far away on the other end of the line, this is the most reliable heat I've ever felt. I wanted to ask about Reina, about what had happened in school. Actually, regarding Reina's... I noticed a sound that had been going on for a while now. Since I was so focused on the call, I hadn't paid attention to it at first. But I finally realized it was the sound of the doorbell. The time was 7 o'clock. It was past the time the postman would be making a delivery, past any sensible time for a neighbor. I considered just acting like nobody was home, but that wouldn't be good. That would ruin all the work I put in making it look like my parents were home. I need to answer the door. Hey, my brother-son. Sorry, someone seems to be at the door. I'm going to see who it is. A guest. I see. My apologies. Should we end this phone call now? That would be a problem. No, I'll be back in a second. Do you mind if I just leave the phone up? It's fine, I don't mind. I dropped the handset on my bed and dashed into the door. I need to make up a good excuse to get them to leave. I hunch it was the lady who called right before Oishi-san did. In which case, it would be one of the neighbors who's friends with my mom. I'd say she isn't feeling too well and went to bed early. That would be the easiest option. No music, Chad. I'm scared. It'd be hard for her to ask me to wake up my mom. She's not feeling well. The bell continued to ring at regular intervals. If someone didn't answer after you rang the bell so much, you'd normally give up and go home, wouldn't you? Without removing the chain, I opened the door slightly and peered out the visitor. A chill ran down my spine. Is it Reina? I knew it! Somewhere deep inside, I prepared for this moment. I tried to escape by imagining it was the easiest person to deal with. One of my mom's friends. But it was not. Good evening. It's Reina. There shouldn't be any reason for Reina to come over at this hour. The timing also made me feel very uneasy. Because it was just as bad as Asoishi's son about Reina, I wish I could have chalked this up to a mere coincidence. But those unsettling words from Mion several days ago echoed back to me.
さてね、
There's
おじ
nothing
さん
this
にわ
old
から
man
ないこと
doesn't
は
know.
ないからね。
Are you alone, Reina? Yeah. It seems that Mion wasn't with her, but that didn't change the situation.
何しに来たんだ
Why
よ
did you come here?
ねえ
Hey,
ケイチ
Keiichi-kun.
君
I'd like you to open the door so we
メ
can
ダは
talk. Can I
玄
come
関に
inside, I
入っ
wonder?
ちゃ
It was true that speaking through a chain door wasn't the right way to talk to a classmate, but at my house the chain has to be on at night, so don't worry about it.
なら
Then it can't be helped, I
仕
guess.
方ないかな。
Reina looked to the ground, sadly, but she kept smiling at least, and her effort to keep that smile up was quite pitiful. Even though she was tugging my heartstrings, I didn't lower my guard. As long as I stayed like this, even if it made my heart ache, my life was not in danger. What I really feel, more than the possibility that hoodlums would assault me if I removed the chain, was trusting Reina enough to remove the chain, having my friendship betrayed. As long as the chain wasn't unlatched, even if it made my heart ache, I wouldn't have to deal with being betrayed. Since it didn't seem like I'd removed the chain with her silent urging, she appeared to give up on trying to get in.
あのさ、ケイ
Have
チ
you
君
eaten yet, Keiichi-kun? No,
Go
I
ahead,
haven't
have it,
actually.
huh?
Since my mom wasn't there, it didn't order me ready no matter how long I waited. I laid down when I got home, was woken by the phone, didn't have a chance to eat since I used that time talking. I was gonna have cup noodles in that case, so I could just eat one whenever I
Yeah,
wanted to. No, not yet
それ
actually.
が
What
どうした
about
よ
it? Good, look here. I brought a bunch of dishes.
Good.
Reina held a stack of boxes wrapped in cloth. If I could use your kitchen, I could heat up the miso soup and the other
いい
stuff.
よそこま
It's
でし
fine,
て
you don't need to do that, but there's a lot of tofu and veggies. Do you not
そ
like
ういうの
it?
嫌いかな。
There's no way I wouldn't like that. I love miso soup with lots of ingredients. Right, radish and carrots and burdock root and potatoes, dense and fibrous root vegetables. Yeah, that miso soup
ご
does
飯
look
も持っ
incredible.
てきてあ
I
げ
was
たか
about
ら
rice if you microwave
レン
it,
ジ
we'll
で
be ready in no
温めれ
time.
ばすぐ食べられるし
Don't microwave your fucking rice! Without a doubt, rice needs miso soup. Yeah, I can agree with that. Stuffing rice down your gullet, sipping miso soup in between ravenous bites. Oh, yes, how wonderful it is to be born
それ
Japanese.
からね
Also, I
ま
made
た
more
贈り物を
pickles!
作ってきた
She made
今度
more
は山菜の
pickles!
お
Oh,
漬物
damn it.
なの
Also made more pickles. Sansai pickles this time. She made pickles for us at the very beginning of the story, and that's when we fucking loved this girl. So, soft the mountain vegetables called sansai. But I was captivated by their charm the first time I tried them. Such deep yet light flavor. Those so-called supermarket vegetables taste rough and overpowering in comparison. If you only had to describe them, they were vegetables for the uninitiated. To become an expert such as myself, you first had to partake sansai. It was common knowledge around here that the Ryugu family's traditional pickles were wonderfully delicious. I don't know what kind of pickles they were. They'd gone so well with that fluffy wet
それからね
rice. And also, oh wait, there's more! Oh, so delicious. It seems so delicious. Farewell to my unhealthy self who said he'd make do with cup noodles. Rena appeared to be in good spirits as she was offering such a delicious sounding dinner. The stress evaporated from my gut and hunger reared its voracious head. Don't give in, you dumbass! She's gonna kill you! At the same time, my wariness of Rena suddenly dwindled. Rena did say she was alone. It shouldn't be a problem letting her inside. Though the possibility that it was laced with poison still hadn't been ruled out. At that moment, a cold chill ran down my spine once again. I couldn't understand why such a sensation had occurred such then. But the voice inside me was sounding the alarm. What's happening? This happy Rena speaking of this charming dinner was dependent on one premise. That premise was that tonight dinner had not been made at my house. Meaning it was under the assumption that my mom, who should be making it, wasn't here. At any normal household, 7 o'clock would be around the middle of dinner time. Yeah, my mom was here. We'd be eating dinner around this time as well. That actually brought over all the makings of a meal at this time was inherently strange. Unless she knew. Rena, did she know that my parents weren't home? But there was also the chance that this was a bluff. I turned on the lights and a bunch of other stuff to make it seem like my parents were there. There was a chance that Rena was unsure if my parents were home, but I had to wonder. The laundry, the garage, the evening paper, there were plenty of signs of them being hastily tidied up. It's hard to say that Rena didn't have a chance to determine if my parents were here or not, but there was no reason for me to confess that right now. I should try holding on to that fact as long as I could. First of all, the chain was still latched. As long as I didn't take it off, Rena would not be able to do anything to me.
ありがたいんだけどさ、もう少しで夕飯ができるみたいなんだよ。
I'm quite grateful, but dinner will be ready pretty soon.
え
Huh?
そうなの
Is that
そう
so?
なの
Is that so?
せっかくで
I know
申し
you
訳
went through
ない
all
ん
the
だけ
effort
ど
and
さ。
everything, but
その
unable to think of a good way to refuse my roles to show
でも
off. But some of this
ちょ
could
っと
work as side
おかしい
dishes, I think.
悪いけど、
I'm sorry,
間
we
に
have
合
more
う
than
ちの
enough
おふ
already.
くろって
Mom
さ、
always makes quite a
だ
few
から
sides, so,
え
Huh? You have side dishes?
おか
The
ず
smile that bordered on a cringe, I dodged her questions apologetically. Feeling I tried to ignore being creeping on my back. I spoke as if my mom was sitting down to dinner right now, but didn't mesh well with what Rena was saying. Rena was talking as if she was aware of some obvious fact, and that I was aware of as well. So Keiichi-kun can cook. What did you make, I wonder?
いや、
No, well, it's not that I...
別に俺
Rin
が
assumed out of nowhere that I made the dishes. No, not so much that I made them, but rather that my mom hadn't.
本当に
Did
作
you
った
really make
お
them?
かず
The side dishes?
圭一君が
Did you, Keiichi?
だから
It wasn't me who made them. My mom did. No, she's
今
making them right now.
だからさ
So you see, I'm sorry, but I can't eat what you brought.
レナの持って
Rina
きてく
fell
れたの
silent at
は
that moment.
食べられ
At
な
that
いん
moment,
だ
I
よ
felt that the light had suddenly disappeared from her eyes.
圭一君の
How about I try guessing what Keiichi-kun's
当て
dinner
て
will
み
be?
ようか
なんだっていい
It
じゃ
doesn't
ん
matter what I'm gonna eat.
とね
Let's see. Conversation might appear natural at first glance, but Rena was firmly in control. I felt like I was being interrogated.
その夕
Your
飯
dinner, I wonder, is there something that can be made with just hot
お
water?
いおい
Hey now,
あ
stop the
その
insults. I can't believe you
スペシ
blew
ャ
up
ル
my
な
mom's
ディナーを
extravagant dinner like
いや
that.
もう
Tickets sold out full
全然状
capacity.
態
Is that amazing?
すごいのなん
I
だ
tried my best to put a strong front, but I couldn't grip my teeth quite right. So instead, I looked like someone who's borderline hysterical. But Reina showed no reaction whatsoever, even to that silliness.
圭一君
Keiichi-kun,
本当に
did
お
your
母
mother
さん
really leave you
いや
dinner?
だから
Oh, you see, she didn't leave me dinner. She's making it right now. It's almost time. Reina taking that assertion of mine that my mother was home making dinner right now and was completely ignoring it. I could tell that the more I panicked, the colder she became.
ね
Hey,
え
Keiichi-kun.
圭一君
At that moment, an uncomfortable chill crept in from the gap in the doorway.
お母さん
Is your mom
お
home?
家にいる
I
のか
wonder.
な
I couldn't keep up the charade anymore. Reina, she knew full well that my parents weren't home. But I'd come too far to admit that now. Anyway, my parents were here and we'd be having dinner soon. That was the situation I concocted. So I answered. I told her she was here. She's here, of course!
もちろん
I feel the humidity drying out from the surrounding air. Rena's eyes were becoming even more frigid, piercing me with their gelid glare? Gelid glare, indeed.
どうして
Why? Huh?
何のことか
What
な
do you mean, why? Tried acting casual, but that facade was torn off the instant I looked into her eyes. That look informed me of her response faster than she could open her mouth.
どうしてさっきから
Why have
嘘
you
をつ
been
く
lying
の
to
か
me,
な
I wonder?
かな
This is fucking crazy.
嘘
I'm not lying. That's a lie, isn't it?
嘘なんかじゃ
It's not a lie. Lies! Ray's outburst sent a joy surging through my body. A jolt! Goodness gracious. I need to drink a little bit more of my third water. Yeah, I'm starving, chat. I ate lunch today, but at this point that was 9 hours ago. So I need to get some food in a bit. Ren and I were still separated by what few inches that slightly ajar, but still chained door could afford. But despite that, I was still being cornered. My house, which I considered a safe haven until now, had become more like a dark alleyway where no one could save me.
圭一君のお夕
Shall I guess your
飯
dinner, Keiichi-kun? Let's see! I knew now that Reina had already known that my parents would not be here tonight, but it was still so strange that it had come to this. Even if she somehow knew that my parents weren't home, there was no way she should be able to guess what I'd be eating tonight. But Reina said she'd guess. How could she guess? How could she know it was instant noodles? That's right, isn't it? That I was going to... The cooking repertoire of a man who can't do housework is probably nothing but cup noodles after... Yeah, okay, that's fair enough. Looking at it statistically, it was the most probable answer. That didn't mean she was guessing. I don't think you'll be full with just noodles. I think having rice and stuff will definitely hit the spot. Calm down, Keiichi Maibara. This is just coincidence. Reina was just reading certain tells of mine, so the fact that she was inferring what I was thinking alarmed me. But it wasn't as if she was actually reading my mind. If it was being read, then she was a demon. No, not a demon. Things like that, they couldn't possibly exist. Do you like them? Do you mean noodles? No. Blank.
生姜味
Indicated that the point my answer was addressing was wrong. Her rebuttal was so short that I momentarily didn't understand the words she'd spoken. Sorry, Reina, what did you say? Huh? About what? Just now, you asked me if there was something I liked. It wasn't long before I realized how carelessly I pushed forward with that. It was such a simple answer, so I couldn't comprehend it.
豚骨生姜
Pork bone and ginger! He's cooked, chat. We're fucking dead. I wondered how I appeared in the moments my mind went completely blank until the moment I was able to recover. So I feel the view began to distort, slowly swirling in a counterclockwise direction. I lost all sense of balance. What do you know about that? I didn't even deny it. That was the type of frenzy state I was in. How could Reina know even this? Not even caring as I mashed my head against the door, I fixated my gaze on Reina, but she didn't even flinch when she saw me do that.
確かに買った
I certainly did buy them. I bought a bunch at once. I bought a whole case. How could you know?
なんでか
Why,
な
I
不思議
wonder.
だね
Quite strange, isn't it? Isn't it? How could you dodge a question at a time like this? The chain and the door suddenly were no longer protecting
どう
me.
してわかる
How do you know? Why do you know?
買っ
Answer
た
me.
のはセブン
You
ス
bought
み
them
た
at
い
the 7th
ね
Mart, didn't you? A shiver ran up my spine. I tried covering up with an angry facade. Like I said, why do you know that? I was behind you,
ずっとくっついてた
following you the whole time.
何を言っ
What
て
are
ん
you
だ
saying?
よ
I couldn't understand why she was saying she'd been following me all this time. That's because I was right behind Keiichi-kun's back the whole time. Like that night I was absorbed in my phone conversation with Oishi-san. I didn't even sense her being there. Sitting behind the door behind me, standing there just like that. When Keiichi-kun was picking up the noodles, I was watching the entire time. You picked out so many different flavors, didn't you? Then your mom got angry. If you're going to pick the expensive ones, then you should just pick one type, she said. Then you picked out that big box of pork bone and ginger flavor that you love so much, didn't you? I like it too, pork bone noodles, but I can never eat a whole big bowl myself. My brain was paralyzed, dulling my senses. It might have been a defense mechanism to diminish the fear I was feeling to non-traumatizing levels. With the fear being diminished, the fog enveloping my mind was cleared away. Then I could understand what Reina was saying and started to put meaning behind her words. Even so, my fear hadn't subsided completely. It was like I was standing at the edge of a cliff, eyes closed so I didn't have to look down. It didn't actually solve any of the basic problems. I slowly took a step backwards, and as I withdrew, Reina advanced. So, Keiichi-kun, can you open this? We can eat dinner together. I'm sure it's going to be delicious, okay? Reina's pale, slender fingers swarmed through the crack in the door one at a time, as if they had a mind of their own, rattling the chain. If she had unlatched the chain from the door, a feeling of terror would have just exploded from within me. But Reina didn't do that. She was simply imploring me to remove the chain. I tried my hardest to light the fuse of the powder cake in my heart, trying again and again. Clatter, clatter, but it doesn't light. It doesn't light. Open up, Keiichi-kun. Please go away. I beg you. Please go away. How can you say something so mean? Please go away. Powder keg inside me finally went off. No smoldering, it just exploded. I tackled the door. The force through the door and knocked Reina momentarily off balance. I couldn't hesitate here. I got on the doorknob with both hands, slammed my feet firmly, and fucking pulled with all my might. But that slamming sound I so desired didn't happen. I could feel a tiny disturbing bit of resistance keeping the door from closing. The source of that was Reina's fingers! Each of those fingers wriggling, squirming about like tendrils of a carnivorous plant through the crack in the doorway. It hurts! It hurts, Keiichi-kun! It hurts! It wasn't a harsh shriek, more of a yelp she was trying to keep back. Go away! Go away! Go away! Kept on pulling the door with all my might. I didn't even realize if I didn't loosen my pull on the door, at least momentarily, Reina wouldn't be able to pull her fingers out, and that's why the door wasn't closing. It really hurts, Keiichi-kun. I'm sorry if I was just messing around too much. I didn't care one bit for her apologies. No matter how much she apologized, it didn't change what had happened. It didn't change anything. It hurts. It hurts. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go away. Reina couldn't leave even if she wanted to because I trapped her fingers. Reina's white fingers had become deep red and were no longer squirming. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go away. Go away. Go away. I'm sorry. Her apologies were twisted with pain, but like a broken record, she was intent on repeating, "Go away, go away, go away, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it," pulling the door even harder. Finally, her fingers were able to slip out from their imprisonment in the doorway. The moment that happened, the door closed soundly. I could hear the thud of Reina falling on her butt on the other side. I locked the door immediately. It made a loud clunk, voicing my rejection. I'm sorry, Keiichi, I'm sorry. Open up, Keiichi, please. Reina leaned against the door, apologizing profusely and nothing else. After confirming that I was sufficiently sealed off from her, I trudged away from the entryway. On the other side, I can still hear her echoing her apology. Those pitiful words, they would be forever seeking my forgiveness. I didn't feel bad about this at all, but that wasn't out of any sort of malice. I felt a sort of hazy sense of relief that I was able to escape from Reina. Before, Miana had threatened me at this doorway, saying there was nothing she didn't know. And just now, at the same place, Reina told me the same thing. My feeble attempts to disguise the fact my parents weren't home had served no purpose from the start. I should have just pretended to be out and not even open the door. My meager plans hadn't helped at all. In Hinamizawa, it was impossible to outwit them. Even though I was on the other side of the door, I wanted to get as far away from Reina as possible. One step, two steps. With each one, her sniveling apologies became more distant. Oh my lord. I sprinted up the stairs and dove into my room. The UI was gone for that! Holy! As you would expect, I was finally no longer able to hear her repeating her endless apology. Diving into my bed, I was startled by the hard lump I felt. There was something in my bed! It's the phone line, dumbass. It was the receiver. Yeah, I remembered. I was in the middle of a call with Oishi. Look at the clock. Apparently not much time had passed since I went downstairs. Could it be that my clock had run out of batteries? I had talked with Reina for so long. How did no time pass? But the hand of the clock was ticking forward 1 second every second. As I pulled the still warm receiver from my ear, time which felt present began moving them. Hey, Oishi-san. Sorry to keep you waiting. No, I didn't wait that long. It became apparent the amount of time that passed between myself and Oishi-san was different. Over the phone, I could hear an energetic voice from a sports program or something. Drove home just how far away he really was. Reina came by just now. Did she come to play? I wasn't confident that I could coherently explain the situation, but I didn't need to right now. Right now I need to know about Reina. That's right. I was planning to ask Oishi more about Reina, but her little visit interrupted the conversation. What was true and what was false I couldn't tell. The one thing I knew was the single grim reality that Reina was suspicious. I might be able to figure something out if I asked him about her. Up until now, I'd regret when I forced myself to ask about things I was better off not knowing. Looking at it that way, you could say I'd hit rock bottom. There's no possible way I could feel any more regret than I did right now. Or rather, I want to know if there's anything beyond this I would regret more. Forget about tomorrow. It wasn't out of the realm of possibility for something to happen tonight. I want to know everything I could. I was absolutely not going to die like this. Now without knowing anything, I definitely won't. Regarding Reina Ryuga-san, I did a bit digging. Yeah, well, it wasn't much. I understood that Oishi-san was talking in circles. A bit meant I dug so deep it'd be hard to discuss with you since you're her friend. I want to know everything from your research. Bit of a powerful tick. I don't think you'll be very interested in what I have to say, though. Oishi-san. Let's look as calmly as possible, Oishi-san, who's continuing to avoid the issue. And then, I said it. I think Reina Ryugu is suspicious. Even if the past instance were from Oishi-san's curse, Reina Ryugu is involved. Do you have some sort of proof that makes you believe she is suspicious? The minute when she spoke became very firm. Do you have some sort of proof? That was him talking as a detective. I only have circumstantial evidence. I see. I saw even over the phone how disappointed he was. And yeah, you can't blame him, really. Pulling on the fishing line when he felt a bite only to reel in the bait. Disappointed Berain the cast line once more, that's how it seemed. Oishi-san, you can't do anything without physical proof, can you? The matter was, you can't come and save me without proof. I stuck that barb in there. As Oishi-san loved roundabout ways of saying things, he understood me just fine. It's fine, my Buddha-san. I'll protect you. That was not the least bit reassuring. Oishi-san was just using me to continue his investigation. I was just going to get killed. My corpse would be an important piece of evidence. That was all I was to him. Whether I'm alive or dead may be no concern to your investigation, but it's all over for me when I die. Oishi-san went silent for the other end of the line. That may have been too blunt, but I didn't really care. All I needed to relay to Oishi-san was I was currently in a very dangerous position. So please tell me about Reina. Satoshi transferred out, not too far in the future. I'll probably also do what Reina called transferring out as well, but he won't be able to find my corpse. You haven't even been able to find Satoshi's body yet. Alright, my brother-san, please calm down. I'm sorry suppressing my agitation even without Oishi-san having to tell me. It wouldn't solve anything if I continued to scream about my mistrust of the police. It would seem that I could only defend myself and the bat Satoshi left behind to protect myself. Then I at least wanted to know what happened before Reina transferred schools. You're aware that this won't be very interesting, right? Oishi-san realized my resolve couldn't be swayed, finally caved. Right now, to me, there's nothing that I'll find uninteresting. Please. There are a few things I need you to agree to. Okay. Please keep this confidential. Also, part of this may be speculation. Not all of this is true. Are you still interested? Might not be true. I don't understand what you mean. There isn't one main investigation for the mysterious chain of events in Hinamizawa. Each one is treated as its own individual case. Okay. Thus, Reina has never been linked to any of the investigations. Basically, you see, this isn't an investigation of Reina done by the police, and it's a personal inquiry. This will make things a lot quicker since you understand. All of it's from either phone calls or some meetings and interviews. Okay, that makes sense. I'm so cold. I'm shuffling around my blanket. There we go. That is nice. Yeah, it's so cold in my dorm room right now. So they aren't corroborated. I'm asking you to take this all with a grain of salt, is what I mean. Do we have an agreement? All of it is just from what you've heard? Yeah, my apologies. It's all my personal investigation, you see. That thing before, you said you saw Reina's chart, didn't you? I'm sure I heard you say that. Oishi-san paused for a moment on the other end of the line. I told you that too, huh? Please pretend you didn't hear anything about that. I didn't care about Oishi-san having certain obligations and responsibilities. I also didn't care if there was no proof. Even if they were just rumors, there's no smoke without fire. Please tell me, Oishi-san. Understood. He opened those lips of his. Just suck dick, old man yaoi? It seemed that Reina lived in Hinamizawa a long time ago. Okay. She had moved to Ibaraki Prefecture just before starting elementary school. Then following that, right after transferring, the unfortunate incident with the breaking of the school windows happened. Then Reina confided to the doctor. It was Oyashiro-sama. This was everything I know. So, there isn't much difference between what I know and what you know, Maibara-san. Then what part did you investigate further? I didn't need to ask. It was the incident right before she transferred back to Hinamizawa. The incident Reina was responsible for and what she divulged to the doctor afterwards, correct? Yes. After you learned about that, you started suspecting Reina and the others, didn't you? Yeah, I suspected them. So they're the ones after all. No, that's not what I meant by suspect them. What? Oishi-san was the type of person to say things with confidence, but these particular words were less than reassuring. Then who did you suspect? That it was Oyashiro-sama. Huh? That Oyashiro-sama's curse really exists. Yeah, right. Well, his laugh was dry. Not the kind that would make you want to join in. You resume the conversation. I'm joking right quick. Give me just a second. Oh my god. Alright. About the dubious circumstances behind Satoshi's disappearance. The course of events leading him to delve to Reina's past. Just then, there was thunder in the distance, and a heavy rain started pouring down. It came without warning, a downpour fiercely beating the ground. I left the window in my room open a crack to let the heat out. The violent wind danced in my room, making the curtains flap wildly. What is it? Ah, nothing. It suddenly started raining pretty heavily. Sorry, please continue. I got up also on the phone and grasped the window. Oh, afraid to stick her fucking fingers in the crack of the window. I'm gonna be so mad. I said at the beginning it was an incident, but because neither the school nor the victims filed charges, the police were never involved. So you see, those involved were very reluctant to talk, regardless of there being a victim who had one eye beaten so badly that it had permanent damage. It could have been the school or possibly some individual who made arrangements to keep this from going public. Also, the psychologists are very strict about their professional ethics. Hello? Maibara-san, can you hear me? There was the figure of a person standing by the light near the mailbox this whole time. Even in the torrential rain, they didn't have an umbrella. They were unquestionably drenched from head to toe. In the shower, which more resembled a waterfall, droplets of water dripped down from her hair. Just standing there, both arms dangling at her side. In one hand was a stack of boxes wrapped in cloth. Her eyes focused on my room, focused on me as I was about to close the window. Her mouth was methodically repeating a chewing motion. It was as if she had something hard to chew in her mouth, with her cheeks puffing out. What could she be eating over there? How could it be that at this time I was more enthralled by Reina, instead of the shocking developments being brought to light by Ushi-san? If it hadn't started raining, I wouldn't have gone to the window, and I wouldn't have noticed her, nor would I have noticed that. Reina's mouth was moving in the same pattern. She wasn't eating something, she was repeating. What was it? Was she repeating to me? What was she saying? Why was I right up against the window, fixated on her? Hello, Maibara, can you hear me? Hello? Sorry. She's still saying it! In this torrential downpour, she was still apologizing. What is wrong with her? The other self inside me drew the curtain hastily with my right hand, blocking my view of the outside. But even doing that, her relentless apologies still reached my ears. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. If I forgive you for this, will you forgive me for that? Please stop. Please stop. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Damn it. Why should I have to forgive her? I'm the one who wants to be forgiven. What part of me can't you forgive? I won't be killed. If you won't forgive me, then I won't forgive you either. I won't forgive. I won't forgive. I won't forgive. Won't forgive. Won't forgive. Won't forgive. Won't forgive. Won't forgive. I won't forgive. Maibara-san, if you can hear me, then please respond. Hello? What's happening? That's our scene break? Dude, what the fuck is going on? Shit's heating up. Please don't be the chapter break. It's the chapter break! Split personality and at the 7th mark. Okay. Rain of apologies falling on deaf ears. Few new tips. Split personality. I'm fucking enthralled, chat. Holy shit. I see a movie quite often, but what is it exactly? Well, split personalities are thought to be escapism. Personality disorder is a form of escape? Correct. Pardon. The exact mechanism is not fully understood, but it's believed to be a type of defense for the brain to remain mental stability. Hypothetically, poor people imagining themselves as wealthy is a form of escapism, is it not? Is this also a form of multiple personality? I wouldn't go that far, but broadly speaking, one could infer that. It's something that occurs in us all. Does a split personality occur when one cannot tell which is reality and which is the escape? That's difficult to say. There are some who agree with that and some who disagree. There is no consensus. Then it's the occurrence of multiple personalities, so an unknown phenomenon, something not fully comprehended. Unfortunately, that is the current state of things. We can only put our hope in future research. But it's sort of cool having a split personality. What kind of people get them? Recent studies find that those who develop it, or rather those who are more susceptible, may be genetically predisposed or have some abnormal mental development. Some say that childhood abuse increases the chances. Speaking of which, Person A here experienced abuse as a child, didn't he? How sad. Person A had 7 different personalities. Let's watch a video of him. Right after these commercials! God damn it, I hate product placed in my kind visual novel. Alright, let's see. At the 7th mark. Okay, if she's actually just hard behind us the entire time, I'm gonna be so fucking cracked out of my gourd. The 7th part was a bargain supermarket with food and alcohol. What's this, Keiichi? So many. There's no reason to get all the different kinds, is there? I flopped all the different color cup noodles bowls into the cart. Cup noodles have gotten so elaborate recently, there are a bunch of different types. I want to try them all at least once. It was helpful to me, but I thought at least give it a try. Keiichi, buy them in the big case. It's cheaper. Dad faltered. Well, I had a feeling it'd end up like this. Now that Dad had thrown his hat into the ring, I'd have to compromise. Then I only got to eat one kind. I get bored with it. I was resisting as a formality. I'd already given up inside. I wasn't sure which case of noodles to get. If you can't pick, then Mommy will pick for you. You don't have to rush me! I quickly searched the case of noodles for what I wanted. Pork, bone, and ginger. Large cup? Hey, Keiichi, can't you get a more normal one? If I let Mom pick, she'd err on the side of safety and get soy sauce or salt. So when I plunked a box of pork bone flavor in the shopping cart, she looks back at me as expression to say, these ones? She also literally said it! Sure, this was my last compromise. I began explaining the choice. Pork bone is good! You get a large serving, but the flavor isn't too strong. I remembered insisting that the noodles I picked were the right kind. What the fuck, chat? In this frozen memory in time, this encapsulated world, I didn't have the power to look around my surroundings. So I did what I could and reached out my hearing and vision, sharpening my senses to find the presence I overlooked. No matter how much I searched through my field of vision, I could not see Reina. I rewound the situation. I was searching, but of course I couldn't find her. Then, was she spying at me from my blind spot? I go through the sign of presences again. I'm looking. I could sense the other customers. They were all mixed about, moving as they please. There was nobody looking over this way, nobody trying to get behind me. Not here. Couldn't be here. Probably wasn't here. I would definitely notice if someone was right behind me, even when I wasn't on my guard. I smiled wryly at the thought of using a vague word like probably right before contradicting it with definitely. Then I paused my mental replay as a chill ran down my spine. What the fuck was that sound effect?! There was definitely a presence like a shadow behind me. That was a terror unlike any other. If presence really had manifested behind me, I would definitely have turned around to check for it, but the world had moved on, and there was no way for me to turn around. While carrying that frightening shadow on my back, I was gleefully running around the store searching for a case of noodles? Running through the instant noodle section, bad-mouthing my mom? But there was that present constantly at my back, sticking to me like a shadow. No way to see what it was. Realizing it now after the fact was horrifying and repulsive. In that moment of time, I was running around gleefully, carrying that cardboard box. Tap, but listening to that moment again, I could hear footsteps other than mine going pit-pat with every step. Tip-tap, 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 pit-pat, 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 tip-tap, tip-tap. I'm gonna stop doing that shit. When I was running, the sound of those barefoot steps going pit-pat was right behind mine. Me running around gleefully in that closed-off moment in time. But I didn't hear it. No, I heard it, that's why I remembered it. I didn't think I had heard anything. That's why I didn't turn around. That is why I didn't turn around. In that moment, the pit-pat of those footsteps were following me the entire time. I couldn't run faster and escape. I couldn't run any faster than I ran at the time. I couldn't turn around. I hadn't turned around, not once. I returned to my parents and started talking. The shadow-like presence was right at my back. Since I didn't move, the shadow didn't move. That's why I made no sound. That was all. At the time, I hadn't taken a single step while talking to my parents. I was just standing there. This was undeniable. And yet, I heard it. A pit-pat. That shouldn't be. If I took 3 steps, it followed 3 steps. Wasn't that the rule? There was no sound other than that. At that time, the entire world had gone dark. A sudden darkness. It was the end of my reflective journey. I was tired. I wanted to end it. Someone turn on the light. Except my body couldn't move. As if I was sewn into that moment in time. Pit-pat. My past self's hair stood on end. That's impossible. Now that's just breaking the rules. I haven't moved, so you shouldn't be moving either. I couldn't move, so you shouldn't be able to move either. Follow the rules. Pit-pat. This is the fucking tip screen! Yet that sound echoed in the darkness once again. The hair on the back of my neck pricked up on end. It was so close it was hard to tell whether it was touching the hair or not. Why couldn't I move, like how the presence was moving behind me? I quickly realized I could move. It's just that I was scared and didn't want to. But now was the only time I could turn around. It was something unforgivable in this moment in time, but I needed to turn around immediately. As if my entire body was trying to force me to stop, it began to administer a pain-like needle being stuck into my every pore. I'll turn around. I'll turn around. I'm not scared. I'll turn around. I'll turn around. I'm not scared. The scream I was unable to vocalize. Ah! I turned around. At first I couldn't understand the meaning of it. What? What is this? Just as the person's mouth might bite into an apple, swept the juices and finally discovered that it was an apple. My mind began to process the scene before my eyes by eating the apple. Munch, munch, chew, chew. Swept the juices and discovered the apple. Meaning, what was in front of me was... Horrific fucking screech. Thank you. Horrific fucking screech into fade to white. Into the end of the tip! And that was the last tip in Onikakushi, chat. That was the end of chapter 11. Which means, chat, we have one more chapter to go. Let's keep it real. I guess I'd be lying if I said I didn't get any sleep. I tried to stay awake all night, but there were definitely gaps in my memory. I guess I kept nodding off and jerking awake in a panic all night. I spent all night hugging the metal bat and sat on top of the futon I used to barricade my door, waiting, watching just in case someone tried to break through my window. If I left the spot, someone would break through the door, sending the futon flying and attack me. But if I stopped watching the window, someone would break through the glass and attack me. I tried to tell myself I was being paranoid, but I couldn't sleep. The thought of being so vulnerable scared the living daylights out of me. If sleep meant taking that risk, I didn't need it. It was so much better to just stay awake. At some point during that endless cycle of nodding off and jolting awake, light began to shine outside, but that was it. It wasn't so much the morning as it was the sun simply having risen. I snuck a peek out through the curtains. Reina was gone. I couldn't see her anywhere, no matter how hard I looked. Finally, I could breathe a deep sigh of relief. That night was finally over. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tired, but I didn't feel like sleeping at the moment. I still had time, but I needed to make my own breakfast, so I'd better get started soon. Skipping school was also an option. With my mom gone, it'd be easy to play hooky. Honestly, I debated it. The risk involved in leaving my house was incalculable, so staying holed up in here was probably my safest option, but staying here wouldn't solve anything. Uisha-san wouldn't help me without cold hard evidence. Neither he nor my parents, so unless I found some sort of proof, these relentless nights would never end. That's pretty brave of him, but also pretty stupid, I will say. I can press P to change art style. That's pretty cool, actually. I stretched my body, tilted my head back, and closed my eyes, just like I did every morning. I regulated my breathing and regained my sense. Calm down, Keiichimabara. Let's go to school. Let's wait until they set their trap for me. But that didn't mean I was just going to twiddle my thumbs. I need to avoid that trap and secure irrefutable evidence. Take note of the plates of any car that drives by. If I see someone suspicious, check their clothes and their face. I wasn't just protecting myself. I was preparing myself to turn their attack against them and retaliate. The tension was similar to when two samurai were both aiming to slay each other in a single motion as they drew their katana. I was not at a disadvantage. I would have a chance to retaliate. I finally felt a bit of courage growing in my chest. All right, let's go to school. I tightened my grip on Satoshi's bat. He was the only partner I could count on. Satoshi, please lend me your strength, and entrust your dying regrets to me, since you were probably murdered. I'll make sure I dispel them. With renewed resolve, I checked the clock. It was still early. Of course I was going to school by myself today. If I didn't want to run to Reina or Mion, I needed to leave now. The shattered fragments of the cupboard were still strewn all over the entryway. Right. I went to clean that up last night, but never got around to it with a phone call and everything. My parents came back and saw this while I was at school. I would never hear the end of it. Still, I'd be wasting time if I cleaned it up right now, considering what would happen if I ran to Reina or Mion. It wouldn't be too late to clean it up after I got home. Making extra certain that the doors were locked, I left the house. This is the last chapter, so something drastic is going to happen. My uniform was still covered in mud from yesterday, so I left it in the wash. Today I was going to go to school in a tracksuit. By wearing a different outfit this morning, my mind was forced to accept that today was different from yesterday. I had a hunch. Today might be the day I get killed. I wouldn't be too surprised, honestly, at this rate. Keep your guard up, Keiichimabara. The only one who gets to decide if today's my last is me. Okay, we get a peaceful walk to school. Yep. Nothing happens. Practicing a swing. I spent the morning practicing my swing like it was my natural routine. After a while, Reina arrived at school. Our eyes met, but we said nothing. Reina said nothing about last night, as if it had never happened. But I could see that those events were real by the wounds carved into her fingers. I just heard her telling Sadako and the others that the bandages were from hurting herself in the kitchen. Though, it wasn't like it bothered me. The details that Uishi-san said about Reina's incident before transfer played vividly in my mind. Now that I knew about it, I couldn't even dream of Reina as a cute, ideal girl. There's Mion. Kei-chan, so you're still aiming for nationals. There's Mion. I had already sensed her approach, so I wasn't that surprised. Oh, Mion. If you understand, then leave me alone. I'm busy practicing. I gave her a curt reply without my usual jokes. Then I gave the bat an even larger swing, tacitly keeping Mion from getting any closer.
ケイちゃんさ、
Hey, Kei-chan, take it
ちょ
easy!
っと休憩。
I think Mion got the message, but she still urged me to give it a
ホーム
rest.
ルームまで
Homeroom's not that far off, is it?
もう一
Just
汗
let me
かか
finish
せてくれよ
practice. I swung the bat even harder as it signed my refusal.
ケイちゃんって野球。
Kei-chan, when did you get into baseball?
最近
Just recently.
最近って。
Recently, you mean yesterday?
分かってんだ
Don't
ろ
ask if you already know.
あれまあ。
Oh dear,
スポーツマンに
that's
して
a
は
very
爽やか
unsportsmanlike
な
reply.
大事なことで。
気が散る
You're distracting me.
放っておいてくれ
Go away. I ignored Mion and kept swinging. She's gonna hit us with some bullshit. Normally she'd get mad or bored and leave if someone gave her the cold shoulder like this, but Mion just stood there, waiting patiently for me to stop swinging. I didn't sense any hostility, but we were at school in plain view. I doubt she'd suddenly attack me here. Or was that too naive? Still, I was starting to get tired. Maybe it wouldn't be too bad to take a break and hear her
何
out.
か用なんだ
You
ろ
need me for something,
なん
right?
だよ
What is it? Except bored for me as I stopped swinging. I noticed my shoulders were heaving as I breathed. Cursed my lack of exercise. This way I might not be able to move as needed when the time came. I should probably keep practicing my swings to build stamina in addition to the excuse for carrying the bat around.
用ってわけじゃない
Well, it's
けど
nothing important.
お疲れのよう
If
な
you're
ら
tired, I can ask again later.
今でいい
Now it's fine. I'm only dealing with you right now because I judge the situation to be safe. Talking to you alone and away from others, that's outside of the question.
えっと
Well, Mia was uncharacteristically trying to choose her words, but unlike Uishi-san, it didn't look like she was going to talk about something I'd rather not hear. Mia was puzzled, trying to find the right thing to say. Then she gave a hearty laugh to break herself out of that mire.
おじさんダメ
This old man is just no good at this kind of stuff. Having a poor vocabulary
なんだ
hurts.
よ突然
What's this all
言いたい
about?
こと
If
が
you have something to say, just say it.
やめてよ
Stop it.
素振り
Stop that swinging. She got straight to the point. Her request was so frank, I didn't understand it for a moment. I had already stopped swinging to listen to her, hadn't I?
ちゃんとやめ
I
て
just
だ
stopped,
じゃ
didn't
な
I?
くて
That's not what I
今日で
meant.
終わりに
I
して
want
ほしい
today to be the last day you swing that bat.
悪いけど
I'm sorry. It took me some time to understand what she was asking for. What's wrong with
な
swinging
ん
a
でだ
bat?
余計
Why?
な
It's
世
none
話
of your
だよ
business,
別
is
に
it?
誰に
You're
も
not
迷惑
bothering anyone, am
か
I?
けてる
You are. Mion said it flat out. This didn't make any sense, and that was really
俺
irritating.
がいつ
When did I bother
誰に迷
anybody?
惑をかけたよ
It, Mion was at a loss for words, but she finally made up her mind and spoke. Though she started, she said, because Kei-chan, that's someone else's bat. You shouldn't borrow without permission. It was left behind by a student who transferred, right?
本人が
I'm just borrowing it until he comes back.
あ
Yeah, he, transferred.
転校したし
Mion grew uncharacteristically flustered. That made it all too clear that his transfer was a lie.
でも
But
変わって
strange,
る
isn't
兄
it?
貴だけ
For the older
転校なんだ
brother
ろ
to transfer by
妹
himself,
は
while his
転校
little
しなかった
sister stayed
のか
behind? Mion couldn't hide her reaction as my words shook her up.
Kei-chan.
Kei-chan, you knew?
北条聡
Satoshi Hojo,
Satoko no
Satoka's older brother,
兄貴、
right?
鬼
The
隠し
one
にやって
demoned
きた
away last year. Unable to respond to that, Mion fell
レ
silent.
ナにも言われた
Reina asked the same
なんで
thing.
素振りを
Why did
始
you
めた
start swinging that bat?
サトシもやって
She
た
told
ん
me
だ
that
ってな
Satoshi did the same
素振り
thing, practicing his
それ
swings.
も
Right before he went
失踪の直前
missing.
に
They're breathing pretty deep, chat.
これってさ
So, is this some kind of
親
omen
父
for
の様の
Oishiro-sama's
たたりが
curse?
前兆ってわけなのか
Shh! Mion panics and looked around.
頼むよケイちゃん
Please, Kei-chan, don't mention Oishiro-sama so recklessly. I don't believe in him, but the others very much do. Reina
や
especially.
ばいくらいに
Dangerously so?
とにかく
Anyway,
みんな怖が
you're
ってる
scaring everyone.
もしもこれ
If
が
you're just
悪ふざ
fooling
けで
around, then
サトシ
stop.
の真似は
You have to
絶対
stop
にやめて
acting like Satoshi. I was the one who was scared. Who do I have to thank for taking up this bat in the first place? But it still unsettled me knowing that my actions were overlapping with Satoshi's. It would be one thing if someone suggested it, but I thought I was making my own
先に言っ
decisions.
とく
I'll say this
俺
now.
はサトシ
I don't know
のことは
anything about
みん
Satoshi.
なが隠して
After
た
all,
から
you
な
didn't tell me anything about him. We didn't mean to hide it. You were hiding the incidents that happen every year,
隠
weren't
して
you?
たろ
That's because we didn't want you to,
怖がらせたく
you didn't want to scare me. That's the reasoning for leaving me out? No, we didn't mean to. Mion, I asked you directly if something happened at the dam, didn't I? And you told me nothing happened. When someone was dismembered and murdered, you lied to me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lie to you. Friends don't hide things from each other, right? Isn't that right? Then you all aren't my friends. Kei-chan,
ケイちゃん
Mion looked helpless and flustered.
そんなのって
She might actually be innocent in this, which is crazy. Was I imagining the tears in her eyes? I never could have imagined Mion acting like this. Oh, by the way, those get well mochi you brought the other day, they were good. I thought I was going to bleed. Who did it? You or Reina?
私
Me. She admitted it. She admitted it so easily, yeah. What? I couldn't help but be surprised at how easy that was. You could have killed me. How could you do that to a friend?
So-
But it was just a little prank. Mion gave me a wry smile, mixed with confusion, causing more anger to well up inside me. Think that was a prank? Grabbed Mion by the collar and lifted her up. That wasn't the same as putting Tabasco sauce in a piece of mochi. It was a needle, a sewing needle. If I'd swallowed that and it lodged in my throat, what do you think would happen? Mion's face froze as her body rattled in fear. This wasn't the me on Sonozaki I knew anymore. Anyways, you're not my friends. There's no reason for me to listen to someone who's not my friend. So just leave me alone for a while. Got it? Mion wasn't replying anymore. It won't be that easy to erase me, you know? Cops have been onto you from the start. So don't think you can make me disappear like you did Satoshi. I said it clearly. This was my declaration of war. I think you guys are suspects in the previous incidents too. I also know you spent a lot of time with the cops ever since that anti-dam movement. Don't think you can hide from me, got it? How? How did you know? How did you know, she says? What the fuck? Mia stood there with a dumbstruck look on her face. That was when I heard the principal ringing the bell for school. It was time for morning homeroom. Let's go. The class representative needs to be there, right? That moment, for the first time, I realized Mia was sobbing as tears ran down her cheeks. You're so mean, Kei-chan. Me. Oh, I had to console her, but I shut my mouth. I had no need to feel guilt. I'm going. Don't be late for homeroom. I left Mion still shaking as I turned around to head for the entrance. I don't even know what's happening anymore. I had no idea how troubling it was to make a girl cry. Behind my back, I could hear her muttering. It was a faint mutter as she was speaking to herself. So that's how it is. Huh? She wasn't saying it to anyone. It was Mion talking to herself, but it was a sobbing voice that had a kind of giddy, cursing tone. I inadvertently stopped and turned back towards her. What the fuck?! What the fuck am I looking at? So it was that bastard who leaked it all to Kei-chan. She balled up her fist, her tears continued to rain down. She glared as a spot on the ground with a terrifying yet smiling face. Cursing. A chill ran down my spine from that demonic expression. This transformation, Mion's transformation, was different from Reina's. I should have killed him back then. He forgot the mercy I showed him just because he was going to retire this year. Retiring this year. Was she talking about Oishi? Damn it. Damn it. I'm gonna kill the damn old man. It felt like the air itself had begun distorting. With Mion at the center of the worlds began to twist and spiral, bending, whirling. This was the first time I'd experienced such a visage. And we're back in class! Rise! 10 shut! Mion made an excuse for her red eyes by saying there was something wrong with her contacts. After that, neither Reina nor Mion spoke to me for the rest of the day. Neither Satoko nor Rika looked at me in the eye. Strangely, I didn't feel hurt. Everything had just went back to the way it was. The month since I transferred in had been almost too much fun. That was all. School was supposed to be something like this to begin with. I should have disliked that feeling, but today it felt oddly refreshing. The bell rung, sounding the end of the monotonous school day, which had felt so tense yet so dull. Since it would cause a lot of unpleasant memories, they asked me to join into the club activities. I promptly started preparing to go home without even looking at them. I stuffed the contents of my desk in my bag, wrapped my hands around Satoshi's now familiar bat, and began headed towards the entrance. Okay, something is going to happen. I was assailed by both the exhausting relief that nothing had happened today, and the tiring possibility of the same thing repeating tomorrow. It was a bit of a rough one, yeah, but deep down inside, far beneath in the recesses of my heart, achingly I knew. This would be the last day of this cycle. I couldn't tell how the ending would be. Whether it would end as I wished it to end, or if it would end as I hoped it wouldn't. Regardless of my current state, there was something more important than how things would end. There was something I wanted to know. Why did I have to be killed? How did it come to this? Why? For what purpose? That sunshine was relentless. The sun, the heat, even the air, they wouldn't give me my answers. Or could it be the cries of the Higurashi were telling me something? Somewhere, mixed in with their shrieks, Tomitaki and Satoshi were telling me something. I simply haven't been able to realize it yet. When I do realize it, I wonder if I will be among the Higurashi, fruitlessly crying to the next victim. Glancing down at my feet, I saw a Higurashi on its back, spasming weakly. There was still much of the summer left, yet this one was already chirping its last song. I couldn't tell what it was saying, no matter how hard I listened, but I had to try. I had to try to listen to what it was desperately trying to tell me. At that moment, the shrills of the Higurashi ceased, all at once, as if they had huddled together, fearing that the person who brought them to their dreadful fate had arrived. There was no mistaking it. A presence was approaching. The sound of footsteps was almost non-existent. If the Higurashi hadn't warned me by ending their chirping, I wouldn't have noticed. My exhaustion left me at a heartbeat. In its place was a rush of adrenaline that sharpened my senses. I was just barely able to hold back the creeping, suffocating feeling of horror. It wasn't something I could hold back for long, but in this moment when I needed to be razor sharp, I was able to retain my composure. I spent $70 today. I wasn't going to shout like I did yesterday. I'm going to buy food, and I'm going to buy the rest of Higurashi. I wasn't going to shout like I did yesterday. I hid myself calmly among the trees, waiting for my pursuer's shadow. Could I get them to pass me by? No, since I was able to hear their footsteps, they were probably also able to hear mine. They might have already been able to tell that I had hidden myself and was holding my breath. The person telling me, was it Reina, like yesterday? If it was Reina, I wouldn't hold back. I could just yell at her and make her go ahead, like yesterday. If it wasn't Reina, it would depend on how they acted, I guess. The footsteps ambled closer. I swallowed, wiped my clammy hands on my pants, and readjusted my grip on the bat. I could tell the fear that I'd beaten back was waiting for another opening to come at me. Who could it be? I peeked out from behind the tree of the person following me. It's Reina! My imagination had not led me astray. It was Reina. This is a different expression from usual. There was a bit of relief as I realized it was someone I knew, but that feeling left me in an instant. This wasn't the same Reina I knew. Her eyes were dark and lifeless. Her mouth appeared as if it was carved into a crescent. She was grinning slightly, and in her right hand was a hatchet. I see. I hid myself behind the trees once again and recalled the unbelievable sight I just saw. What was that just now? The embodiment of terror laid bare. Baseball, practicing my swing. There were tons of excuses for me to be carrying a bat. But for that hatchet, there was no excuse. A hatchet just like that. Keiichi-kun! Are you playing hide and seek, I wonder? My heart was pounding. Hard enough that I had trouble breathing. What little composure I had been able to hold on to was crushed in its place. Cold sweat gushed forth, covering my entire body. Let me know precisely what kind of emotion had taken hold. Not good, not good, not good. I was able to hide myself completely. Sure, I knew I was here. Were you trying to scare me, I wonder? I decided it would be better to reveal myself now, since there was still space between us, than to allow her to come closer. I adjusted my grip on the bat once again, readied myself mentally, and stepped out from behind the tree. Jesus Christ! Oh my fucking god, dude! I found you, Keiichi-kun. Reina was pleased she had found me, listening to a mysterious giggle. Her mouth was smiling, but her eyes told me she was displeased by the fact that I had been hiding. Those eyes, they were just so empty. My legs began to quiver. No good. In the pit of my stomach, some sort of viscous hot and cold began spreading around. If I allowed it, it would slip into my bloodstream and freeze all the organs in my body. Not good. Not good. I'll be devoured by Reina at this rate. Strike back! Don't lose! What is it? I blustered, hiding behind my bravado. But Reina didn't flinch one bit. Just the same as Keiichi-kun. I'm heading home. Then what about that hatchet? Then what about that bat? Huh? I'm practicing my swing. Then I'm treasure hunting. Reina gave a flippant explanation as to why she had such a fearsome weapon. Treasure hunting? At the treasure mountain near the dam site, I found a new cute thing. So I need this to dig it out. How can I believe that? You wouldn't believe it, would you? Reina's laugh was obviously very strange. I'd seen Reina's transformation many times before at this point, yeah, but the one today was different. Like her mischievous tone and the shrewd glints in her eyes, it wasn't something that roundabout. I'm not sure what to say. It was just so obvious. Wait, Keiichi-kun. She's fucking killing it, dude. Reina didn't stop walking even as she let out that eerie laugh. Whenever Reina got too close to me, I would scurry away and turn back towards her. The cycle repeated over and over. No matter how you looked at it, I was being chased by Reina and was trying to escape. Don't follow me! I can't do that. My house is this way, after all. Oh, when I met with Reina on this road yesterday, she cowered and trembled as she followed my command. But today was different. Reina didn't show a hint of trepidation. Actually, wasn't I the one who was cowering? If the way home for Reina and me was the same, that's fine. I'd just change my route. That'd work out, wouldn't it? I turned off into a side street I'd never been down, knew little about. But Reina saw me do that and followed me while laughing. Why? Why? Aren't you going home? Then just go home down the street. Why would you follow me down this weird little side road? The thought screamed in my head, spilling out of my mouth. Why are you following me? The tone of my voice was already tinged with terror. Because I want to talk to Keiichi-kun. Keiichi-kun wants to talk to Reina too, doesn't he? Doesn't he? I don't want to talk to Ed about anything with you. That's a lie, isn't it? There's something you want to ask me about, isn't there? No! I have nothing to talk to you about. That's a lie, isn't it? It's not a lie. It's a lie! Oh, dude. Reina's scream echoed, startling some nearby birds into flight. I cringed in fear. The only other thing I could do was increase my pace. Let's talk, Keiichi-kun. Let's talk. Oh, why was I running down this unfamiliar and deserted street? Don't you have something to worry about? Nothing at all! I'm not worried about anything! Lies! The laugh mixed with the screaming is fucking terrifying, dude. Even though Reina was walking. Why wasn't I getting any further away? I know. I really do know. You're scared, aren't you, Keiichi-kun? I'm not scared. I'm not scared of anything. Lies! My breathing grew heavy and it felt like my legs were giving out from beneath me. Raina wasn't even breaking a damn sweat. I'll listen. This time I'll listen. I had no idea what she was talking about or what exactly she wanted to do. This time I'll listen. It will be different from the time with Satoshi-kun. When she said Satoshi's name, I turned back for a moment. But even as I did, Raina was still advancing. I couldn't afford to stop. Satoshi-kun was worried too. It looked like he was having such a hard time. But I didn't listen. I was so sad. Where did the street connect to? All these twists and turns and ups and downs. It was hard to believe this was even remotely the direction towards my house. My sense of direction had long since gone out the window. I really regretted it when he transferred out. I thought that if I had listened, he may not have transferred. I really regretted that. The road led me deeper into the forest. Wasn't I getting further away from the village the more I ran? I lost more and more of my composure the more I thought about it. But despite this realization, my inner self was still disturbingly calm. So you see, I vowed that if there was someone struggling with Satoshi again, I'd save them. I don't want to see anyone transfer out again. Damn it. What does transfer mean? Once you transfer me, I won't end up the same as he did. Come on, talk to her. I'll be able to understand you. I'm your ally, after all. I started wheezing, out of breath. My lungs were hot. I felt like they were going to explode. Heart was beating as hard as it could. I should have practiced running instead of my swing. I couldn't even afford to scoff at that stupid thought. Keiichi doesn't have anything to worry about. He'll go back to normal. Everyone will be back to being friends, and we can enjoy club again. Next time we'll team up and beat Micho. The laugh is off the screen. Yeah, how much fun that would be. I couldn't even imagine how much I'd wish I could turn back the clock in these past few days. It could be nice to me again, too. I want to go searching for treasure again. This time we'll prepare a nice lunch. Actually, we could just go right now. Let's go up to the dam site together. I'll show you the cute thing I just found. I'm sure you'll like it, too. It's chills, dude. My footsteps made pathetic flapping sounds. My legs wobbled and faltered. Hot on my heels, her steps were sharply breaking twigs underfoot. I had to accept it. I was on the run, being chased. If she caught me, it was all over. I realized it instinctively. I couldn't even begin to think what the end would entail. Just if I was caught, it was all over. That's all I knew. Didn't matter how it was going to end. I wouldn't let it. Not without knowing anything. Not just yet. That momentary lapse was all it took. Of all things that could have happened, my knees buckled underneath me and I crumbled towards the ground. I tried to stand frantically, urging my legs to respond. I used my bat as a makeshift cane to prop myself, but she was already standing right in front of me. Jesus Christ, dude. Compared to me, out of breath and utterly exhausted, she was so cool and composed that she could have froze the air around her. She wasn't breathing hard at all. Rather, I couldn't even sense if her heart was beating. Are you afraid of something, I wonder? It's not like you need to tremble, Keiichi. The laugh is crazy. Her expression looked almost affectionate. Those soulless eyes, that mask of affection. As she admonished me for trembling, her hands deftly slipped over her head. The blur of her arms as they moved made me feel like I was staring at the godliness of the thousand-armed Buddha. Then, as both of her arms went above her head, the hatchet she'd held came into focus. I stared up in disbelief. It was all I could do. Tell me, what happened to Satoshi? Ready to say just like that, with the hatchet raised above her head, and solemnly opened her mouth. It was as if she was expressing a farewell to a friend she was never going to see again. That cruel scenario resided somewhere in her actions. I told you, Satoshi-kun transferred out. Enough of that transfer crap. Means demoned away, doesn't it? You can tell me now, can't you? Who made him disappear? Was it you, Mion, or someone in the village? I became frantic the more I screamed, but she did nothing but maintain the smile frozen in her face. I have no idea what you're talking about. And I'll say it in a way so you do. Who is the perpetrator of this chain of mysterious deaths? You seem to be confused, Keiichi. What? There is no human perpetrator. Everything is by Uyashiro-sama's will. Isn't this just superstition? Do you believe in that too? It's not about believing or not. Uyashiro-sama exists. Period. Gonna need to hear you say it in red. Okay, fair enough. Her gaze grew even more gilded. Ferocity of her scare was so intense, not allowing me to question anything. There's no way something like Uyashiro could exist. You don't believe? In Uyashiro? There's no way I could believe it. There's no way it could exist. It exists. Uyashiro exists. Keiichi should have felt it personally. I've never felt something like that. Keiichi-kun, haven't you felt someone apologizing to you before? Constantly, on top of that? All noise from the outside world disappeared. Only her voice resounded loudly and
それ
terribly.
はね、
You see, until you
許
forgive
して
them,
も
they'll
らえる
always be
の
with you.
学校へ
At
お家
school,
へ
at
枕
home,
元
at your
へ
bedside. Couldn't understand what she was
レ
saying.
ナのところへも
Came to me
親
too.
代様
Oishiro
だ
did.
からレナは
That's why I
転校して
transferred and came back
ひなみ
to
沢に帰ってき
Hinamizawa.
たの。
I don't understand. I don't understand. What does transfer even mean in this context? What was she
圭
saying?
一君のとこ
Hasn't
ろに
Oishiro
も
come to you as well,
親しきっ
Keiichi?
と相談
I'm
に乗
probably
れ
the
る
only
のは
one who you
私
can
だけ。
confide on.
圭一君を
I won't
転
let
校
you
なんか
transfer
させ
out,
ないか
okay?
ら。
Her demented laughter clanged around inside my head. Was she saying Oishiro came to her as well? That's right. Last night I heard about that when I went to ask about Reina.
他言無用
Please
で
keep this
また
confidential.
内容に全てが
Not all of
よ
it
ろ
may
し
be
いで
true.
す
Are you
ね。
still interested?
被害者も学
Either
校
the
も
victim
告
or the
訴してい
school
ないの
filed a
で、
complaint, so there's no
つま
further
り
report.
警
Police
察
hadn't
です
intervened
か
in the
ら
matter, so all the
つま
details
り
of what you heard
被
so
害
it's
者
not
レナは
confirmed.
いえ
She
男
attacked
子生徒が3人
3
金
boys
属バットで
using a metal
一人
bat.
はあざで
2
済
of
み
them
ま
made
した
it out with
が
only bruises, but the other had
一
been
人は
injured so
片
badly
目に
that one of his
後遺症の
eyes
ほ
was
どの大怪我をした
permanently damaged.
それって
Wouldn't that be
それ
considered
は
assault?
警察は
Shouldn't the police have arrested
そう
her?
いうわ
For
け
whatever
か
reason, the victim never
被
pressed
害者も警
charges.
察に
There
届
was
け
no
出が
reports
な
to
い
the
ので
police, so they were beaten with a bat and suffered significant injuries. Normally there'd be a criminal investigation. Why didn't they
被害
press?
者の男子生徒
Try
3
asking the 3
人
male
にも
victims
そ
for
れ
their
ぞれ
side of the
話を
story. They
聞
were
こ
all
うとしこう言っ
reluctant.
てはなんで
It's
す
hard to
が
say, but they were all
怯えて
afraid,
彼女が転
even
校
after
し
she
た
had
今でも
transferred
大石
schools.
さん
We should
話を最初
Could
か
you
ら整
summarize
理
the
して
story
話して
from
く
the
れません
beginning?
か
Reina hit people while she broke the windows? Or was it she started breaking the windows after she got bored of hitting people? They sounded similar, but the meanings were drastically different.
某月
On
某
an
日
undisclosed
竜
date,
宮レナ
Reina
は親し
Ryuga
い
was
男子
conversing
生
with
徒
3
3
male
人
students,
と
close friends of
一緒
hers,
に
near
プー
the
ル
pool
倉庫の
storage
あ
field.
その3人って
Who were the
個人
three?
名は
I
伏せ
cannot
ます
reveal their
が
names, but they were
3 人
close
と
to
も
her, and it seems
竜
they were a
宮
group
彼
of
女は
friends.
こう言っ
She was
て
a
んだ
lone
った
girl
ん
in
で
the
す
group.
な
So it wasn't that strange the 4 of them were
そ
together.
れで
So what happened?
理由
I
は
don't know the
分かり
reason
竜
why
宮
she
レ
took
ナ
the
は
baseball team's bat that
プ
was
ー
in
ル
the
倉庫脇
pool
にあ
store
った
shed
野球部の
and
バッ
beat the
トを
three of
手
them
に取
down
り
one after the other. Huh? No witnesses. This was an account pieced together by information given at the time. One day after, they were at the pool storage shed talking. They weren't seeking help. They usually met there. There was a heated discussion. She underwent a change. Change was so broad that the three of them didn't comprehend what was happening. Then, taking the metal bat, she attacked her friends one after the other. Leaving her friends covered in blood with gashes on their heads, she made her way towards the school building. Then she broke the glass windows one after the other. A few minutes later, a teacher appeared on the scene and subdued her forcefully. Only way to get
レ
her
ナ
stop,
に
I
起こっ
guess.
た
What
変
was
化
this
って何
change
ですか
she
3
underwent?
人の証
What
言
matches up in
に
the
一致
statements
す
of
る
the three
のは
was a sudden
突
change.
表変
The
した
point
と
that
い
there
う
was a
点です
transformation.
表変
Transformation? I also could recall her transformation. I'd seen that change before. It was so different from the usual Reina that I couldn't help but believe it was someone else who looked like her.
その
That
表変って
transformation
いう
they're
のは
talking about had it happened before?
いえそういうの
No,
は
there was
全くな
nothing
かっ
like
た
that.
私も調
As
べ
far as
ら
I
れ
could
る
find out
限
in her
り
medical history
彼
and
女
past,
の
there was
過去に
nothing like that.
その
Does that
レナ
happen
みたい
often when
に
people change
突然
suddenly
人が
like she
も
did?
ちろんありま
Of course
す
it does.
精神的な
There
も
are
のか
plenty
ら
of
性
psychological
格的なも
phenomena
の
that
ま
could
で
cause
たく
something
さ
like
で
that.
は
They are saying there was a
レナに
dormant
は
element to
潜
Reina
在
that
的に
caused that transformation.
断言はできません
Can't say for
です
certain.
が
According to
竜
the
宮
statements
レ
of
ナ
her
をよ
friends,
く
it's
知
hard
る
to
友
believe she
人た
had
ちから
such
の
a side
証
to her.
言では
Kind,
とても
caring,
彼
and
女にそういう
adorable.
要素があ
Even
るよ
before
う
she
には思
transferred,
い
she
ま
was
す
probably pretty popular in school like she was now. That girl transforming suddenly and assaulting them with a bat. Who could imagine such a thing? No one could have seen it coming. I myself believed I was mistaken for thinking that it was Reina, even now.
そして
Then
どう
what
なった
happened?
学校の正
There
面
was
が
a
病
hospital
院でし
across
た
from
の
the
で
school, so the three of them were
3
carried
人は
in, treated
レナ
quick.
は
What about
警
Reina?
察は
What about
ど
the
うして
police? Why wasn't there a criminal
警
investigation?
察は呼ばれなけ
The
れば
police
関
can't
与は
get
できま
involved
せんから
unless they
ね
are called. Makes
一人
sense.
は後遺
Even though
症を
one
残
was
す体
badly
を大怪我
injured
したん
and
じゃないんで
permanently
どうして
damaged,
訴えな
why
いん
did
で
they
す
file charges?
私も
That's
そ
what
こ
caught
は
my
引っかかり
attention
ま
as
した
well.
何かの
Either
圧
some
力
threat or pressure was placed on
そ
them,
れとも
or they had a reason they couldn't file
訴え
charges
たくて
even
も
if they
訴え
wanted
もち
to.
ろん大石
We're
さん
talking
のこと
about
で
you
すから
after all. Of course you
調
looked
べた
into
の
it, didn't you?
まあ
Well, yeah.
ですが
But I told you
初
at the
め
beginning,
に
didn't
被
I?
害 the
victims were all very reluctant to talk. They didn't want to touch on the matter, or rather, they didn't want to be involved. Reluctant to talk. Didn't want to touch it. Didn't want to be involved. Resemble the villagers and the curse. Did the teacher at the school tell you anything? A school is hallowed ground. You could say they tend to keep scandals under wraps. Didn't have a search warrant, so I had to tread lightly, you see. And there was no comment from the school. Nope. They denied the incident even happened. It's just 3 male students were carried in for blunt force trauma that day. That's all there was in the hospital records. The victims didn't speak, the school denied it happened. Then you don't know anything at all? Yeah. I know nothing other than the incident itself had indeed taken place. The victims also wish this to be kept from the public, so if you and I both forget about it, then this incident will fade away. For a brief period, he sat in silence. At first glance, it looked like a simple assault, but that was just the tip of the iceberg. The depths were obscured by roiling waves, sinking quietly into the void, as if it never existed to begin with. After that, she was suspended, and during that time, she underwent psychiatric counseling. Did you hear anything from that doctor? Again, they were very professional in regards to their ethics, or at least very tight-lipped. Nothing even after you showed them your badge? I was told to get a warrant. That itself has no legally binding authority, Edward Durrell. How'd you know that Reina confessed that it was Oishiro? There was a nurse I asked in the department. She agreed to help me just from showing her my badge. Then what did she say? Turns out the nurse hadn't heard everything. Apparently all that she remembered was that she overheard from inside the room. At the time, Reina was very calm and mild-mannered, more like she was confessing her sins in a church in a counseling session. She spoke with her mother there for some of it, but partway through her mother was asked to leave, so it was a private counseling session. The part with Oishiro-sama, when did it pop up? Partway through. She screamed the name, suddenly. Startled the nurse, and that's why she started listening in. Just screaming it out of nowhere, huh? It was Oishiro. Reina suddenly shouted. I had no idea what was said before that, so I had no idea what the meaning behind it could have been. The doctor calmly and collectedly asked Reina to have a seat. What is this that you speak of? Gently, ever so gently. A fundamental part of counseling is to be a good patient listener. Whoever abandons Hinamizawa will be hunted down by Oishiro-sama. And it's finally gotten to me. That's the town you lived in before you moved here, isn't that right, Ryuga? I didn't want to move, but because of my mom was in dead circumstances, we had to, but Oishiro wouldn't allow it. Ryuga must have had lots of friends in Hinamizawa. Even now, he must be missing him dearly, don't you think? I want to go back to Hinamizawa. No, it's not that I want to go back. I have to. I should have gone back much sooner. And now it's too late. Oishiro's come. Oishiro is the name of a god in Hinamizawa, isn't that right? Everyone knows. It's Hinamizawa's guardian deity. If you ever try abandoning Hinamizawa by leaving, you'll incur its wrath. You had moved quite a while ago, didn't you? Then it was just now that this god has arrived, is what you're saying. You might not believe me, but Oishiro-sama exists. That nurse was then asked by another nurse to go do something and left the room. That was all she remembered. This is some crazy shit that Oishiro-sama's doing. I do believe there's that kind of superstition in Hinamizawa. If you leave the village, you incur Oishiro's wrath. You should be familiar with this part, my little son. I knew very well what those scorned by the village incurred. To hinder the dam construction project, they cursed the construction foreman to his death. Then the following year, Sadago's parents, supporters and leading advocates for the dam, were cursed to their death. This is the first time I've heard of the curse incurred by leaving the village. It's the first time hearing that. I can understand outside threats being cursed by the village, but why also villagers would leave? Not all the people who leave villages aren't supposed to be cursed, right? Not a bit strange to say it, but I can see it as a rule that people who come in are the ones who should be cursed. Far from Jupiter, fall from his thunder. Curses weren't something that chase after people that leave, were they? Wishi-san pondered for a bit over the end of the receiver, then began speaking again. Well, I told you of long ago Hinamizawa was called Onigafushi, didn't I? Recall hearing that. Long ago Hinamizawa was feared and respected as a village of demons. This chapter's running a bit long, so I'm going to have to take a break a little early to take a piss. In fact, let's do that right now. Villagers at the foot of the mountain worshipped the demons. Yep, I'll be right back. I am back. I'll find this part of the VOD and I will put in a comment saying like, hey, this is what's going down. So, villagers worship
で
demons.
鬼
So,
ヶ淵は神聖な都市のむやみに立ち入るとお社様のたたりがある
those who set foot
とされてきた
will
ん
be
です
cursed. I can understand
それはわかり
that. I know
でも
that, but for leaving,
鬼
you
た
know,
ちも
they also
属性に出
demons
て
were
い
being
かないよ
strictly
う
watched
お
by
社
this,
様
so
に
they
厳
could
し
not
く見張
enter
られて
the
いたんです
world. Okay, that makes sense. So people can't come in and the demons cannot leave. Makes sense. All right. I'll blank it
つ
back
ま
around.
り
In other
お
words,
社様っていう
Oishiro
の
probably
は
restricted interaction between
属性
Onigafuchi
と鬼
and
ヶ
the rest
淵
of
の
the
交
world.
流を禁
I
じてい
see.
たんでしょう
Finally
な
understood what sort of thing Oishiro-sama was.
つまり
So basically, Oishiro-sama is more
お
like
社
a
様っての
warden
は
than a protector.
この地を
Trying to
外
keep this
界
place
から隔
isolated
離
from
し
the
よう
rest
と
of
す
the
る
world. Right.
そんな感じ
Guess
に
that's
な
how
る
it
ん
would
です
seem.
すみません
Sorry, I don't know
私
very
も
much
この辺
myself.
りは
This
ばあ
must...
様の受け売りでし
Oh
て
goodness, this is mostly what was passed on to me by my mother. I could understand a bit better if it was like that. Those who came to Hinamizawa would be cursed, and those who tried to leave would also be cursed. So because Reina originally lived in Hinamizawa and moved away, she fulfilled the requirements for being cursed.
つまり
So that means because
レナ
Reina
は
moved away
望
against
まない
his
引っ
wishes,
越し
she
をし
was
たため
cursed by
お社
Oishiro-sama.
様のたたりにあっ
Is
た
that what it adds up
よう
to?
やくす
In
ると
short, that seemed to be what it
実際
points to. As a matter of fact,
こ
soon
の後
afterwards,
しば
they
らくし
did
て
move back.
ひなみ沢に引っ越
Those
し
who
てい
abandoned
ました
Hinamizawa and left were cursed. Then again, why only Reina? Sure, Reina's parents also been guilty of the same transgression by moving away and having been cursed. Also, in this day and age of Japan, shouldn't there be a lot of people coming and going? If every single one of them was cursed, then it'd be insane. But in reality, it wasn't that big a deal at all. At most, there'd be one person dying and one disappearing on the day of the Watsunagashi. I don't like saying at most. Well, anyway, there's a lot I still don't know. Even if Oishiro-sama's curse, it doesn't explain Reina beating her classmates with a metal bat, or why the victims didn't press charges. You don't think the victims were cowering because they believed that a terrible curse had befallen them, do you?
被害者たちがすくみ上がったなんてこと信じるわ
Of
けない
course I
です
didn't
よ
want to
ね
believe it. But more importantly, I just realized something else. There was another bizarre connection that Reina had made between Oishiro and metal bats. Satoshi fell victim to Oishiro's kamas. Goodness gracious, my words. Oyashiro's curse and went missing. I had recently learned that he had also become infatuated with the metal bat right before he disappeared, just like me. Then Reina as well. She was affected by Oishiro-sama's curse. She confessed that much to the doctor, and the weapon which she had used at the time of that horrendous act was again a metal bat. And finally me. I'd encountered various things that were inexplicable, and now I was holding onto a metal bat. I was shocked when I learned that Satoshi did the same thing. Couldn't be. Had the same thing happened to Reina? But there was one critical difference between her and Satoshi's case. That being, Satoshi went missing after falling victim to the curse, but Reina was still here. Both of them had fallen victim to the curse, yet they were met with different endings. And finally me. I couldn't call it a coincidence anymore. Reina, Satoshi, and me. Could it be that I was under the curse right now? No, more important than that. What do I even do? Satoshi had been demoned away, vanished without a trace. Reina was fine. Fine? Reina undergone a bit of a change. I can only believe that there was something that wasn't Reina residing within her. And here, right now, it was standing before me. Jesus Christ, dude.
教えてくれ
Reina, please
こ
tell
れ
me.
は
What
どう
will
なん
happen
だ
to
よ
me? Reina stood imposingly, not
サト
answering.
シは消えた
Satoshi
だけど
disappeared,
レナは
but
消えなか
Reina
った
did not.
じゃあ俺は
So what will happen to me? This laugh is so good. I never heard such an unpleasant laugh before. It had become akin to the sound of her breathing. It was no longer a voice or an expression of
大
feeling.
丈夫だよ
Don't
レナ
worry.
が助けてあ
I'll
げ
save
るから
Reina took one step forward, still holding the hatchet high above her head. Now then, one step closer, her face spread out to fill my whole
話し
vision.
て
Speak. One step closer. Her nose was close enough to touch mine. She was still pushing
話し
closer.
たいことがある
There's
んだ
something you
よ
want
ね
to say, isn't there?
レナ
I'll
が
listen.
聞いて助けてあげるから
I'll save you. Okay. Chat, is this Rizz?
話してね
Speak, okay.
話してね
That's a crazy VOD title. I slumped down, landing squarely in my butt. It wasn't for some pathetic reason. It was all I could do to get as far away from her as possible. I had a gut feeling that I couldn't let that laughter end, because when that laughing ended, the moment I picked up on that feeling, my body moved by instinct. Sprang to my feet so fast, even I couldn't believe it. Pushed her away with both hands. Okay. Reina was light as a feather. Thrown about by the imbalanced weight of the hatchet, she was sent backwards as if she'd been carried off by the wind. After confirming that out of the corner of my eye, dashed off at full speed. I was the perfect picture of fleeing like a greased pig. Get away from Reina. Run away. Survive. Couldn't think of anything other than this. Well, I was running. Remember, I've been holding onto a bat the entire time. It's such a worthless weapon. Couldn't believe I forgot about this weapon at such an important time. I sped even farther down the winding path. I didn't even feel myself gasping for breath, or my legs getting heavy. My body understood it as well. If I didn't run away from here, I wouldn't live. I could hear the laughter of that simulacrum coming from behind me. It rang through the trees into my head, slowly chiseled away my sanity. Extremely bright fade to white. I'm sick of it. A grove of trees thinned out, my field of vision suddenly expanding. Like, it's a flashback. It's a flashbang, legitimately. Where was this? For a moment I was bewildered by the scenery. I felt I knew, but couldn't quite remember. Quickly realized, this is the Treasure Mountain. It was the dam site, yeah. The fact that I dashed madly and ended up in a place like this gave me a bad feeling, like I was following someone's scripted plot. I had a good view of my surroundings, but I didn't see a single soul. This was a terrible spot for someone on the run, but there was no better place for an attacker. My heart was already on the verge of bursting. The muscles of my legs were screaming, but I didn't care. If I stopped here, I might not be able to scream for much longer. Even still, I glanced back, looking for an excuse to rest. She wasn't there. Instead, I saw two villagers walking around. I breathed a sigh of relief that it wasn't random, but a third party, except the voice inside me rang the alarm once again. Villagers walking around weren't suspicious of themselves, but it bothered me. They both wore rough-looking clothes, empty-handed. They gave the impression they were out for a walk. But at this time of day, two adults wandering around without a purpose? It was enough to raise a question or two. But more than anything else, those eyes. This is the second time we've seen this spread of the eyes. It's crazy. They weren't chit-chatting while walking. They were both silent, heading forward and looking in my direction. Was I at the end of my rope and finally started imagining things? I should run away. That was probably the best choice. If they weren't involved, I'd lose them easily by running. If they were part of the group after me, then they would come running after me. Either way, unless I hurried up, Raina would catch up. That's right, I was going to run. Saying that, the moment I began to turn tail, both of them rushed for me, as if they knew what I was thinking. Somewhere inside, I jumped to the conclusion that Raina was the only thing I needed to be afraid of. Made the assumption that I didn't need to fear anything else. But right now, I realized just how blatantly wrong I was. Suddenly, the story I told about the demons all leaving the village to hunt prey floated at the back of my mind. Until they were both coming at me without turning around because of their frenetic footsteps. It was frightening, being unable to shake Raina off as she slowly closed in on me, but this didn't even compare. Being pursued was just violent ferocity. Straightforward horror. It's unparalleled. One of the pursuer's arms grazed my shoulder. Now it wasn't just their frenzied footsteps, but also the sound of their breathing that I could hear. Now I could practically feel them breathing on me. They're already right behind me. Calm down, Kitch. Still running at full tilt, I felt the surrounding area go still. Nah, it felt like time itself had stopped. I turned my head back slightly in that frozen world, realizing how close my pursuers were to me. Couldn't win against the legs of an adult. Less than the time it would take to blink twice when this frozen time began moving again. They'd be right on top of me. On top of me, and then? Don't think about it, Kitch. First, realize you won't be able to shake them off like this. If the fact you can't get away was a given, then you need to make a decision. Go with the right leg or the left. You need to decide which one. Let's go with the left. When I decide that, the temporal singularity bursts into pieces. Right. Left. I swung the bat in a wide arc in my right arm, using that inertia, stopped, and suddenly spun. No! The two of them were clearly startled, momentarily losing sight of me, both their outstretched arms ready to grab me, grasped an empty space. The man on the right, I applauded him for being able to figure it out, spun to avoid the spot I shouldn't have been, and faced me in astonishment. But it was too late. I didn't even need to swing my bat. All I needed to do was extend my arms as I turned around. It was by no means a heavy blow, but it seemed like it had enough power behind it to knock him off his feet. But just knock him down wasn't enough to scare him away. He got back up in no time. Both of them took a fighting stance and were ready to face me. This made me certain that they weren't just two people out for a walk, they were after me. I feel like them chasing you full tilt should have given you a bit of a hint, bud. Felt much easier than dealing with Raina. Just by not recognizing their faces, not knowing them, made things easier. You gonna bash their fucking skulls in? Smiled Riley inside. So what do you want? Next one's gonna be right in your face, you bastards. It's fine if it was just a bluff. By barking out at them, I was able to fire myself up. They didn't respond. They spread out to either side of me with unbelievably calm expressions on their faces. One of them would grab onto my bat, and the other would hold me down. Was that their plan? Taking on both of them at once would be impossible. Hot sweat poured from every pore in my body. I just have to settle with the first move. I step in and strike the first one down. Narrowing my target down to the man on the right, who had already been knocked down before, I stepped in and swung with all my might. There's no way for an unarmed person to guard against it. It would cause immense damage. That's why bat beats knife. Every time, dude. If they blocked it with their arm, their bone would snap like a twig. If they turned their back to it, it could travel all the way up their vital organs. Yeah. It looked like he was aware of this. He pushed farther through the kill zone between us and delivered a fist right to my gut. This guy's got a good fight IQ. Not good. With this distance, in this position, this state, there was no way for me to dodge. The world flipped upside down. I understood that I was being tossed around like a rag doll. Then on the soft earth without sound, feeling the grainy soil press on my face. It didn't hurt at all. But the moment I thought that, suddenly felt the pain from the abrasions on my skin, as well as the contents of my stomach being forced upwards, flooding my mouth with a bitter sensation. Knew very well I didn't have the time to relish this experience. Stood up as quickly as I could, but at that moment the other man was already barreling towards me. Being able to comprehend calmly that I couldn't dodge made it all the more upsetting. After applying it to my stomach full force once again, he twisted around and locked his thick arm around my neck. My throat felt like it was being crushed by his immense strength. Probably because it was. I couldn't even contemplate that I was being strangled. Just about to go unconscious. My vision darkened and a silent whining noise began to play deep in my mind. Took everything I had to keep myself from blacking out. While this was happening, the other man was more than likely standing in front of me. I wasn't able to open my eyes, but I could feel that he was there. There was nothing I could do. Unable to shake his arm off me, I couldn't run, couldn't fight. Dire Straits. Couldn't even come up with a phrase that adequately described my situation. Dire Straits is a pretty good, they're the band, right? Or are they the song? Yeah, they're the band. It's Money for Nothing. Just for free. And that's our scene break. Okay, well that's not the end. Can't be. This is a new place. A familiar ceiling. The smell of the bed and pillows, I knew them well. Was this my room? Normally there wouldn't be anyone in my room besides me, but their presence made me spring right awake. Where did I get... pain shot through my body.
大丈夫かな
Feeling
横に
alright?
なってた
Think you
方
better
がい
just
い
lie
と
down
思
for
う
a bit.
よ
Thanks, Reina. Why was Reina in my room? Blood began to surge through my muscles and my capillaries, but her smile belonged to the Reina I knew well. I knew I shouldn't let myself feel this way, but I relaxed, thinking this version of Reina was the safe one.
俺は
Why am I...
覚えてない
Don't you
の
remember?
意識がなく
After
なって
losing
からのこと
consciousness?
は
Nope, nothing at all.
全然
My body had become more lethargic than I could have imagined. Guess that would be the expected outcome after exerting everything I had back there. Tried to at least clear my head, but I just couldn't shake the sluggish feeling out of my mind.
一応お
I
医
called
者
the
さん
doctor.
もうすぐ来
You
る
should
と
be here
そ
soon.
れま
I
で
think you better just lie
横
down
にな
until
ってた
then.
方がい
I
い
wasn't
と思
injured
う
seriously
な
enough to merit calling a doctor, but knowing that someone impartial was coming was slightly reassuring.
俺
Why am I here?
確か
I'm sure I was at
ダ
the
ム
dam
現場
site.
で
それはレナ
That's what I
が
want to
何があ
know.
ったの
What
レ
happened?
ナが言っ
When
た
I got
時
there,
には
Keiichi-kun, you were already
Keiichi-kun
passed
倒れてて
out. Is she playing innocent, or
だ
what's
から
happening? That's
聞
why
きた
I'm
い
the
の
one
は
who wants to
変
know.
な
I was
二人組
attacked
に
by
襲
two
われて
weirdos. As I talked about it, I finally remembered what had happened right before I passed out. Recalling that memory and the terror that went along with it caused the fogginess around my head to clear right up. Let's forget about those two for now. I didn't expect Reina to be nursing me back to health. Thought she was trying to kill me. She would have had the perfect chance while I was unconscious. Not only did she not kill me, she had nursed me
よ
back
く
to
俺を
health.
引きずってここまで
Amazing
来
you
れ
could
た
drag
な
me all the way
重かっ
back
た
here.
ろ
Wasn't I heavy? Looking at Reina's delicate frame, it's hard to believe that she not only got me back home, but dragged me all the way up to the second floor. Did she have some help?
ケイチ君
Don't you remember, Keiichi?
覚えてないの
Reina appeared a bit surprised, but kept her
レナ
smile.
は
I only
ケ
propped
イ
you
チ
up on my
君大
shoulder.
丈夫
You said you
自
could
分
walk
で
in
歩
around
ける
because you were
覚え
fine.
てない
You don't remember? I didn't remember. My memory was fuzzy to the point where I lost
二
consciousness.
人組は
What
どうし
about
た
those two?
レ
Huh?
ナが来た
When you
時
got there, Reina, the
俺
ones
と
with
一緒
me,
に
or rather those two guys.
あるいはい
なかったよ
There wasn't anyone. She said it bluntly. The way she said it felt slightly unpleasant. Yeah, she denied too quickly. I was just too timid at that time. I might have been able to force some answers out of Reina, but if I did that, then this kind Reina might transform into the scary one that I didn't know. Fearing that, I didn't press further. Thinking about it, it was the obvious choice. If both of those men were there, she wouldn't have stood a chance. Couldn't find a way to explain it unless I assumed she brought me here after they were already gone. Reina was still smiling. Her eyes sparkled warmly. Yet, I felt like I was hallucinating when I saw something akin to a shadow creeping across her face. That small omen sent shivers down my spine. While Reina was still Reina, I needed to make contact. I needed to contact Oishi-san. Reina stopped me when I tried to get out of bed. She said it would aggravate my wounds, so I
トイ
should
レに行きたいん
I'll
だ
let
け
you
ど
go to the
な
bathroom, though. So sorry.
ごめん
Reina couldn't say anything else. While Reina stayed in the room, I quickly went downstairs to get the phone receiver in the living room. When I approached the front door, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. It must have been the doctor she'd called. It was strange for a patient to welcome in the doctor who was making a house call, but it would be incredibly reassuring to have him here for the considerable time it would take Oishi-san to get here. I carelessly opened the door with that simple assumption and regretted it almost instantly. It's Mion!
ミオン
あれ
Oh, you look just
倒
fine.
れてたって
I
言う
heard you
から
collapse, so
様
I
子
came
見
to check up on you.
なんで
How did you
俺
know
が
I
レナが
collapsed?
電話し
I
て
heard
き
from
た
Reina
から
over the
他
phone.
に理由が
Do I
必
need any
要
reason other than that? I understood why she would call a doctor, but why me on too? Reina was descending the stairs behind me.
レナ
Reina,
ケイ
doesn't
ちゃん
Keiichi look pretty alright?
心配
Sheesh,
して
maybe
損
worry for
し
nothing.
た
そうだね
That's
レナ
true.
も心
Maybe I
配
worry
して
for
損
nothing
し
as
たか
well.
な
They both began laughing. It appeared to be cheerful laughter, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was a darkness looming over them. Yeah, he's supposed to die today. Whoa, what's up with the shoe rack? How'd it get like this? The shoe rack that I'd smashed to pieces have been like that since yesterday. I fell.
その拍子に
And the
持
bat
って
was
た
holding
バッ
the
トで
time
叩い
slammed
ちゃった
into
ん
it.
だよ。
持ち慣れないもん振り回してるからこういうことになるんだよ。
Cat the pack was never business myself.
でもこれじゃ、
But leaving it like this would
お
really
ば
start
さま
my
た
parents
ち
when
が
they
帰
get
って
home.
きたらびっくり。後でレナが
I'll
片付
fix
けて
that
おく
for you
ね。
later.
さあ、
Now,
ケ
come on,
重病
Kei-chan.
人なんだ
Determinedly
から
you'll
じ
need
ゃ
the
あ
rest.
さ
Come,
あ、お
back
布団
in
に
bed.
戻った戻った。
Both of them urged me up the stairs. I had no chance to call Oishi. I was pushed into my bed. As it was the first time Mion had been in my room, she began searching around it intently. She fiddled around my room and was scolded by Reina. You can imagine how it went. Yeah, I was uncomfortable having my room poked around, but their conversation was so benign that it was heartwarming. During that innocent conversation, Mion said something as though it was perfectly ordinary.
監督には電
Did
話
you
した
call the director?
うん、みーちゃんに電話
Right
し
after I
た。
called
す
Michan.
ぐ来るって言
He
って
said
た
he'd be
よ。
right over. Director? That outplace word gave me a bad feeling. Reina called the doctor, then called Mion, and after that she called the director? What the hell? Since Reina and Mion's conversation was so peaceful, it only felt so
二人とも
What are you
監
two talking
督っ
about? Who's this
てなんだよ。
director? Didn't
ケ
you
イちゃ
know,
ん知ん
Kei-chan?
ないの監督って
We
言った
mean
ら
the
監督
director
だ
when
よ
we say director.
映画の
Like the
監督、
director
工
of a
事
movie.
現場の監
Or the
督と
foreman of a
か。
construction site. That's the crazy laugh again. What the fuck? I dug through all my memories for a director who might have business with me. Only one thing came to mind, what Reina had just said. The construction site foreman. The very first victim. But that was strange. He was supposed to be dead. There was no way they could call him.
お前らが
I
何
don't
の
understand
話
what
を
you
して
guys
る
are
の
talking
その
about.
監督
What
が
does that director have to do with
来るっ
me?
て言っ
You
た
said
け
he
ど
was coming. Did you mean to my
う
house?
ちに来るのか
That's one obvious question after another. But all those two did was smile coolly at each other. There was a huge difference between how the two of them appeared and how my suspicions were playing out. Slowly, I felt discomfort and panic welling up. I couldn't understand what they were
ケ
talking
イちゃ
about.
ん
Get-chan,
最近
you've
は
got
野
its
球に凝
baseball
って
lately,
る
haven't you?
監督
Pretty sure the
それ
director
聞
will
い
be
たら
happy to
喜
hear
ぶだ
that. So who is the director? The director's the director, silly.
だから
So who's the director? And then they looked at each other and laughed haughtily. That discurving cackle unpleasantly resounded around. They're still going! That laugh, long enough to be unsettling, ended abruptly.
そうだ
Oh
監
yeah,
督が来る前
we
に
should
済ま
probably
せ
finish
と
up
くか
before the
な
director comes.
ケイちゃん
You remember,
覚
don't
え
you,
てるか
Kei-chan?
い
Her face was laughing, but her eyes told a different story.
覚えてるって
Remember what? Keiichi, has he forgotten
罰ゲームな
about
ん
the
だよ。罰ゲ
penalty?
ームなんだよ。
There is a penalty game he
忘れちゃ
hasn't
ったの
done.
か
Did you
な
really forget?
おはぎ
The
の
homework
宿
with the
題。
mochi.
どれがレ
The
ナの作
homework
っ
where you're
たおは
supposed to
ぎ
guess
か。
which one
あ
Reina
れ
did. You forgot about that
確か
homework,
宿
didn't
題
you?
忘れだった
I
よ
certainly
ね。
did have that homework, but I had thrown away the rest of the mochi after I found that sewing needle, so I wasn't able to answer which one Reina made. The penalty for that? Why now? No doubt my question was written all over my face. Their answer was that of dry laughter. I can no longer make heads or tails of anything. I began to think this entire day was insane, strange, incomprehensible. Being chased by Reina, attacked by the men, the penalty they were talking about right now? What were these two laughing at? It didn't take that long for me to realize I'd been dragged into an abnormal situation. What the fuck is going on? Who were these two? Who were these people? Who were these doppelgangers of Reina and Mion? Reina had gotten behind me at some point. Why was she pinning my arms behind my back?
何の
What
真
are
似
you doing?
動かないでね。
Don't move.
罰ゲ
This
ー
is
ム
your
だ。
penalty. My body was already very sluggish, and her pinning my arms made it so much harder to move. Sister tried to struggle, but she wouldn't even budge. My panic began to well up, and I began to realize this was beyond the realms of jokes and pleasantries. This freakishly monstrous strength would have been impossible for the Reina I knew. And these thin, frail arms grasping me, whose arms are they?
ケイちゃん
Hey-chan, no
最
struggling.
速
Club
台
rule number 8. Doesn't matter
罰
which
ゲー
one.
ムに
You
抵
can't
抗
fight
し
against
ちゃ
the
ダメ
penalty.
なんだからさ
Mion, no, that thing that looked like Mion spoke to me like how Mion would speak. But I was certain that this was not Mion. Someone who wasn't Mion.
監督が来る前に
Finish this
済
up
まさ
before
な
the
いと
director
ね
comes. So, he's losing a finger, right? Mion fished in her pockets, pulled out something bizarre. I could tell what it was by looking, but for such a thing to be in her pocket, my mind wouldn't accept it. What is it?
なんだよ
What is that?
それ
It was a small syringe? It was a small, clear syringe. The kind the doctor might use who went to them with a high fever. Reina held me even tighter, and I could hear that clattering laughter that no longer sounded like laughter blaring into my ear. That eerie laughter. It wasn't something that Reina could produce with her own throat. This thing that was pretending to be her, was this their real laugh? Unable to defend myself, the syringe she was holding drew closer, and that needle tip was weighted from my face countless times.
大丈夫大丈夫
Don't worry, it won't hurt. It won't hurt. What are you planning on doing? What kind of sick joke is this? Freeze-time, Kei-chan. You know exactly what's going on. About what? Never said anything. I know you know. No, he's playing the fool this late in the game. Stop talking nonsense to try and confuse me.
富武さんと
You're
同
going
じ
to
目
have
に遭
done
っ
to
て
you
も
what
らう
happened to Tomitake-san. I'm pretty glad they would have straight out put this at this point. What? The same as Tomitake? I didn't really understand what she meant. What did that have to do with the syringe? You're playing dumb,
とぼけ
Keiichi-kun.
にスース
You
は
should
気
have
づい
realized
て
it
た
by
く
now.
せに
Reina whispered in my ear, laughing as if to admonish me. But even the way she spoke was repulsive beyond compare. Playing dumb? Me? About what? What do you mean the same as Tomitake? He's in denial.
みんな初めは
Everyone thought at
否認
first
さ
it
れ
was a
たも
hit
の
and
です
run.
が
Except when the
意
officer
識
got
を
closer,
確か
checked
め
he
る
was
た
still
めに
alive.
近づいた
He
結果
was in
喉
a
が
situation.
ね
His throat was scratched out.
ナイフと
Knife? No.
爪でした
Nails. Nails as in fingernails. Gouged through. Tomitake had clawed his own throat out with his nails and died. There's no way someone could die like that. So then for that to happen,
薬物
we
を
thought drugs
疑
were
い
to
ま
blame,
した
but nothing of
が
that nature was
そういう
detected.
類
That's
のもの
right.
は
Police
検
didn't
出
find
で
any
きま
drugs
せ
in
ん
the
でし
system.
た
警察は
The police told me they didn't find
富
any
武さん
drugs
の
in
遺体から
Tomitake's body.
薬物は検出できなかったって言ったぞ
The two of them laughed together with that sickening laughter. Of course they'd laugh. To assume that such a medicine didn't exist just because the police didn't know about it was foolish. Meaning the drug did exist. If Mian injected this into me, that would be all the proof I needed. That would basically mean I'd end up the same as Tomitake. Become hysterical, scratching at my throat in my last moments, and dying. For such an outrageous drug to exist, for Mian to be holding it, and that I was about to be injected, at that moment I did not feel there was any need to question. What kind of idiot, when he's trying to dodge a ball flying straight for his face, has time to think of a reason as to why it's flying at him?
観念しな
Just
って
give up! Alright.
じゃ
Her actions lacked any gravitas, and that made it a lot more terrifying. There was none of the ceremony like when someone is sentenced to death. There was no hesitation at all, as if she was brushing her teeth. Mian reached out with one hand and grabbed my chest. It felt like electricity had run through the back of my head, and the entire world had gone dark. Did I stand up too fast, or did someone hit me really hard in the back of the head? Lost my sense of balance, I was assaulted by a wave of dizziness. It's very slow fade to white. Not as much of a flashbang, so I appreciate it. That's our scene break?! Dude, what the fuck is going on? Blade leather skates. I squatted down for a bit, and when I came back to my senses, my entire room had changed drastically. What did Ro mean by that? The numbness in my head was gone, and I could tell blood was flowing to my extremities again. How long had I been squatting? How many minutes? It must have been hours. It was almost as if the hands on the clock had stopped moving the entire time my eyes were closed. That's how little time had passed. Really? The air in the room wasn't filled with that madness from before, only a dull silence. Reina wasn't there pinning my arms, and Mian wasn't there about injecting me with a needle. No way. Could it be? All of it? Was a hallucination. There was no other presence in the room besides my own. It was the weirdest experience I've ever had. I was certainly with Reina and Mian. I doubted my sanity for a moment, but was also seized with a sort of comfort. I guess that terrible ordeal was a hallucination after all. Neither Reina nor Mian would ever do something so terrible. My head grew hot. I could tell my emotions were welling up. Why? That wasn't a reason to cry. Why? It was sorrow. Why was I sad? I don't understand. I don't understand. Kind to everyone, not discriminating against age or gender. Mian. That Mian was sprawled by the window in an unnatural pose. Blood stained her a deep red from her head down to her chest. Bright crimson smeared on the walls. It had come from Mian. She always had that bright smile and was kind to me from the day I transferred. Reina. That same Reina was slumped at my feet and was making the same pool of blood as Mian. I couldn't comprehend what had happened. Did someone come to save me? Then they beat these two down with this metal bat? I finally noticed the weight in my right hand. How long had it been there? It was Satoshi's metal bat. We fucking killed them?! We?! It was covered in a deep red. Not French, by the way, chat. There was no doubt this was the weapon used to mutilate both of them. And I was holding that weapon. I was the only person in the house. What? I...
俺
Looking at this object objectively, I couldn't think of anyone other than myself who could have
俺
done it.
が
I did this?
や
That's
っ
right.
たのか
Keiichi, my bad. Of course I did it. I told myself gently as if coaxing myself. Hey, me. There's no reason for you to remember it, nor is there a need to regret. Eat or be eaten. You get that, don't you? But the blood, there's so much. Neither Rena nor Mion had moved an inch. It wasn't just a split forehead and a trickle of blood, nothing that simple. The entire room was splattered with red. Told me it didn't end with just 2 or 3 strikes. Are they dead? Both of them? The depths of my mind were calm, but on the surface I was panicked and agitated. Calm down, Keiichi Mabura. What happened to your usual calm self? Come on now. Do like you always do. Throw your head back and take a deep breath. Come on. Once. Twice. Breathe deeply. Calm down. Calm down. Chant that over and over in my head, and I relaxed. We're less grayscaled now. Yep, color's back in the room. Color came back to my vision, and smells reinfused the air. At the same time, I remember what happened when I blacked out. So what happened? Can we get some more context? Reina and Mion had attacked me. They were about to inject me with whatever caused the same symptoms as Tomitake. But right before that happened, I fought back. I twisted my whole body and threw Reina as she was pinning my arms. Then I followed through with my spin and ran my foot into Mion's torso. It was soft. Reina tried jumping on me, so I tackled her as hard as I could and slammed her against the wall. Didn't let that brief moment of having me off balance slip by. So she's bat that was left carelessly by the side of my desk. So you grabbed it and you beat the fuck out of them. Weep! At that moment, everything went pitch black. There was nothing recorded past this point in the videotape of my mind. No, that wasn't right. It wasn't there was nothing recorded. It was recorded just fine. Just the other me inside myself had told me not to look, and it turned off the TV. Just because the screen had gone black, I couldn't see it. Didn't mean that the videotape within me hadn't recorded it. The TV was just off. The video was still playing. The tape within me creaking along, still playing. On the other end of that pitch black screen, that horrifying video was playing on. I know that sounds so well, chat! Compared to this, though, the scene right before my eyes, was so difficult to take in. There was blood splattered everywhere on the walls, the two of them in these unnatural poses, not a sign of movement. I couldn't even tell if they were breathing. No matter what the circumstances were, my friends, these girls, I had attacked them. I may have even killed them. But if I hadn't done this, I would have been the one done for. Balancing that out on an imaginary scale, I felt odd that I'd even feel bad about it. Even if it was a bit excessive, this was justifiable self-defense. The proof was here. The two of them collapsed here in Mion's syringe. Mion's syringe filled with some unknown drug was certainly some of the mystery surrounding the incident with Tomitake. For the fact that both these two were involved, they'd be able to pick out the criminals one after the other. Still, I might be suspected for this, but that was just fine. Anyway, now this should be a police affair. This wouldn't fade into the darkness like Reina's past incidents. As long as the police were involved, that should bring this to a close. They'll probably revisit their investigation of the chain of incidents. Ushi-san would definitely get to the bottom of it. This is too naive, meaning my wish of not wanting to die, of wanting to know the truth, that would be fulfilled in its most basic form. It was all a matter of time now. The doctor at Reina College should be getting here soon. I'll confess everything to him. I need to contact Oishi-san. At that moment, I remembered. Besides the doctor, a director had been called. It was easy to imagine there was someone deeply involved in the incident, judging from Reina and Mion's conversation. The ache in my chest caused by this gruesome deed disappeared rapidly. It wasn't over yet. This place wasn't safe. Stay calm, Keiichi Mabura. It's not over yet. I need to live long enough to tell the police of this incident. At that moment, I felt like I heard someone's voice from outside. Since people were speaking, it must mean there was more than one. So the doctor and the director. Nanjo! I moved the curtain ever so slightly and peered outside. It was a bizarre sight. About 4 or 5 grown men were gathered at the gate. They very much resembled the 2 men who assaulted me at the dam today. Those 2 might even be among them. There was one person wearing a white coat, but he didn't look like a doctor at all. My gut told me he was in disguise, posing as a doctor. The guy would ring the bell and get me to open the front door, pretend to be a doctor to get me open the door, and the rest of them would all rush in. At that moment, I saw the cart parked behind the men, and my heart skipped a beat. The white van! The one that tried to run you over! No mistaking it. That van, the one that tried to run me down. The man in the white coat entered the gate and headed towards the front door. The rest of the men hid in the bushes and watched him. I probably couldn't pretend that I wasn't home. Undoubtedly, they just break the window and enter. I need to get out, then use a public phone to contact Oishi, then meet up somewhere. First of all, I needed a weapon. Then shoes. Before all that, there was one thing I had to do. I had no intention of dying. I'd live and reveal the truth about this nonsensical curse. What would happen from here on, regardless of how determined I was, may bring about my demise. That was why there was one thing more important than getting out of here right now. I need to get that clock out quickly and take down the note hidden behind it. Damn it. The tape was sticking to it fast. It'd be fine if it was torn a little. I opened up the side torn note and began writing into the passage with a ballpoint pen. If I wasn't able to inform Oishi-sama, then the only thing I could rely on was this note. I'd never thought about a piece of torn, college-ruled notebook paper could be this reliable before. I had no time. I'd only write down what I knew right now. I needed to leave some sort of information that would lead them to uncover the truth. Reina and Mia are conspirators of the perpetrators. This was an undeniable fact. I still didn't want to believe it. But it was a fact. Anyway, I'd leave all the information that would lead them to find the perpetrators. There are 4 or 5 adults, maybe more. They have a white van. This was everything I was able to see from the window. There may be more. Also, there was that unidentified person known as the director. To begin with, the term director didn't really mesh with Hinamizawa, you know? They're going to include the directors from the past incidents. The only one is the construction foreman, the victim of the first murder. The very first victim in the chain of incidents. Killed in a lynching, his body divided into 6. His right arm was never discovered. The police should have confirmed that death. Reina and Mion did both call him director. They said director. They wouldn't use that term to refer to someone who was dead. The police would never even conceive that someone who's deceased could be involved. Could that be some sort of oversight? I didn't know. But even if I didn't know, it could be a big hit for Oishi. And that's right. I need to start fresh in the first incident. It wasn't just a simple dismemberment, but the start of the string of mysterious deaths that would follow. So then, there must be something hidden there. Please reinvestigate the victim from the dismemberment incident. He's alive. His death should have been established after an autopsy. Logically, you would think as much. But was that really the case? Could it have been some sort of ploy that they were able to deceive the police? I shouldn't jump to conclusions, but he may still be alive. I have no time to ponder that right now. Oh, yeah. There's something even more important that I need to write. Tamatake's death was from an unknown drug. That's right. That drug was an irreplaceable evidence. By having this, everything would be discovered. I couldn't leave that vital clue lying on the floor. This syringe is proof. Writing that down, I stuck the syringe onto the back of the clock with plenty of tape, so it would not slip out and fall onto the floor. Firmly. Ding dong, the bell's ringing. They're here. Couldn't write more, but even still, there was one last thing that I had to. I have no idea why it's become like this. This may be the closest thing to the truth of everything I've written on this note. If you're reading this, I'm probably already dead. They may or may not find my body. If I was going to write out everything that could happen, either dying from the curse or being demoned away, you who are reading this, please uncover the truth. That is my only desire. With this, my last will and testament was complete. I wasn't certain I was going to die, but it was my final plea. Just in case, I folded the note, stuck it back to the back of the clock, and returned the clock to its usual spot. I couldn't help but pray. Oishi-san, if something happens to me, I leave the rest to you. After that, I gazed down silently at Reina and Mion. This was probably the last time we would ever see each other. Reina, Mion, I really had thought all of us were friends. But why did it end up like this? I never had any fun in my previous school. I only worried about standardized test scores, about the school I hoped to get into is where I want to go, or a safety net. That's all I talked about. It was a dull life. The people I called friends were also my rivals in studying, competitions, personal records, and standardized test scores. Everyone here taught me how unhealthy that lifestyle was. This month was really fun. Making a fuss over lunch, making a fuss over the club, making a fuss over the festival. Something hot began dripping down from my face. Uncontrollable tears. I should have had no obligation to shed tears for them. But they wouldn't stop. Even if they were after my life. Even if they were trying to kill me. Everything that happened this month, I wouldn't forget it. Or could it be those happy days were all a facade as well? Was it all a trap, meticulously orchestrated up until today to ensnare me? Could it have been that I just arbitrarily assumed that they were my friends? That couldn't have been the case. With Reina and Mion, they really were my friends. Those happy days, there was nothing fake or unclear about them. Someone probably forced them to try and kill me, or their minds were taken over, possessed by Oishiro. Regardless, they were the best friends ever. And when they were coming after me, it wasn't of their own volition, but they weren't the kind of people to sell off their friends, no matter what means were employed to force them. And there was no way such a thing as being possessed by Oishiro could happen in reality. Then did the real Reina and Mion come after me? What was I thinking? What a silly, dumb idea. Having beaten down both Reina and Mion, I was still debating if they were the real ones or fakes. There was no real or fake. Only the reality that was before me. Reina and Mion were sprawled out at my feet. That was the only truth. I was only trying to twist the facts to my benefit, that I had beaten my friends to death. No matter how I spun it, it wouldn't change reality. Reina and Mion were both dead. I felt like there was a crack in the dam of strange emotions I was holding back. I felt like my calm state, which was nothing more than a bluff, had receded, and in that opening, insanity was leaking out. I killed them. I killed them. Reina and Mion. I killed them. The doorbell rang again. The unrelenting echo pulled me back into a state of composure once again. I didn't have a moment to spare. Quickly, I needed to get away. I didn't want to die. I would have covered everything. The day of whoever would ever push me this far. Even if I had to drink mud and eat grass, I would survive. I would survive. I would survive. Definitely. I'm not a believer, dude. I think he's cooked. I killed Reina for that very reason. I also killed Mion. I went that far just to keep living. So I can't die. For my sake and for the sake of the late Reina and Mion, I have to survive. Man. I ran towards the door and grabbed my shoes. The doorbell rang again as if to urge me on. Behind the single solitary door, they were there. Keeping quiet, I head towards the kitchen. Head towards the back door. Before opening the back door, I put my ears to it and check for people outside. No one? After putting on my shoes, I opened the door slowly so it did not make a sound. There he is, the back door! Shit! Piercing voice rang out. It stabbed through me, set my hair on end. I had to run! Get out of here, Cage. He's so fucked. One after the other, I felt stuff like rational intelligence. Those things you use when you have time to spare spill out of me. Didn't feel any pain from the branches scratching my arms and forehead. My autonomously pulsing heart also felt neither fatigue nor pain. My entire being just wished to live. There was nothing else it desired. Probably had no complaints whatsoever, so of course I wouldn't feel fatigue. I just ran, just recklessly rushing in the direction I was headed. Even if no one was chasing after me, I'd still be running like this. There wasn't a thought in my mind about where I was heading. Turned around, I felt a presence right next to me. That presence was without a doubt chasing me like my shadow. If I took even one misstep, I'd be devoured. That's what I thought. So I didn't turn around. I didn't stop. I ran at full speed. Quack, 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 quack. The chirping of the Higurashi telling me that it was the evening. Trying to tell me something, and then I finally heard it. The wailing cry of the victims who didn't make it. Would I be joining them? Quack, 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 quack. Only the Higurashi knew. They knew everything. They definitely knew. So, I ran towards where I could hear more of the Higurashi's chirps. But the farther I ran, the farther away their chirping became. I couldn't get near them. Why are you all running away? Was it my fault? Was I the one to blame? Then I'll apologize. I'm sorry. 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 Okay. Theory time for just a moment while I go through this. So, in terms of people saying sorry, in the intro there was someone blatantly apologizing that they were fucking sick of. Reina mouthed her endless apologies in the rain. She also said that Oishiro was behind her in the bed constantly spewing apologies forever, and that she'd met him before, or that he'd met him before. And now we're saying sorry over and over and over again. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I felt that only the Higurashi knew. That's our scene break! God damn it! Welcome to Hinamizawa, when they cry. Oh my god, dude. Run from the truth of your crimes. Chased by shadows. The smoking room was filled with a cloud of cigarette smoke. The expensive smoke filter gave off some crackling electric noise, but didn't seem like it was doing anything at all. Why do smokers have to be shoved so far down this corridor where the sun doesn't reach? I recalled hearing that the tax revenue from tobacco was about a tenth of the municipality's revenue. We are the most heavily taxed members of these municipalities, so I really wish they'd show some more respect. How would you discard the 5 minutes? This guy gets a Sprite? Fucking Kuma? It's just decreasing your options. One of the younger detectives was having a staring contest with a mahjong magazine called Next Year. Depending on a height, then shouldn't you be going with the mangan?
Kuma-chan.
Oh, Machan, look at that pawn. They discarded a 5-man suit. It's a safe tile. You'd hate if the endgame someone was sitting at Tenpai at the last turn, wouldn't you? Oh, the kid allowed another groan, put out a cigarette, then took out another one. I just don't agree. Why would you reduce your own options? By the way, you can't call run with your winning tile in that high tech. What? Why is that? Just then, heard a voice from the hall. You hear, Oishi-san? You have a call from a civilian. Oh, ain't that something? Well, see you soon. That's my goat. I really hope he figures it out. Why can't you call Ron on it? Hold on, Oishi! Poor Kuma. The man sitting in the seat Oishi-san was heading towards waved to the telephone receiver. Outside line from a payphone. Oh, why, thank you. Sorry to keep you waiting. This is Oishi. Who is it? Oishi-san. If it's a Maibara-san, why, good evening. From the tone of Maibara's voice, I already knew he was in a predicament. This is the first time he had phoned me. He was calling from a payphone. Please call back. Did something happen? His voice was erratic. He'd lost his sense of composure. After checking that nobody else could hear, I prompted him in a hush. What happened? Calm down, my brother. I have the location of the local officers head to your location. I'm here soon. I think that's impossible. His voice was quivering hoarse. He wasn't surrounded by people even as he was making this call, was he? Oh no. My brother, you're calling from a payphone, right? Where is that? There were no other sounds beside his voice. It has to be a phone booth. I scratched out a note and thrust on my collar sitting in front of me. Hinamizawa, phone booth. He understood quickly and started on the internal lines. Calm down, my brother. What is your current situation? It was best practice to avoid flustering someone panicking, but this was urgent. My brother didn't just get in trouble, get away, and call me. He was in the midst of something dangerous. But yelling my brother would just needlessly cause him to be even more frantic. My brother wasn't calling to seek help. He was trying to tell us something more. And whatever that was, if it didn't get from this call, there would never be another chance. My colleague pushed a note in front of me. There's only one in Hinamizawa. A patrol car is on the way. 5 minutes. That's too long. How many officers are there? 2. Not enough. If I was to imagine, there were a few people surrounding him. 5 minutes was too long. Did you call the officer station in Hinamizawa? He's scheduled to be on patrol. They're out, and it'll be impossible to contact. God damn! Kuma, bring the car! Understood. Yes? Oishi. He's coughing. Yes, it's alright. I can hear you loud and clear. There's also something wrong with my brother. That wasn't a normal cough. Vomiting? Or was it blood? Had he already been attacked? Was he injured? My brother, the police are on their way. They'll be there in a couple of minutes, so hold on. Hello, can you hear me? My brother! Here on the other line, he was having a coughing fit. The worst possible situation popped into my head. My brother-san, who is the culprit? How many are there? I thought at first the culprit was human. I couldn't tell if that was a cough or vomit. Oh, you're right, my brother. I thought that the culprit was a person and not Oishiro-sama's curse up until right now. But yes, in the end, it was an intense bout of coughing, then vomiting. But I guess Oishiro-sama does exist. No, he's here. My brother, please just calm down. I have been thinking it was strange for a while now. It's been following me this whole time. I run and run and run and run, but it sticks to me like my damn shadow. And slowly, so slowly, it's digging myself into my back. Are they right now, perhaps, right behind you? Right behind you. Please, brother, I can tell you're scared. Please, who is it that's right behind you? I can't just look behind me. If I do, I understand that you're scared, but please, tell me. You need to turn around. Who is it? Who is behind you? Right after I said that, I could hear vomiting intensely. What followed was a nightmare sound. My brother, it couldn't be that you're clawing out your own throat, are you? There was no answer, but I could hear something like scratching. There was a bang as if something was being hit. My brother had probably dropped the receiver. I could hear groaning and vomiting on the other end and repeating abnormal noise. No! Hello! My brother! Hello! I knew how far away my voice had sounded at the other end, but I couldn't help but shout. In a moment I heard whispering coming from the other end. I couldn't tell what he was saying. From the way he was saying it, was he talking to himself or was he talking to someone there? My brother, son? Rather than whispering, it was some mantra he was chanting. I focused my senses, picking up what he was saying. Was he repeating? What exactly was he saying? Is it, I'm sorry? Beep! Suddenly the line went dead. Did he use up his time? Because it was a damn payphone. Because it cut out so abruptly. The last thing he said came out so clearly in my mind. Oshi, the service good to go. Oshi. It was, I'm sorry. Oshi. That's what he was repeating over and over. He said, I'm sorry. I had a gut feeling there was no longer a need to hurry. I could hear the chirp of the Higurashi spilling in from the open window. I should have been able to hear them this entire time. I just wasn't paying any attention. Why did I focus on them all of a sudden? Were they trying to tell me something? Only the Higurashi knew. That's how I felt. Fade to what? Holy shit. June 1983. In Hinamizawa, Rote Village, there was a murder involving 2 female students. Suspect is Keiichi Maibara. Suspect called over his 2 female classmates to his house and beat them to death with a metal bat. The scene of the crime was the suspect's room on the 2nd floor of his house. The inside was covered in a significant quantity of splattered blood, and there were signs of a struggle with the victims. In addition to the scene of the crime, the entry room all had signs of a struggle. At the entranceway, the shoe rack and wall had evidence of being impacted by a blunt force. It is believed to have been the same bat as the murder weapon. And no trace of blood, this occurred before the murder. It's possible the suspect overpowered his victims to keep them from fleeing. In the living room, the rug had been pulled back, then thrown aside. It's hard to believe that this had a connection to the struggle with the victims, and the reason remains unknown. This is him searching for the needle. In the kitchen, the garbage bag was torn apart, and its contents were spread on the floor. Garbage was thrown about in the surrounding area, and handprints believed to this belong were suspect. Believed he had taken out the garbage and struck with his fists. Reason unknown. In addition, notes stuck to the fridge. Was there a needle written on it? The meaning behind this remains unclear. Just in case, the garbage was searched, but a needle was not discovered. Though the garage door was functional, it had been left open ever since the suspect moved in. The garage door was found closed. Fingerprints were discovered on the door. The reason behind this remains unknown. He fled the scene of the crime. However, a patrol officer found him collapsed inside a phone booth. At the time of discovery, he was unconscious in critical condition. He was rushed to the hospital, but did not regain consciousness and died. The results of the autopsy indicate the immediate cause of death to have been hypovolemic shock. Determined that the suspect clawed his own throat with his fingernails, the resulting bleeding caused his death. With similar to the death of Tomitake the prior week, there was a connection, and they opened an investigation. However, due to the wishes of the local authorities, it will be a confidential one. Due to the normal nature of the death, it was suspected that drugs were involved, but with Tomitake, no trace were discovered. More probably, this remains inexplicable. An active impulse with several accounts of the suspect's behavior leading up to the incident. This was premeditated. Separated from his group of friends, isolation, inexplicable behavior. Several days before he began carrying around a bat. He was displaying aggressive behavior, talking to himself at school. His classmates heard portions of what he was saying. 2 days before, he declared to his parents the possibility of his death. Due to these circumstances, the police began an investigation of the possibility that this crime was not committed on impulse, was planned in advance. Afterwards, a note was found in the room that he'd written himself. A note was written on 2 sheets from a B5 ruled notebook, each torn in half. As if trying to conceal it, it was stuck behind a clock on the wall. The contents are as written in the appendix. The police believe it to be strongly related to the incident. The police changed the line of investigation based on the possibility that he was involved in the incident himself. No further clues were found, casting doubt on the credibility of the note. Was it impulsive or premeditated with the situation unclear? No further developments. It's been labeled as unresolved. However, the following year, suspicion arose regarding the nature of the note. The note was not written on 2 halves, but on 2 separate sheets. It was originally a single sheet. In order to erase several lines from the middle, someone had torn them out. Judging from the size of the letters, the missing section is 2 to 3 lines. Probably the person who eliminated the lines in question is not the suspect. There's large quantities of cellophane tape. Speculation that something other than the note was stuck here has arisen. They took the syringe! The first person who discovered the crime was Oishi! He underwent voluntary questioning, but denies involvement in damage to the note. The suspect's note. I, Keiichi, am in fear for my life. I do not know why they're out for my life. The only thing I know is that it has to do with Oishi or someone's curse. Reina and Miyano are conspirators of the perpetrators. There are 4 or 5 adults, maybe more. They have a white van. This is all on the first sheet. The section below is ripped out. This is from the second sheet. I have no idea why it has become like this. If you're reading this, then I'm probably already dead. You may or may not find my body. If you're reading this, please uncover the truth. That is my only desire. Keiichi Maibara. Higurashi? When they cry. A new scenario has been unlocked! All cast review has become available. To play it, select extra on the title menu, and then pick the all-star review section. Okay. Okay, Onikakushi is now done. But we have an extra to go through. So, we'll do that, and then we will call it for today. So, extra. All cast review section, chapter jump, view tips. That's neat. We have no new tips, do we? Yeah, at the 7th part is our last one. Okay. Chapter jump. This just lets you go to any of the chapters. Okay. Return to extra screen. And all cast review. Let's take a little look-see, huh? They're the cafe. Thank you for buying Higurashi When They Cry, a visual novel by 7th Expansion. You're welcome. How was it? If you enjoyed even a little bit, it would make me happy. You're welcome. Even a little bit, stretching it. That incredibly dark ending made me angry, you know? Made us angry. This Onikakushi chapter is the first story that challenged the mystery the entire series get to experience. So it's actually supposed to be somewhat of a prologue. How could the prologue have such an incredibly dark ending? Yeah, but doesn't that happen sometimes? The player digging through the story in order to avoid a bad ending is the point of these types of games after all. And so does the first chapter. I'm looking forward to the next one. What happens in the next chapter? Reina, do you know? Yeah, they said the next chapter will introduce another aspect of the story. That's a strange way of putting it. What does that mean? That can mean anything. In this chapter, they introduce a string of mysterious deaths that were happening in Himazawa, right? The next chapter will introduce some of the history of Hinamizawa. With one strange event happening another, I got totally lost. What exactly is the curse about? Actually, what is he to begin with? They didn't explain it much. I haven't heard much about it, but I have had kind of a bad feeling. It feels like it'll be another of those scary stories where someone gets cursed again. Tough luck for Kei-chan, huh? What kind of curse is he gonna get hit with this time? However, I am looking forward to seeing what kind of story this is going to be. Oh, sorry for being late. My bad, my bad. Hey, everybody. Good work today. That's my goat right there. Same to you. Where's Kei-chan? Keiichi's already off reading the script for the next chapter. It must be hard being the main character. That's too bad. He could have at least poked in to say hello. It's probably because he doesn't have any character art, so he couldn't poke his head in even if he wanted to. They got us there. Rika-san, that's what we refer to as a personal problem. It is a bit of a skill issue, isn't it, huh? In that case, this story was a lot of trouble, especially for Keiichi and Reina, huh? Trouble? That was the mother of all bad ends. I wonder, what was the identity of the thing that attacked Keiichi-kun? The theory is that it was the work of people made to look like a curse. But Keiichi made that mysterious phone call at his demise. Yeah, I also thought that call was strange. At that point, he should have been certain that the culprits were people. That really was a strange phone call. It almost sounded like he was being chased by a ghost or something. Just from that phone call, it really makes me think it was the work of a curse after all. Since we're all here, why don't we all share our theories? Let's start with Sonozaki. I absolutely believe it was people. I think it was a man-made incident that was imitating the strange folklore floating around. Certainly, every year on the day of the festival, for another link in the chain to happen is suspicious. That so-called chain of mysterious deaths, it has to be someone trying to reenact the folklore. Assuredly. I think it was the curse! Looking at the scene where Keiichi went berserk in the entryway, and the last scene with the phone call, those cannot be explained with a human culprit. When you say it that way, it really wasn't the type of scene that would make you think it was the work of a person, yeah. Yeah, but even then, I still think it was a person. That last scene of the one with the entryway, I think that the stress must have driven him paranoid. You aren't helping to understand such complicated words! That's a rip. In other words, he was so scared that he was imagining things. Then what was the meaning behind the scene? What exactly was the presence behind him? A red herring. Red herring. Mi-chan, what do you mean by red herring? Like old man Tomitake said, it was the result of him having a stress-induced delusion from being cornered. The overly graphic depiction was a ploy to make him think it was a curse. That's why it was a red herring. When you say it like that, well, it just means that there's the possibility at the end of the day. In that case, the theory that he proposed during the story there was a conspiracy by the villagers was correct. What does the man himself have to say? Me? It makes you think, huh? Huh? I totally thought that he would be behind the people explanation, yeah. During the story I said it was definitely the work of people, but if a person really was to blame, that leaves a lot of loose ends. Like what? Let's hear what your theory is. First of all, if a human is a culprit, there has to be a motive. In other words, someone has to gain something from it. So what do you mean is, if this was the work of people, there would have had to be something gained from causing the chain of mysterious deaths. Exactly. I felt that someone would have benefited from the deaths of people related to the dam development, but the recent victims weren't related to that at all. First off, who benefits from killing my bro? I see. If you say it like that, my case is kind of weak too. I mean, none of your money was stolen. There's no way it was human culprits. But that's not everything there is to it, right? Like Mi-chan just said, there might have been some sort of reason for them to reenact the folklore. Exactly. This wasn't a murder where you consider the typical motives. It makes me think this was most likely some sort of ritualistic murder to reenact the blood-stained history of the village. So I'll ask the question of the hour. Who gains from this reenactment? It's not about simple benefit, it's more psychological reason. I think that maybe this was an act of revenge. Something native to the region. Some connection not touched on this time around. I see. A member of some repressed family who can inherit an old grudge of their ancestors, something like that. I don't like that. Then what is it? It could be that you're leaning towards the curse explanation, Oishi. That's right, that's right! The man playing the detective said so. It's decided. It was a curse! If, as my brother-san said during the story, it was the curse that possessed them to commit these acts, that would fit the evidence the most. As much as I hate to say it. Actually, I'm of the same opinion as Oishi. I can't come up with any explanation for the normally kind Reina and Mi-chan to suddenly start acting strange like that. About that, it may sound strange coming from the person herself, but I think that Mion did it. I don't get what Mi is saying. I'd like an explanation. Ditto. Oh, sorry. In other words, I think this may end up being a really cruel story. Huh? Wait, Mi-chan, you don't mean... Taking the human culprit theory to a conclusion, that's how it would seem. I also have my suspicions. In other words, Ryugu and Sonozaki both had those personalities to begin with and were deceiving Maibara. Am I right? I don't like that at all. I don't like that either, Sadako. It's a little fucked up. This is all the curse's fault. Reina and Mion and everyone else are all kind, nice people. I think that too. I think that Reina and Michan are really good people at heart. I think that during the story they must have been possessed by something. So Reina also thinks it was a curse. Then let me ask everyone who thinks it was a curse. There has to be a reason for a curse, right? It doesn't make sense for a curse to just indiscriminately befall someone. Can someone explain that to me? A curse is a curse! Human logic won't get us anywhere. Sadako-chan, a personified deity is the end, nothing more than the creation of people. That's why their method of thinking is also understandable to humans. Just take a look at the Greek pantheon. They cry, they get angry, they get jealous. They're just like humans. So what you're saying is that Ueshiro-sama is cursing people with some benefit in mind. Oh, way of putting it, but basically, yes. That's what they say. Far from Jupiter, far from his thunder. You do have a point. Basically, it doesn't matter if it's Ueshiro-sama or humans, there has to be a reason why this happened. Rika, what if that reason isn't clear? I don't know. That's right, this is still just the prologue after all. There's a lot of stuff that has not been revealed yet. Yeah, it's hard to come up with any more theories at this point. No, I won't be satisfied until all this is made clear. Mion-san seems rather particular about this. We'll just make the best with what we know. Doesn't this feel interesting? Like the club a little bit. Yeah, if you put it that way, it does seem interesting. Well then, let's summarize. I think it was a curse. Tomitake thinks it was people, right? Yep, I'll go with it being people. I also agree with the people explanation. Not to say I hate such a fantastic thing as curses, but in this case, the connection to a curse is a little weak. 2 for the people explanation, then Rikusan was on the curse side of things, right? Yep. Sadako-chan and I believe it was a curse, right? Yep. I think it was a curse. The people who say that Reina-san and Mion-san were evil to begin with are more befitting of a curse. Well, I don't want it to believe that my own personality is that twisted, but I have to keep a cool head when I'm in club mode. But base my choice on just emotion, I'll regret it, you know? Well, now, it doesn't really matter which side you pick, does it? Huh? Rika-chan hasn't said anything yet. What do you think? I don't think that Ueshiro-sama is a bad god. That's an interesting opinion. I don't want to worship some bad god that just curses people. I'd like a generous god more than one that curses. That's right! Rika-chan is a shrine maiden. It's a good opinion. Then what? If Rika-chan doesn't believe that it was Ueshiro-sama, then who do you think the perpetrators were human after all? We'll just go with that. Bling! Well then, that means the votes are split right down the middle. So half of us think it was a curse and half of us think it was people. Reina-chan, just for reference, what did the test players who played the beta version think? Yeah, there were a lot more people who believed in the people explanation. See right there, our veteran comrades are cool, collected, and very observant. But the beta version only finished partway through the story. That's right. Even the people who play the beta might change their minds if they got through the very end. What should we do then? This means the opinions are still split. It's no fun if we don't settle this. We need there to be an odd number of judges. In other words, we need one more opinion. Perfect timing then. Why don't we ask Keiichi-kun himself? Let's call him! The opinion of the victim himself is very valuable. Since that's decided, it's time for the phone! Hello, Keiichi-kun, it's Reina. Are you busy with work right now? Yeah, really busy. Just when I thought I'd get a break because the chapter's over. It's alright, time for the next one. How's Kei-chan? Busy? Yeah, he's moping. I can hear you, you know. Must be nice having a wrap-up. I want to go too. You can come over if you get some character art. Rika, that's a secret! Sorry about that, Keiichi. Anyway, during the current chapter, Keiichi-kun, didn't you die? We were just talking about who the culprit might be. Basically, we're deadlocked on whether it was people or Ueshiro's curse that killed you. I'm really sorry, even though you're busy reviewing the script. Keiichi, which one do you think it was? That's so obvious, isn't it? Which one? Isn't it both? Talking about suspicious people from the village and then cursed by some strange Ueshiro-sama on top of that. It's both humans and a curse. Everyone's just picking on me. So very, very pitiful. Next time I'll give you a good patting on the head. The girl with the worst fit in existence giving you pity. It's really a terrible thing. In the end, the opinion's still split. I'll think this over again. We might have missed something. Well then, please look forward to the next release, Higurashi When They Cry, Watson Nagashi. All right. Do we get anything else for doing all this? Another extra? Some more tips? Enjoy Onikakushi's after party. So, yeah, I actually think that that's it. There's nothing else. Yeah, there's no more extras. I have all the tips done. Continue to just take us back. Right. So, that is the end of Higurashi Episode 1. I'm going to post about this in my blog, and for anyone that asks, I will share my thoughts. And if you want to ask me in YouTube comments as well, feel free. But my overall thoughts, that was fucking awesome. Dude, that story got real sick real fast. I'm so glad that this stream was just off the rails. It was excitement after excitement after excitement. We were just... Oh my god, dude. We heard about Tomitake dying, and then we got the fucked up shit with Reina for the first time, with her changing her personality. And then we heard about it happening with Mion as well. And then we had the fucking buns, and the game, and the bat, and the hearing about Satoshi, who we didn't know about before, and the connection with the murders from the past. And it's so good, dude. Oh my god. Ryukishi is my unabashed, unapologetic. He is my GOAT, my dude. He's the fucking best. That was awesome. So yeah, overall, my they got their great vegetables moment out of the way like 2 hours in. So, and I'm not one to defend. I think that's just Ryukishi. I think he has to do it. But I have no notes. This is a 9.5 out of 10 for me right now. I'm fucking pogged out of my gourd. But anyway, for now, I'll see y'all tomorrow. I'm going to be playing some scrims for League of Legends. So, those streams will not have the delay. The 3-minute delay, because they're just scrim sets. And then this Saturday, I'll be on doing the same thing, just probably playing some League of Legends. While this is done, I'm going to purchase the rest of Higurashi. This was episode 1, and it is free on Steam if you wanted to give it a read-through for yourself. But everything else comes in a big old bundle, so I will purchase that, and I'll see y'all next Thursday for the start of episode 2 of Higurashi When They Cry. I'll see y'all around.